All right, now I think we're live. So,
Okay.
Ross, I just
Yes, sir.
I saw you on Modern Day Debate with that other guy. What was his name? Leo,
Young
I think.
Leo.
Yeah, Leo, kind
Young
of
Leo.
brainwashed. Yeah, that guy
Yeah,
is kind
yeah.
of brainwashed. But I was like, hey, this guy Ross, I like his. You know what I liked about you when I saw you? You were kind of you came across as you were read up on the stuff, but you were not dull as well.
Right.
You had a
Right.
personality. You were
Right.
alive, and I was like, hey, let's get this guy on. It's fun.
Uh,
It's fun to speak with people that are awake, alive, and has a personality. So that was where I saw you first, and that was like what 2-3 weeks ago or something.
right. Right. Yeah, that was a few weeks ago, and I appreciate you saying that actually because that's one of the things I get a lot of pushback for when I go on there is I will not let it be boring. I don't really care. Like this is YouTube. You know what I mean?
Yes,
It's not so whole intellectual form. We're not going to sit here and read dissertations back and forth. I can do
that's
that
so
on
Oh
my phone.
God,
boring.
no. Ew.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
right. I was reading through some of the comments from my first debate with Mark on there last night, and most of the comments are like, "You're obnoxious, you're loud, you were rude, and all that." And when I'm watching it back, I'm like, if you guys watch Mark, that's exactly what he likes to do. They don't like to come on here and let the information flow. I watch Witsit sometimes, and he'll be giving perfect information, saying it exactly like it says it in the dictionary, explaining it, being nice, and they're just cutting him off, ignoring him, insulting him the whole time. So I'm like, hey, look, if you guys want to insult people, right, and sit here and try to bully, I'm like, bully me. Come try to bully me. Let's see if you can overcome
I
me
like
and
that.
make me look dumb. Never gonna
I
happen.
dig. Yeah,
Never
I
gonna
like that.
happen.
I like that
Yes,
energy, man. Oh, me
that's
and
the
you are gonna
right.
get along, man. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
oh
right
yeah.
attitude. And really, I think debates when they are stiff and stale like that, it's so you know the people that are already decided which team they're on,
Right,
they're just gonna stick on their team, and it's
right,
just like pointless. Make it entertaining, because you know what is comedy? What is the best comedy? Comedy is when you have truth
right.
and you put it in a fun way, entertaining way,
Absolutely,
right? So don't
absolutely.
let these mofos change the way you are, because this way, the way you are now, you're gonna get recognized and remembered is important, you know what I mean?
Amen, amen.
All right,
You know,
you got it.
I thought.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I agree with that totally. You know what I mean? And like I said, I appreciate you for recognizing that. Because I even told Ozian last time when I was on the after show for Leo. He was like, He's like, I'm not gonna lie, Ross. On your first debate, I had you on the list of the worst debaters. He's like, you're off the list. You're actually, you know what I mean? And oh man, I'm like, shoot, I'm like, on the next debate, I got to go back to being one of the worst. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't, I'm like, you got to make a splash. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be, you know what I mean? I'm like, the next time I'm gonna try to annoy you some more so I can be back on that worst list.
Yeah, listen, I saw you on the other debate with Mac Asshole,
Yeah,
that guy.
yeah.
That got me pissed. I got pissed. Ashman, you know what he like for
Oh, the
the
one where he muted him.
yeah for the
Yeah,
last
you
part of
don't do that, man. And
yeah for the
I want to say
last
something about that. I
yeah,
want to
yeah,
say something.
go.
Those kind of people, they will never. If he met Ross in real life, it would be
No, I wouldn't.
smiles and rainbows and sunshine, and all the
Yeah,
squirrels would come out in the streets,
Exactly.
and everybody would be happy, man. You won't say a bad
Right.
word. It's just those types of people, just internet people. Like
yeah,
it's that's equivalent to saying to someone in real life, "Shut up," and like straight to their
right.
face.
That's super
And
disrespect.
a lot of people don't do that. That's super
And
Yeah.
disrespectful.
the way he did it, I don't think Ross did it. He didn't tell you in the beginning that you were muted, right? This Mac
No,
asshole.
no. He didn't tell me, but I kind of knew. I knew he was going to mute me eventually, especially when I started pressing him on certain issues. And as soon as I realized he muted me, I just muted him, and I was reading my chat for like I think he muted me at like 2 hours and something. So that whole stream on my channel ended up being like 6 hours pretty much. So after that 2 hours, I was like, pretty much all the people who were in his chat who wanted to they wanted attention from me. They were all in my chat for the rest of the night. So I wasn't even really paying attention to him after a while.
Yeah, but he just used you like he was clowning you. Like you were
Right, right,
on,
right.
you were saying stuff, and he just wanted to make you look like a clown, muted. Like,
Right.
and he was like, "Look at this idiot."
Right.
I want to go on. Listen, I'm no debater, but I want to go on that asshole's channel just to stick it to him.
Right.
I hate those type of people.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can get on there. I'm gonna talk.
Yeah, you definitely should, man. And honestly, people like him, they're really, really easy to trap when you can anticipate when he's going to say already. Like I said, when he actually decided to mute me and get super upset, it's literally because there was two things that I asked him specifically that he did not want to answer. And when he tried to run away, I'm like, all right, let the record show that you didn't answer those questions, though. And so then he got mad and tripped out. So remember, I asked him, I'm like, do you need a scientific experiment to have a valid scientific theory? He said immediately yes. I'm like, okay, right. So it's not a scientific theory if you don't have an experiment. I'm like, all right, which scientific theory did Einstein use to prove the theory of relativity? His dumbass said Michelson and Morley. Like, what? Michelson and Morley was done way before Einstein. How could he have used that to prove his theory? Right? I'm like, and so then he was like, well, the motion of the earth was already proven before then. I'm like, well, show me the experiments. Then he brought up 4 observations, right? I'm like, okay, just let the record show you just gave me 4 observations. None of those were experiments. Then he started tripping on that, right? Like, well, let me read to you. I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna sit here and let you just read this document to me that you pulled up for the first time. I know you don't know what it says. That's why you're reading it to me. If you knew what it said, you wouldn't have to read it. You would just say it. Tell me what it says. You don't have to read it. Like what? Just tell me what it says in plain language so we can move on with the conversation. And then the second one, I asked him, I'm like, have you actually viewed the electron? Have we viewed the electron before, right? Or is it something that we're kind of guessing where it's at? And he's like, yes, we have viewed the electron. I said, oh, well, that's interesting because the guy credited with viewing it said that he never viewed it. He said it was just the terminal end of 1 unit line of dielectricity, right? And he's like, okay, well, that's just him saying, okay, I'll fine. Show me then how we view the electron. Go ahead. How do you know we view the electron? Go ahead. Right now, I'll take the answer. And then if you notice after that, he just spiraled out. Never got to the answer. Within 5 minutes, he was like, shut up, stop interrupting me. I'm like, I know.
I do actually remember that. There was something you asked him, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but after you did that, he was like, all right, I'm cutting you off. And then he did that. Exactly. I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you ever go back, go.
I have an interesting comparison to lay on you guys. The theory, when people believe theories and do not know what the meaning of the word theory is, it reminds me of feminism. Right. And this might sound weird, but here, listen to me. Women,
I'm with you.
Want equal everything, but they pick and choose which what they like and everything and all that. It's the same thing with this theory bullshit. You pick and choose what you like, but here's the thing: you do that, giving up your morals and your principles, just like what you do with a woman, man. You give up the respect. You do it out of fear, out of attention, because all the sheep people doing it because you wanna, you know what I mean? That's and that just came out of my mind right now. That comparison.
No, that's
very interesting.
I'm with you 100% on that. Actually, I tell people this all the time. Everything that I talk about in these flat Earth debates, right, and especially what we're talking about right now when it comes to women and how that affects society. This has been stuff that I've been on for years before I even heard of flat Earth. Like even like if you notice in all my debates, I always bring it back to energy, no matter what. No matter what we're talking about, the shape, whatever, that doesn't really matter. Is it moving? It doesn't matter as much. Where the rubber hits the road is this leads to us being able to have free energy from the ether, and that removes us from economic slavery, right? So I'm like, no matter what, that's what it comes down to. And like I said, I've known that for years. But like when it comes to the women thing, that is basically that's like the closest chains that are on your, like if you're in prison, right? It's like you have the walls, then you have your cell, then you have the actual chains on your hands. The actual chains on our hands is the women, period. It's women, because that like there's nothing that we're gonna be able to do successful until we come together as people, number one. But you can't come together as people if you don't come together as families. So it has to start off with us having strong families. You know what I mean? Having good relationships with our parents. And then that leads into the next generation where we can now have good relationships with other people who have good relationships with their parents. If we don't have, like, I use myself for an example, right? My child's mom, her parents' life is completely, you know what I mean? They've almost never been together since they've been together. I mean, since she's been born. Her grandmother is the exact same way. My mom is the exact same way. My dad's the exact same way. So guess what? When we had a kid, her natural inclination is, well, we're supposed to be in broken families. She doesn't know anything else besides I'm supposed to have a kid with somebody, then take them away, and then, you know what I mean? And then the families are separated, you know? So, and it's not like a huge deal because, you know, I go over above and beyond for my son, but the reality is that, like, this is like the first line of defense that we have against any attack coming, right? Like, the reason why other societies weren't able to succumb to this was because people didn't get their information from school, right? Or get their information from, like you said, like the feminist group or whatever their message board is. They got their information from their family. You know what I mean? When somebody came and told them something, they would oh, how does my family feel about this? And this even goes back, this even goes into voting. My bad. This even goes into voting a little bit, right? Yeah, like why didn't they used to let women vote, right? Or why did they only used to let property owners vote? Because it wasn't just women; it used to be only property owners, and that's because it was one vote, one family. You know what I mean? There was no. And think about how much division is in between families right now politically, right? One person's buying one. All this. It's all different, basically tactics to divide the family. When you divide the family, you divide the individuals, and that's how it's easy. It's literally like once you do that, then all the propaganda comes in. You know, like I said, there's no propaganda. Like for me, I can't be propagandized because I grew up with my father. Now, I didn't grow up with my mom, so that kind of like, you know, my relationship with women is a little bit weird. But because I have my dad in my household, nobody can propagandize me. When you tell me something, I think about it for myself. I make my own decision. You know what I mean?
Yes, you got that right. And isn't it funny how they go through the women to install the bullshit things that they install, right? They go through the women and the whole feminist bullshit that was like, I remember when that came around in Sweden, it was like in 2014 or something. They were saying like, we want equality. I was thinking, what the fuck are they talking about? Like,
right.
They get treated better than men in the West. Like, if we're gonna talk about the Middle East, that's a different. Yeah.
Right.
Middle East, that's an argument. You know, like they got this whole thing over their head and stuff. But the West, you're gonna defend that point.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll defend that point.
And honestly, and I was gonna say, and I kind of will too, but I'll let you finish. Go ahead, I'll let you finish. Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm not saying I'm for or against. I'm okay. I will say I'm against it if it's forced. I don't like anything that is forced, really, because I believe forcing is great. Oh yeah, that's another thing we have to say.
This is a real, and I'm glad we're having this conversation on Rumble and not on YouTube right now.
Well, it is on YouTube too, Ross.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Then, like, well, I'm gonna try to at least keep it. So the reality is, right? Like I said, to be as sensitive and as straightforward as possible, right? Me personally, I don't believe in force either, right? I don't believe in it, right? However, right, life isn't perfect. That's just the reality, right?
Okay.
I mean, I give this, like, I always use this example. Should I not have to force my kid to not run in the street or not, you know what I mean, or eat his vegetables? No, I shouldn't have to force him, right? But the reality is God, or whatever you believe in, the universe, right? Biology, if you believe in biology, right? If you believe that materialism is the end all be all, then you have to look at biology as some kind of superseding force, right? All right, fine. So I'm stronger and more intelligent than my son because I am responsible for him. So if I don't force him to go in the right direction and something bad happens to him, whose fault is it? It's mine, right? So the reality is that it's unfortunate, but it is what it is, right? Our burden as men is we were given dominion over the planet, right? There's a lot that comes with that, right? Like responsibility-wise. And the number one thing, like I said, that's why I said the rubber hits the road, is turning the women away from the men. But that happens when you make the men weak, all right? As the leader of your household, like I said, I don't necessarily believe in force, all right? But you have to have clearly defined boundaries, right? Which in a sense is a way of force, right? Because think about it, they even try to, like the Harvey Weinstein thing, right? He literally got put in prison because he said, look, here's your ultimatum. You either do this or you don't get this. They chose to get this, and that's technically force. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right? So
that's business. I said it from the beginning. That's business. That's you want to be independent. You want to be business mindset. That's business. You give the one thing that's it's like give and take. That's business.
Right.
Go.
Let me just wrap that thought. So the reality is that when you're dealing with your family and household, you have to take on the big responsibility of I'm in charge of everybody. I have to lay my life down for everybody. I have to go outside and work, right? I have to do everything to keep this family straight. Likewise, right? It's a lot of responsibility that comes with it, but likewise, if something happens, right? And I don't make the hard decision to tell my family, no, we're doing this, period. And then we make a mistake, it's my fault. I can't blame the woman at all. Everything that's going on in society, the feminist movement is where it's happening at. It's always our fault. It's always our fault. Period. It's always come down to the man. So that's why I'm like, the force thing, like it's a sticky subject, because now it's like, do I sacrifice us because I don't want to force you to do something that's good for you? Hey, question for a higher power. You know what I mean? Question for a higher power.
Hey, we might have a new Andrew Tate on the rise here.
Yeah.
Hey, I hope not.
A little dark skin.
Come on, he's not bad.
Yeah.
He's not bad. Listen, I agree with the kids thing, that they don't know better, and they have to develop their free will with, when they grow up, eventually when they become old enough that they can, make their own free will decisions. Yes, but are you saying that the woman is kind of like kind of like a child?
kind of like. Do you deal with dude? I'm like, man, I don't know how many women you deal with on a daily basis, dog. But
no, I have a wife now.
Okay.
Good one. Very good one.
And congratulations, because to find a good wife is a great thing. To find a good wife is a great thing. Me personally, I'm as far as you can get away from a wife as possible.
We're gonna talk about that. I want to talk about that, but later. But go into your thought.
Well, I deal with women. I deal with women on every side of the spectrum, right? Whether it's business or in relationships, right? I have women that are 21 and just complete loopy. You know what I mean? I have women that are 40. Like there's a woman that I know and deal with intimately that's pretty much 40. She works for one of the biggest companies here in my town, right? I mean, on paper, a brilliant woman. She is a dumb bimbo. She's a dumb bimbo. Well, I mean, if we're behind closed doors, give it 3 seconds. She's gonna say something dumb, or she's gonna ask me a dumb question. I'm gonna have to look at her like, please be quiet. You know what I mean? And my mom, I don't know if you guys know Fresh and Fit, right? But
yes, I know that.
Okay, so I called in the Fresh and Fit a few times, right, just to chat with them. And the first time that I was on there, of course, trying to be funny, right? I'm like, look, I don't care what you guys say, right? As a woman, it don't matter how smart you get, you're always gonna have that little girl brain. Like my mom is a retired woman, very, very successful, right? I'm like, she's the R word, right? We're on YouTube, right? She is the R word for sure. And I tell her all the time. She says stuff.
The tard.
She's tardy. There you go. She's tardy. That's my word for the R word, right? She's tardy because it still means slow, right? Beautiful. She's tardy. Then dude, she's as brilliant as it gets. You will not find a woman more brilliant than my mom, or at least like she's right there on that level, So like I said, at the risk of being like, yeah, they are all children and they want to be treated like that. Think about it. They're saying we want to be equal. It's like, no, you don't, right? Because think about it. What if we said, all right, fine, you can be equal, but when the draft comes, all the women have to get drafted.
You're like, equal? Fuck that shit.
Right? All the women get drafted. Oh, no. You're not going to do that. All right. Well, when a robber comes, right? Or when the bill comes, right? How many women want to pay the bills, you know what I mean, for the rest of their lives, or even half the bills? They don't want to do that. So it's like, that's what they want to be treated like children, right? They want special treatment here and do this for me here. But then at the same time, but I want to be treated like an adult here. But no, you can't have it both ways. So if you want me to provide, go ahead. How
much do you think that has to do with the DNA of women? Like if you're gonna go back to the cave days or whatever you want to say, like they want to find a man that will take care of her and the kid in a cave or whatever. Like how much do you think that has a part of it? You know what I mean? That they have this installed in their DNA to be taken care of, sort of like a child in a sense. In a sense,
I honestly believe that you can almost chop, unless you start dealing with what higher power is involved. I think that you can almost chop it up completely to biology. That's what I said about you can't be mad, right? Or you can't be mad at man's ability to use the R word over women. Understand what I'm saying, right?
Which R word are you talking about now?
I'm talking about the other R word now, the bad one, right? The one that
great.
Won't say. Yeah, right.
Just put a G.
Okay, yeah. The great, right? Think about it. Now, I think it's awful. I would never do that, of course, right? But God or biology or our DNA endowed us, man, with the ability to make sure that our species will survive regardless of how you feel about it. I did not give myself that power. You understand what I'm saying? Biology did that. So it's like, look, if she gets emotional and was like, I don't want to do this anymore, we're not going to reproduce. Biology said, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. Now, I'm not saying that that's right in a civilized world, but that is the facts. All right.
Yeah.
So whatever, like, so biology, yeah, you're right. Biology made them weaker than us, so that way they can't defend themselves against us. Biology made them need to rely on us, right? Biology made us need to rely on them. We need to rely on them to keep our. So it's a dual thing between us, but it's a question for a higher power. God, evolution, biology, whatever you believe in, it made us to where we're here now. To where if I'm not a civilized human being, what are you guys really gonna do about it? Like I make this example with some of my women that are extremely feminist, extremely independent, right? When they try to get to, I'm like, look, think about it like this, right? You guys are all on this high horse, like, oh, I can do this. What if every man on the planet, every man got together and said, all right, we're done, this is over. Every woman on the planet has to be quiet from now on. All you guys be quiet, don't talk. All you do is have sex, make babies, and that's it. What would they be able to do? It would
nothing.
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. Not that we would do that, but you have to recognize that is innate in us. Now, how we react to that information,
Yeah, and I also do think women in general are more stupid than men. I do think so. I'm not saying that just because I'm a man and they're a woman. I'm just saying it from observation.
Right.
Like I used to say this thing. In general, I think men are more honest than women. In general,
right.
I'm not talking about these beta males. I think beta males, they're kind of like a woman in a man's body, in a sense. Like,
yes,
there's something wrong with them. So I'm not talking about those types of males. I'm talking about real men. Real men in general are way more honest than women, because women tends to bullshit a lot. Like
I'll tell you like this. It goes back to biology again, right? Because that's their defense mechanism against us, or right? Well, let's just say against us, right? Like they don't have the ability to overcome a man with strength. They really don't have the ability to overcome a man by just outsmarting him, right? So what they have to do, they have to manipulate and lie. And I'm not saying that this makes them less, and I don't necessarily think that they're dumber overall, right? In the particular areas that we focus on, because we're men, yes, women are completely deficient, right? But I'm sure you know that like there's a whole nother area of life that's called socialism, right? Or not socialism in the government sense. I mean that our social interactions between each other are extremely important, right? And they determine a lot our ability to mate and reproduce, right? And women have this like from birth, right away. Matter of fact, like okay, so this is a good example. One of my young chicks, right? That anyways, when we first started messing around, I knew that she kind of liked me or whatever, right? But I'm still kind of putting her through the ringer, right? I want to make sure that she's the type of person that can follow directions and all that, right? Literally, like there was like 4 or 5 different instances where like she's like legitimately trying to just like throw it at me, and it's like she's just giving me a bunch of sexual energy, but I'm so focused on what I'm doing and I'm just like ignoring it or not seeing it. And not that I would like have changed otherwise, but I'm just saying that I didn't even see it. You feel me? It's like it took me till afterwards to realize like, oh wow, she was like really pushing up on me. I mean, there's a lot of body language things that I don't miss because as a man, I'm not necessarily focused on that. I'm focused on the details of life and how that fits into what I'm doing. But so there's a lot of other stuff going on that women pick up right away. They like another quick example, right? Like my child's mom, we were in a relationship with another woman, right? And instantly when we started messing with that woman, she instantly was like, this chick is like, she wants this, that, and the third from you. And I'm like, that's crazy.
Hold on, did you guys have swinger type of thing?
No, not swingers, but
like a throuple situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to be a wild boy back in the day, man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we all have been, If you're a dude, you're gonna be wild at some point. How old are you, by the way, if I can ask? Like, I'm 39.
39? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Hey, you look good for 39, man. I am 31, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't celebrate my birthdays. I don't celebrate my birthdays, so I honestly never know.
Me either. I forget them. Yeah, that's right.
This has been a very like jokey thing on this channel. I want you to guess how old I am. Go ahead.
All right. So just because of the way you framed the question, right?
Don't
You're either.
analyze it, man.
Oh,
Be a woman. Be a woman.
no, all right, if I had to guess just by looking at you, I'm gonna say like 28. You look like 28.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty
How old
close.
are you?
25.
25?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say you either are younger than you look, or you're way older than you look. But to me, you look right around 28 though. So yeah.
I can see that. Yeah, way older or way younger. Yeah, yeah. Interesting.
Okay.
Ashman, did you have anything to add here?
Well, about the woman thing.
Yeah.
Well, we talked a lot of stuff.
Women,
I thought.
women are they more are they as intelligent or not?
I would
Or
say
as honest?
the smartest people in this world are men. The most stupid people in this world are men. I would say women
Yeah.
just come in the
Yes.
middle, something like
Yeah.
that, in the middle.
That's very
I would say
accurate.
that.
Yes.
In
I
the
agree with that 100%.
in that manipulative but not smart, naive but not aggressive, that type of, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, so that's
I
why
agree.
that's why it's dangerous to let women decide in
Oh
big
yeah,
subjects,
Yeah.
like
emotions, man.
important things. Like I don't. That's not good. And like women don't even like to have women bosses. They kind of hate having a woman bossing over them.
Yeah.
Even they want a man as a boss. It's weird.
Yeah. There was
Yeah.
this one. There was this one interview that I was watching with Zerka and somebody else. I don't remember his name off the top of my head, right?
Yeah.
I will give him credit for this though, because it was very powerful what he said. They were talking about why women can't really be in power, and I've never connected this to women. I always talk about this in terms of weak men, because I grew up in a family of super aggressive men, right? Like fighting and yelling all the time. Like I was raised by my dad and a bunch of brothers and stuff, right? And so I never feel the need to flex power over people, right? Because it's just like it's not really a thing, right? It's like, we get mad, we fight, whatever, and then we get over it, right? But when I'm around weak people, right, or people who they never got women, or they were never aggressive, they never played sports. The minute they get a little bit of power over somebody, they're gonna flex it as hard as they can because they're not used to having that, right? Me, when I get too much power over people, I start feeling weird. I start feeling like, okay, well, let me even out some of this power because I actually have real power in life. In life, I don't walk around with other people encroaching on me, and so I can't imagine being in a situation where I would want to take advantage of somebody else. But other
That's
people,
interesting. Yeah.
The other people, when they feel like they're getting taken advantage of all the time, once they get in that position of power, here they go, right? And I feel like that a lot of times with the people who run the tech industry right now. I think that's why the tech industry is so
full of geeks.
There you go, right? Because they were getting made fun of the whole time. Now they run the world. They're like, I'm putting the pressure on you guys, right?
They fucking run the world now. Geeks running the world. That's fucked up, man.
And it's facts, though. It's like whether we like it or not, it is true, right? And women are the same thing. And I think so. This all connects, right? Because who do the geeks put in power when they get in power? Who has control over them?
Women.
The women that they never got, right? The women, right? Dude, I watch Shark Tank all the time. Dude, I swear to God, at least once a season, you'll see a super bad chick go in there with a dumb business idea, right? A dumb business idea. She already has $10 million worth of funding. They're like, how do you have $10 million invested in your company? Oh, I come from Silicon Valley. Exactly. She's a bad chick. You understand what I'm saying? So those women right now, they get in power, and they're the same thing because women don't have power, right? They're not born. Well, they do have power over their kids, and that's why women are very often tyrants over their kids when there's no man in the house. You know what I mean? Because now that's what you put them in a little bit of power, and then they take advantage of it, right? Last thing on this, right? This is what the guy who was doing the interview with Zerka said. He said that this is one of the reasons why queens are so tyrannical over kings is because think about it, if you're a king, right? As a king, you're still a man. So any man can just come kill you. Your guard can come kill you. A peasant can come kill you because it's always a man versus a man. But if you're a woman, the average man is not going to come up and kill a woman. So when a woman is in power, there's an imbalance there because there's no checks and balances or fear that a man will come kill her if she's a tyrant. You know what I mean? And Zerka, I think Zerka might have elaborated on this. Zerka was like, when I'm a bouncer and I'm paying everybody, I just give everybody fair, right? Because I don't want somebody to come stab me over $100. That's ridiculous,
Yeah,
right?
that would be
But as
stupid.
a woman, right? But as a woman, nobody's gonna come stab you, and then the men that you put in power will protect you. So as a woman, you end up just making other men fight.
That's true.
That's why they didn't used to let women get involved in politics, because at the end of the day, if we're arguing over something as important as politics and we can't come to an agreement, you know what we have to do after? We have to fight. We have to fight. So as a woman, you cannot be there talking about this, encroaching on people, you know, saying what you're gonna do. Like, I hate when I hear women on TV talking about, "Oh, we should go to war." We should, like, what? What do you mean we should go to war? You're not going to war. My bad, I digress. But
I love
that's
it.
an important point.
I love this, Ross. Yeah, I love
weed
this.
is kicking, man. Nice.
Oh yeah. By the way, let me just ask you. You know, when I smoked that stuff, I really like the ones. I think it was sativa or whatever. The ones that go high. I didn't really like the one that make me slow, because I like to be on speed. I'm already speed when I'm natural, but that shit just goes on another gear and like, you know, go all kinds of crazy. How are you in that? Like,
Well, so I mean, with me, it is the same effect, right? But because I've been smoking so long, I can't smoke sativa anymore. You think so? Like sativa is for sativa is for people who are like lighter smokers. You know what I mean? And because it's not really going to be too heavy on your whole body, right? But no bullshit. I've been smoking since I've been like 11, 12 years old.
Dude, I totally get it. I totally get it.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't you? I mean, okay. Let me just say
let's
this.
put a disclaimer.
People,
come on.
You
don't know kids are watching this.
Oh yeah. And
no
this is all comedy. It's all comedy. These are all comedy. Jokes. These are all jokes.
We don't mean anything we say. We mean everything the opposite. Yeah. We love feminists. Women are smarter than men.
I'm a feminist. I'm a feminist.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm gonna go on a women's march soon. I don't know when it is, but soon. But hey, let me just ask you quickly. Do you do music? It looks like you do music or shit. What the fuck? Yeah. That's cool. That's awesome. You know, I'm a composer as well.
You think you're a composer?
Absolutely. I've been doing music since I was 17, but I never went to school. I was self-taught. I just learned by.
You never went to school at all, or you never went to school for music?
I went to school, but I dropped out in I don't know what you call it in English, but like 11th grade. I don't know what it is. High school, above high school. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. 11th grade is
somewhere like that. Because I always hated school. I hated it because I was never liked to be forced to take in some information. But fuck that. But I'm talking about I was never schooled musically because I just tried the piano and and I got to figure out the chords and shit by myself. And I believe, I don't know how it is with you, but I believe, and I could be wrong, but I do believe strongly in this, that if I was to be schooled, that could have put a frame on my it could have put a cap on my composing.
Creativity.
Creativity. Yes, because they teach you this is how you're supposed to do it. Do the 4 chords. This is how everybody does it.
Yeah.
And now I just do whatever the fuck just comes out, and
right.
And in my opinion, that creates more unique stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I mean, and not to like connect it too hard, but this is the exact same thing that I was like, I guess, pointing out with Leo, right? Leo, I think, is a very smart guy, but because he went to school, right, his confidence is in his degree, right? He feels like, I'm somebody now because I know all of this. And so if you take all that away, then who is he? He's nobody. You know what I mean?
Yes. So when you threaten that, it's like you're threatening his whole existence. When you're challenging his thing. Yeah. Go.
Same money things.
What is that? Absolutely. Go ahead.
Just like with money, if you take somebody's money and that's all they have going for them. Yeah, I'll give you an example that we all know. If you take Andrew Tate's money, what are you gonna get? You're gonna get like a kickboxing world champion who's really good at chess, who's intellectual.
Yeah.
Literally, money doesn't have anything to do with it. With that guy, and that's what you aim. And that's what you have to aim to be in this life. Honestly, you can't just let one thing like stick you to the ground. You got to try to fly with a lot of a lot of other options. I mean, hobbies or things that, yeah. So
Yeah,
You know,
you gotta have
I
something.
definitely agree.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go, Ross.
I was just to answer your question specifically about the music.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I started off playing instruments as a young kid,
Really?
and saxophone like third grade, all the way up until like I started playing the trumpet when I was in seventh grade, trumpet and the piano, and so I know how to play a lot of instruments, right? But
Are
I
you
will say
that
with
guy with the saxophone?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Okay, go.
absolutely. Yeah, no, dude. So the funny part about it is like connected to what you're saying. Even as a kid, like I said, I've always been the type of person who did not let other people put like thoughts in my head. When somebody told me something, I'd be like, I always thought like, and I don't want to get into my whole background about why I'm like that, but it's in my DNA at this point because my son
please do.
is the exact same way. I can't even if I tell him to do something, he'll be like, all right, no, move. I got it. He doesn't want anybody to do anything for him. You feel me? And I've
That's
always
awesome.
been like that. Like I remember when I was in third and fourth grade, and I started playing the saxophone. They have a group in Fresno where I'm from called the Fresno's Finest, right? Where it's like they get the best kid, musicians, and they put them together, right? And so, I was in it 2 years, right, as a saxophone player, and literally like the whole time, I would just like every time we went to the rehearsals, I would just sit there and pretend like I was like rehearsing, you know what I mean? Just because I didn't like the idea of being like because in my band at my school it was only like 10 of us. So then I went to this huge band with like 100, 200 people. So I just sit there and I'm just like, I'm not following any instructions, whatever. You know what I mean? I just like in my heart of hearts, I just couldn't do that. You know what I mean? So then when I went to seventh grade, I was playing the tenor sax, right? And we were getting ready for a concert. And it took literally like 2 full days for the instructor to teach the trumpet players their trumpet part, right? So everything, like I learned all my shit first. Like as soon as I read it, I play it one time and I learn it, right? So I have to sit there for 2 days, right? Just holding my shit in my hand, watching these guys like struggle with the trumpet. And so I literally asked the instructor, I'm like, do you can I just play their part? And he like berated me in front of the whole class. Like, you never do that, boom, boom. So I swear to God, the next day I just picked up the trumpet. I picked up the trumpet and I learned how to like, I'm like, I can't allow people to put me in a box of what I'm supposed to do and how, you know what I mean? So I picked up the
That's
trumpet.
what I'm noticing. That's what I'm noticing about you, and I really love that. Right, Ashman? That's a fantastic thing to
That's
see.
beautiful, man. And I love the energy
Especially,
as well. I can see that you're very passionate about the stuff you do, and that's
I hate
what we
when people
need.
try to. I hate when people try to take down somebody's energy because I believe that is jealousy. They wish they had that energy. But hold on, let me ask. So saxophone, is that your main instrument? Is that what you do, like with the music?
I don't play any instruments anymore. Honestly, I was doing a lot of composition behind the scenes since I graduated high school. So when I graduated high school, I completely stopped. Well, I played the drums and the piano through college. You know what I mean, just like recreationally. But most of what I did was behind the scenes in the music business. So there's a few R&B artists and some rappers that I have worked with and have managed here and there. But mainly like writing and musical composition in the background. So that's why when you said you're a music composer, I'm actually curious about that. Number one, I want to know like what made you ultimately decide to pick it up and take it into like the composition side of it, and then who are your favorite musicians and music composers? I want to know the same thing for you too, Ashman.
Yeah. Okay. You want Ashman to go first, or
No, you go first.
Either way.
You're very much more interesting than me.
Do you play music too, Ashman?
Well, this is funny you ask. I used to play like what Vince plays, not the piano, but the keyboard.
Okay.
When I was young, I never stuck with it. Yeah, I never stuck with it.
Right.
My thing was sports and boxing. It was never music, sadly.
Honestly, it's crazy. Like I had all this natural music ability, but like I said, I grew up in a household of all boys, and so there was no way I was going to do anything but play basketball. You know what I mean? I was like,
and fight as well. You'd learn quickly how to fight too.
Yeah, I get that.
Dude, exactly. You know, so I definitely and what I was going to say too when you said you learn how to play the piano first. The piano is actually one of the best instruments to start off with.
I always say that.
Yeah.
I always say that. No. I say it this way.
Well, the keyboard too. The piano or the keyboard. Yeah.
Well, no, I say it this way. I say, and if you disagree, let me know. but I believe the piano is the best to compose complex songs in, because like the guitar,
100.
you have to, like, one hand you have to trigger the note, and then the other hand, but with the piano
and it's a painful process. It's a painful process playing the guitar.
Yeah, I think it's hard, but the
and
piano
violin as well. You have to be insanely talented to make a composition with a violin.
Yeah, but the piano, you got your fingers and you just press the,
A lot more freedom there. It's a lot more freedom there. You know what I mean?
Way more.
Like the saxophone is actually the same thing as the piano hand-wise, but you have to obviously blow in it too, right?
Yeah.
And it's not that hard. It's not as hard as the trumpet, because you just have to have one consistent stream of air. So it's like if you know how to play the piano, then you could play the saxophone when you learn how to, you know what I mean? But think about it, it's like if I could play the saxophone without blowing it, that's like 100 times easier. I don't have to use any of the brain power that I'm using on figuring out how to keep my breath correct. I can focus all the way just on the notes,
Yeah. So let me just tell you how I ended up quickly playing piano. I had an older brother who was kind of like, what would you call it? A little bit criminal, like a little bit.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
Yeah.
That's an amazing joke. Those liberals will be happy with that one.
Yeah, so one day he somehow found a keyboard. It was a Korg M3 or M1, I don't know what it was called.
Somehow.
And he found it and he brought it home and left it there and went out and did his things, and I was like, what?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm like, what is this? I was playing with this Korg piano thing, the keyboard, with earphones or what do you say, earbuds, and I started to just play with it, and I thought it sounded cool. So in the beginning, I only started with like one finger on each hand,
Right. No.
Yeah, I was like a monkey. I was like, I don't know what the hell I was doing. So, and then eventually I was figuring out, okay, this note and this note, they're the same, but one is higher and
one is higher and one is lower. Right.
Exactly. So then I figured out, like, okay, if I keep the lower one, like if I hold my hand or finger on the lower one, and then I was trying to figure out with the other hand, like what fits with this note. And then I started to switch that note to another one, and I started to figure that shit out. And then eventually I started to add another finger on the right hand, and start to do, what do you call it?
Chord.
Yeah, half of a chord. Like a chord is 3 ones, right?
Yeah.
So I was doing 2, and I was like, okay, this sounds like it fits.
Right. So you're saying you're doing 2 on one hand and 1 on the other, right?
Yes, the bass note.
So still, that's still technically a chord, right? So you have the bass, you know what I mean? So, but it's not maybe like like the close like major chords that you're.
Yeah, it's not a full one. Yeah, but
right.
yeah.
But like you said, like you picked that up without like having to be taught it, right?
Yes.
Because of course. Because initially, if you would have like went to school or training, they would have told you just play the chords that are right next to each other, right?
And that would have boxed me in.
Right. See, but what you're doing, like playing the chords with the deep notes, that's like Mozart and Beethoven type stuff.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like that's the advanced level stuff that you already were like, okay, if I do the deep note, okay, this can go with it over here, and you can still make a chord,
Yes, and let me tell you, Ross, I'm not bragging here, but I can do some complex. I can do some complex classical shit. I made an orchestral soundtrack for the Tarzan VR game.
Really?
It's like a VR. Yeah, it was like 3 years ago or something. And I'm really proud of that. I think actually the full soundtrack, I think it's the best of the whole Tarzan franchise, what I've heard. Like,
whoa,
I can vouch for that. I've listened.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
I gotta give you some pushback on that, my brother.
I know Phil Collins. Listen, I know Phil Collins has this Tarzan song, but I'm talking music.
Hold on. You say Phil Collins has a Tarzan song? No.
Yeah. Okay, we gotta go. Hey, listen.
That whole album is fire.
Ross, we can in the future we can do a stream where we can compare.
Oh no, we're doing that. We have to do that. I was gonna say, I literally have to go listen to to your album now because I listen to Baroque classical music more than almost any other genre, right? But
it's on Spotify.
I'm gonna go listen to it for sure, right?
Bars
I was
on
gonna
VR.
say that. I was gonna say that. Like, I'm gonna for sure listen to it. Then you said it might be the best soundtrack from any Tarzan. I'm gonna do it. Like I have a 5-year-old son, so I listen to these Disney songs.
Run the stuff by him, man.
I'm like, dude.
Listen,
I don't know.
I
Phil
can't
Collins,
play.
dog.
I can't play it right now because unfortunately, I am the composer, but I don't have the rights. Yeah. But do you know? Let me ask you quickly, Ross. Do you know if I can do a similar thing like Taylor Swift apparently did, this trash artist Taylor Swift? But she did. Apparently, she
re-recorded them.
Yeah. Can you do that? Like if I re-record these songs in a different type of way?
Yeah. As long as you don't use the pieces that they personally have ownership to. You have ownership over your content, right? So like if you played it, like whatever the contract is, right? They might have ownership over the actual composition of it, the actual recording of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do not have the like I am the composer of it,
but they own the recordings. So I think technically, legally, yeah, you should be able to do that. Legally, you should.
Then
But by the way, I just want to say for the record, I don't personally think that there's any morality or ethical nature of patents or copywriting anything, let alone especially not music. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a musician at heart, and so just imagine, right? If growing up we weren't allowed to learn how to play music by making other people's music. That's completely what music is. You know what I mean? And so
it's going crazy.
Yeah, although I'm a free market capitalist myself, I believe in laissez-faire business. I guess technically, to me, copywriting is not laissez-faire business. So I guess that goes hand in hand then, because I think that you're getting rid of people's ability to improve on products and make products better for the market. You know what I mean? Like if I make a song and I make it to where nobody can remake the song, all right, well, so now you're robbing us of possibly better music. You know what I mean? That's the point of the music. Not so you can make money off it. The point of the music is so that way we can have it, we can listen to it, and it can affect the world.
That is true.
Anyway, I just want to put that out there.
No. And I will also add to this. Let me see if you agree. Mm-hmm. I would say none of us really own any composition. We're just the discoverer of it because it's patterns, right? It's just patterns that are already out there, which means every song you can ever think of is already out in the ether or whatever you want to call it. You're just Indiana Jones.
The ether.
So you should only get the Indiana Jones credit. Like, the discoverer was Ross.
Yes. No. Yeah. Jay-Z says the same thing. I don't remember which video it was in, but it was in one of the videos he put out for the 444 album. He literally said, like, the music is like, he said what?
That's a sick album, man.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, absolutely classic album. And he said that the music is like the wind and we're the leaves, like the wind flows through us. You know what I mean? So we're not like actually making the wind. It's just coming through us, and I believe that wholeheartedly. And this is like back into the foundation of what I knew before I had even heard one flat earth debate. You know what I mean? I hadn't even heard one flat earth debate, but because of the information I was given and because what I knew, I understood that there was, a much deeper part, of who we are as quote unquote humans. You know what I mean? It's like we have a body, but we are not a body. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. We just have a body. Like, you have a hand, but you're not
exactly.
Your hand. So
we're gonna go into that, but let me just quickly wrap the music part up because we have to do a separate one talking about music because I think it's very interesting.
I'll tell you, I will like the music is probably the conversation that I need to be cut off the most because once I like music and politics, of course, music and politics. Once I start going, it's just like those are my two things. Like I've been playing the saxophone since I'm a baby. You know what I mean? And then composing music all the way. And politics, and not even just really politics, I guess, but just the history of lying. That's what I call politics.
History of lying.
It's the history of lying. It's literally just right. That's all it is. It's all rhetoric. You know what I mean? And so I specialize in rhetoric and I specialize in music.
Yeah. So let me just say, so I was playing with the keyboard, blah, 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 blah. I found it way more interesting than school. So I skipped school to run home and continue playing on that fucking keyboard. And eventually I started to record it with a badass, I'm talking bad computer, not a badass in a good way. Like a really bad computer with the first editions of Logic or whatever it was called. And I started to make techno music because I did not have any band members. So, machine.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
That's how you start.
Right.
But let me tell you this quickly. I just want to say this. Something happened. I can't really explain how it happened. But my biggest fans, I'm a biggest fan of Michael Jackson and Freddie Mercury from Queen. And so I started listening to Michael Jackson first, but then I discovered Freddie Mercury, and he plays like piano and is amazing.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm absolutely. I'm very familiar.
Yeah, Bohemian Rhapsody and whatever. So after I started to listen to that guy, Freddie Mercury, specifically, I went from these two fingers and one hand to start to be able to do
right.
I don't know why, because I think it was probably because I was trying to play his Bohemian Rhapsody song, and it started to get into my head somehow. And after that, I was starting to play with 3 fingers on each hand, and I was learning the chords on different scales and shit. So
he gave you the confidence.
I don't know what he did. He opened up something.
He gave you
because I truly believe you have to look at what are your inspirations and objectively, look, who do you think is the best?
Yes.
Be it in music or singing or composing, and then listen to that as much as you can and try to learn from that, because we are like imitating creatures. We try to imitate stuff, whether it's consciously or subconsciously. We do, take on things. So I would say always look up to the best in whatever it is, be it music, whoever it is, whatever subject, it's a topic or whatever. Look up to the best in that, and don't listen to what you should look up to. You figure out who seems to be the best in that. And also, you have to like it, of course.
Right.
You can't go after something you don't like. But anyways, but we're gonna go into that in another stream. It's gonna be way interesting because I have a lot of things to say about music, and I bet you do as well. And I don't know, Ashman, maybe.
I just want to comment on what you just said. I wrote that down. Always look up to the best. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
That's like, that's
super
like,
important.
Exactly. And I do that in my everyday life, but it's like, it's good for me to hear somebody else say it. So now, like, it's like,
oh, you cut off.
Thought is recognized, and I can write it.
You cut off. Go back 10 seconds. You cut off there. Yeah, go back.
Okay.
You write it down. Yeah.
Okay. I was saying it's good to recognize. Let me see if I can adjust this.
To hear it from somebody else's view. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good to hear somebody else say it, so I can like recognize it and then write it down. But I think I don't know if you've ever heard of the 100 monkey syndrome.
Yes. But you can say
I think what you're talking about with the Freddie Mercury, I think it's that. So you already heard of it. So I think it's just like, once we see that somebody else can do something, it's like, like,
it opens up.
So now I know it's possible for me to do it. But once you accept that it's possible, that's all you need. You know what I mean? That's all you need.
Yes.
I just want to make that last comment. Yeah.
Great fucking point. And also, the opposite of that. If you listen to garbage, then guess what? Garbage will enter you. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I am like I'm very strict in what I listen to. Like, I have a music reaction channel, and I'm like one of the harshest reactors you will ever see.
Really?
Like, if I think something is garbage, I say it. Yeah. I say, this is garbage. I think it's absolute noise. And listen, that's not the smartest thing you should do as a reaction channel. Let me tell you that quickly. Let me tell you the formula really for reaction channels. Never do anything I do. Never do never say anything bad about any song or artist, because all you're doing is fucking it up for yourself. Because the most successful reaction channels, they just praise everything. And if they have,
them.
huh?
I mean, yeah, they just praise them, right.
Yeah, because why shouldn't they? Like, because all they get is likes, subs, and shares. Shares. They get shared, liked, and sub. So when you get liked, apparently the YouTube will push you even more. You know, like, oh, you like this? Well, how about this one from the same reactor? You know? But I couldn't do that because I just couldn't sit there and lie. I just couldn't say, oh, this is going on my playlist. Fuck no. Fuck no. I could barely sit there and listen to it in the 5 minutes I was listening to it. But anyways, what was I talking about here? Oh, yeah. I'm very picky to what I listen to because I believe I don't think everything is good. I think some stuff is bad for you, like the satanic bullshit that is going on in the music industry right now. Did you see the Super Bowl shit? So a bunch of no, I didn't see it either, but I saw on Twitter a bunch of you know,
it's a bunch of weird stuff.
Yeah, it's always satanic, red and fire and the horn signs and the cross upside down and shit that, man.
You know, I'll tell you, dude. Like one of my favorite artists of all time, and still right now, is The Weeknd. You know, when The Weeknd first came out, I have this story about two different artists. Right, it's gonna sound crazy, but I promise it's true. Right, when The Weeknd first came out, just somebody that I knew happened to just start listening to him. And I was showing everybody his music, like, this guy is going to be one of the greatest artists. Everybody was like, wow, he sounds just like Michael Jackson. He sucks. You know, I mean, obviously he's like one of the biggest artists ever now.
Do you know he's auto-tuned, Ross?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But I like his music though. You know what I mean? Like you know, the thing about me, the thing about me being a musician, which is why I laugh when you tell people their music is trash. Even if people's music is whack, it's honestly very rare that I hear any kind of music that I don't at least like some part of it. Because I'm you know what I mean? I don't know. I just like, so that's it's fun. Like, even though, like I said, I wouldn't want to watch that to hear you tell me their music is trash. I don't know if I really could ever tell somebody their music is trash. Because like I said, I don't know if I ever like have heard music that I honestly felt like it was trash. Like maybe like it's not all the way there or whatever I mean. That's hilarious to me.
Well,
so
listen, go Ashman. Yes.
Basically, Ross is the cup is half full, and Vincent's the cup is half empty when it comes to reactions and music. That's basically what it is.
The music for sure.
Well, I'm a little bit like this. I love music so much that I don't really like when it's becoming disrespected or something. I don't know how to say it, but to me it feels like there are just some songs that are just making fun of the art of music, like dude, at some point I have to call that shit, you know, at some point I have to call that noise. It's like, dude, you know, what the fuck?
What's that supposed to be though?
I don't know. I'm just saying something. I don't even know.
Hey, look, no, I feel the same way. You know, I do believe that music has to have a rhythm. It has to have, you know, if you're gonna change tones or change, you know, tempos, you have to have movements in it. I believe in that. You know, I believe that everything should be structured and it should be a pleasant listening experience. So
you know what I hate? You know what I hate, Ross? I don't know if you know about the 4 chords. There is this pattern called the 4 chords. I don't know what it is in music theory, whatever it's called in music terms, but it's basically 4 chords that everybody uses. And there is a good video on it that you can watch actually on YouTube, which is called the axis of 4 or the axis of
axis of awesome.
Yeah. The axis of awesome. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen that, but that one.
I haven't seen it, but I'm familiar with what you're talking about. Because I mean, me being a Weeknd fan, that's actually one of the Christian people used to say all the time. It's like he just uses the same, you know, few notes, which he does.
Yeah,
you know,
he does. And I'm one of those guys that I detect it by just listening it. I'm like,
exactly. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I've never seen it, but I'm like, I recognize that everybody's playing on the same notes.
Yeah,
but it's like what you're saying about the reaction channels, though, right?
Yeah.
Most people are running a business, so you
Yes.
have to feed your customer base. There's
Yeah.
just no way around it. If you want to be successful in business, you have to do that.
And that's 100% true. But I just, I was like a kid. I was like, okay, reaction. I guess, what is a reaction? It's like I'm showing you something and you giving me a reaction, right?
Right.
That is
Right.
what the definition of a reaction is, right?
Right.
But boy,
Exactly.
was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
No, that's not how reactions work. Reactions work that everybody does pretty much the same shit, and they become a clown while they're saying good stuff about people's songs, and that's how it works, and that's how they get 1 million subs or whatever. But anyways, yeah, okay. No. Finish your thought.
Okay, hold on. I was gonna say, do you do your reaction by yourself, or you guys do it together?
Well, I have had many guests on.
Okay.
I would love to have you on if you want.
Yeah. Definitely. I was gonna say maybe to like make it a little softer, like you get a woman in there or something, right? So that
are you calling yourself a woman, man?
No. The other part of that is the other side of that is that you need somebody that is a little bit softer on the music, right? So of course, like I said, my natural inclination is to be softer on the music, but like a woman's presence just makes things overall better. You know what I mean? And
yes,
so, I agree. They women are more inclined to say they like everything. They be like, yeah, I like that. I like that too. I like that. You know what I mean? So it can be yeah, go ahead.
I agree, but I did try that with my wife. The problem is my wife is not that far away from me. Like
she's very, very
she's not exactly like me, but she hates many things I hate in music.
Right.
So
and she's not afraid to express herself.
No. That's the only way she could be with me. And I wish I could tell you how we met, me and my wife, but basically,
for another time.
Yeah, for another time. It's gonna take 50 years. But basically, she's not one of these women that just acts like the guy. She has her own mind. And trust me when I say this, I have tested this shit out. I would never marry anybody that is pretending to be like me, because I've been through relationships like that, where you thought the woman was like you, and then eventually one day she switched.
Exactly. Oh, right? Hey, every relationship I've ever been in has been completely like that, and like I said, at one point, me and my child's mom were in a relationship with another woman. She knew that was the only way she could be in a relationship with me, so she pretended to be that until she got what she wanted, and you know what I mean? And I will say just lastly on that, for anybody listening, dude, like, you don't really have to have a set philosophy on how to get the perfect woman. All you have to do is test her. That's all you got to do is test her and put, like, don't be afraid to take that L. Don't be afraid to give her an opportunity to show that she's willing to do something for you, and recognize when she's not willing to do it. That is the hardest thing. If you can do that, then you really can, decipher through these women to find a good woman. I know tons of women that literally, like, they will seem like the perfect woman, but I know that the men that I ask them to do something, it might not even be something that difficult. I could be like, look, I need you to do this at this time. Won't cost any money, nothing. It's just that it's not in them to follow directions. And so that lets me know it's like, you could never be my wife. Never. You know what I mean?
You know what I know, quickly, what I figured out is this. Before I met my wife, and not to go long into this, but before I met my wife, whenever I met a woman, I was putting on some, not an act, but, I was playing better than I was, or
right.
I don't know how I should say it, but I wasn't.
Out here we call that running game. You feel me? Use running game.
Yeah, game.
Yeah. That's right. I'm gaming these hoes up.
Yes. The problem with running a game is, I say it like this: when you go out to the market to find somebody that fits you, let's say you hold a sign and other women are holding a sign.
Right.
The sign sign that you're holding, if that's somebody else, you're gonna attract somebody that likes that sign that you have. right?
There you go.
So you're
That's
attracting the wrong person to you.
Yep.
So
Yep.
your sign should be your real face. Like it should be you. Because how else is the person that actually fits you? How else are they going to find you if you're not standing there with the sign of your true self? Do you know what I mean? Because
that was very well said. Very
right?
well said.
So you have
Yes.
that's how you can even it can even be possible to find somebody that fits you, is if you actually show who the fuck you are. If you don't do that, you're gonna end up time and time again into these relationships that breaks up after a year or half a year or whatever it is, because you haven't shown your true fucking self. Now, that is what, when I did that, that was when I finally found my wife. And it's just, it's like, and nothing I've ever been with before. And, but anyways, we can talk about that later. Just my point is, be yourself, or you're going to end up in a lot of relationships that breaks up. It's
right. And you also have to improve yourself too. You know what I mean? Like I would say, be yourself, but be the yourself that you see yourself being. You know what I mean? Be the yourself that you want to be. Like I said, don't be that fake person, but challenge yourself to be the person that you really see yourself as in the end. Who do you see yourself as when it's all over? Like who, that real grown man pinnacle of yourself. See yourself as that, be yourself, and then be that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, of course. So let's move on to when did you wake up, Ross? And Ashman, if you have questions, ask. Yes.
Do you mean to anything specifically, or do you just mean like in general?
Wake up to the things that are going on in the world regarding conspiracies, regarding the elites running shit. When did you wake up to that?
Okay, so I'm gonna try to keep it short because again, it's been my life for a long time. You know what I mean? Like me and my dad used to sit at the table and talk about politics when I was in 6th and 7th grade. You know what I mean? Just like understanding what's going on in the world, And I would have to say that the moment that the beginning of me waking up, right, is me being the first generation of kids to have a cell phone, right? Me and my older brother got a cell phone at the same time. You know what I mean? Think about it. He's 3 years older than me, right? So he was like, I don't know, maybe like 9th grade, and it was like, all right, now it's time for kids to get phones, right? And I was in 7th grade at that time, or 6th grade. So I had a phone. And then I was making my own money back then. You feel me? That's a very, very long story. But as a kid, I had my own money, buying my own school clothes, for real, right? And so
hold on. Let me ask you: were you around the time where we had telephones at home? So you were around that time as well.
Yeah. So I'm saying like that transition that happened from nobody had a cell phone anywhere under any circumstance. Everybody we didn't even have a computer in our house. You know what I mean? When I was a kid, right? One house phone, right? And then when I was in 7th grade, we all had cell phones. That's what I'm saying. Everybody in the house had a cell phone by the time I was in 7th grade. And so I bought, that's right. You understand what I'm saying? Like I saw the world change right before my eyes, right?
And remember, it's called a cell phone, like we're prisoners. Everybody in the prison got their own cell phone. Yeah, but
right. Yeah. Well, and that's like, for most people, that is true, in my case, it actually it freed me a little bit because I grew up in a very religious household and I was a very religious kid. You know what I mean? For real. Like I even some people know this, but I was actually a virgin until I was almost 19. Because I was religious. Yeah, I was religious. Well, and I guess not technically. I just I was still doing other stuff, but I in my religious way, I wanted to preserve myself because I really felt like that's in my heart of hearts. So it took me until almost 19 to get over that, right? So what freed me though, like I said, I got a cell phone. I had my own money. I went on eBay and I bought a BlackBerry. Right? I remember that. I bought a BlackBerry.
Okay, BlackBerry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had a regular phone, but then I had a BlackBerry. That gave me the ability to Google stuff. Swear to God. And the internet was free reign back then. You could actually Google stuff and pull up. Like you could pull up on almost anything on Google back then. You know what I mean?
I remember.
So I had a BlackBerry 7th and 8th grade.
Yeah.
Every time my dad would say something to me, that I would just Google it. And instantly me and my dad would get into arguments and fights about stuff. Because I was already the type of guy that didn't like other people telling me, like I had my own money. So it's like my relationship with my dad was a lot different. You feel me? So when I was able to Google stuff, he would say stuff and I'd be like, I don't think that's correct. You know what I mean? I don't think that's correct. And so, dude, that led me until like when I was in high school, I was like full on conspiracy theory. Like I was like, like all the Illuminati stuff.
Which year would you say this was? Like 2000
sophomore year, junior year.
Do you remember like 2000?
By the time I was a senior, I was over it. By the time I was a senior, I was like over that already.
Yeah, but you don't remember which year it was, like 2005.
Well, I graduated in 2010, so this would have been like 2007, 2008, right around that time. I was like full on like when Michael Jackson died, I was like full on. They killed Michael Jackson. Oprah's in the Illuminati. They're sacrificing babies. I'm trying to tell you, this is me in 2008, 2009. Yeah.
So once you woke up to that shit, did you have a hard time, telling this to friends or people?
No,
like,
hell no. No, I was like that. I was the guy that like I would read something one day and the next day I'm telling like, have you guys read about like I had no?
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh no, I'm not doubting that. I mean, did you have a hard time when you told your
getting
friends?
them to accept it?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I would say probably, but I was already the type of person that I understood that people could only take so much of me because I'm just like always on all the time, and it is difficult for me to understand how other people aren't like that. You know what I mean? So it's like even like the people that I used to make music with, right? Like it's like they're like when we're making music, I'm like locked in, 100% intense. Try this. No, try it over. And they're like, oh, I think that's good. Let's just move on. I'm just like, all right, whatever. You feel me? It's like, yeah. Like, I can talk about that all day. But when it comes to the conspiracy stuff, I already knew that I'm the type of person that comes up and I'm talking to people and eventually they're gonna be like, all right, we get it, bro. We get it. You know?
Yeah.
So I've always been that type of guy where it's like, I'm like, well, I don't really care. I'm gonna tell you anyway. And so you can't never say I didn't say it to you. You can't say I didn't tell you when I heard about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you're like throwing a seed of truth. Ashman, did you want to say something?
No, man, I'm just listening. This is good, yeah.
Hold on. Let me.
When I want to ask a question, I'll say.
Okay, you just jump in with it. Praline Queen,
Yeah,
hello guys. Are you guys starting a new channel? And are you all already friends? I mean, listen.
That's adorable.
I think people like us, we can just how do you call it? Yeah, you just this is the first time we talk, but we can just you know what I mean?
There's that natural chemistry.
Yeah, it's like you're on the same kind of a wavelength or whatever. But and then it goes just smoothly. And but then there are people where you just can't connect with, like that Mr. McAsshole. McAsshole. Right. There's just something with it. Okay, so once you learned about the conspiracies,
right?
The good and bad thing about it is you can't let it it will never go away once you've learned it. It's basically truth. It's basically the same thing with truth. Once you learn the truth, you can't go back, and that's what the Globies don't understand, because once you've learned about the flat Earth, which seems to be the truth, by the way, you can't go back to that nonsense. You're sneezing. Oh yeah.
No, sorry about that.
Yeah. I was like, is he moving a table or something?
No. My bad. I was trying to figure out how to but yeah.
We're humans, man. Listen. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, that's why when we learned about the globe, the flat Earth, I mean, we can't go back to the globe. They're like, listen, stop with this flat Earth bullshit and come back to the globe. You're looking like an idiot. I'm like, you're the idiot, fool. What do you think? I wasn't on your side before? Like, that's baffling to me. They don't understand that we've all been on the globe before. It's not, you know what I mean? How can they not understand that? It's crazy.
Yeah, and honestly, and it's such a funny story. Like for me, like I said, because so like after I was like just like, all right, I'm over the Illuminati stuff and all that, right? I went to school and I started really focusing like narrowing in completely on business. And like I went to school for political science, and so obviously I transitioned into like just complete political, I won't even say conspiracies, but political history. You know what I mean? 'Cause I consider myself a historian, and I consider myself an understudy of the great Tom Woods, who is a
I could
Harvard
see you
graduate.
as a teacher as well. One of these
Right.
good teachers. I could see. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
but continue. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I listen to a lot of lectures all day. I'm listening to lectures from Harvard professors and all these people, hearing what they're saying. So, when I went to college, I got really heavy into like the political history that was being hidden from us, right? And that's when I obviously realized that, all right, so this whole political system, everything that we're doing government-wise is just completely immoral, just 100% trick. You know what I mean? And so, like, I once I finished my political science degree and then I switched my majors, I started focusing completely on business, and I started meeting, people who were extremely wealthy, and to make a long story short, I met some people who were, serious millionaires who were being mentored by serious billionaires. And they didn't give me the information that the earth wasn't a globe, but they gave me the info that I needed that led me on that path. I'll say one of the people's name is Kevin Trudeau, right? Like they make like I met
Trudeau?
Kevin Trudeau, not Justin Trudeau.
I was like, really?
Very interesting name.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting.
Everybody that's listening to this, go look up Kevin Trudeau, right?
Okay.
Kevin Trudeau.
Yeah.
Everything that I'm saying is almost directly out of his mouth, almost directly, right? And this is, but he's the type of guy like me. Well, he'll say, "Look, don't take my word for it, right? Look, this is what's going on in the world, right? Everything in the world is energy and frequency. This is how it works. This is what the elite are doing. They're doing it like this. The reason why I know is because I was recruited into these secret societies as a kid, 11, 12 years old. And this is what we get taught in the secret societies. And I used it to make billions of dollars, right? He's like, I used it to make billions of dollars. The minute that I started coming out with these secrets, he got put in prison for it. You feel me? And of course, it's like, fake prison. Right, exactly. So Kevin Trudeau is not, you're right. That's like, he's the guy that is completely censored off most platforms. But like I said, I was being mentored by millionaires who told me, listen to this, and this will give you what you need to know. So he basically was like flat out, like, the world is not what you think it is. I'm not going to go into it right now, but everything is frequency. Everything is energy. For all intents and purposes, it's an illusion. You know what I mean? So right? And so and then that led me to basically looking up the science that confirms that, right? And I say in my debates all the time, I listen to Lawrence Krauss, because Lawrence Krauss is an atheist, right? But he at least has to admit the things that Kevin Trudeau had told me, like, okay, yeah, the scientific evidence is saying that, but I still don't believe it. You feel me? So once I saw that, I'm like, okay, well, obviously what he's saying is true. You know what I mean? And then just to put a cap on it, my older brother, right, who is, kind of like my father, and one of my close friends who I used to make music with, they were on the flat earth thing way before me, at least a few years, right? Because like I just listen to what I listen to, and when I hear, people try to give me stuff, I usually don't want to hear it, because I'm very much a stickler about what comes into my ears,
Yeah.
So, but my friend Brian, he was one of the few people that actually received the information that I gave him when I started, like I said, when I started telling him about conspiracies, he would take it in. When I told him about, energy and frequency and how, what we think matter is actually not quite real, right? He took it in a little bit, and even though of course there's some pushback, he at least was willing to hear what it is that that I was telling him. And so
I like those type of people. Yeah.
Right. So one day he came to me and was like, bro, I know you don't want to hear about the flat earth stuff, but I gotta show you this flat earth for you, right? He's like, I gotta show you. But I swear to God, this is what I said to him, right? And he will confirm this, right? This is what I said to him. I'm like, Brian, I love you, dog, right? I'm like, look, let's not do this. I'm like, bro, look. I'm like, let me tell you what the world is. I'm like, this is what the world is. First of all, we don't know what the shape of the world is. I've never heard a flat earth video. I've never seen a flat earth of debate. I said, first of all, we don't know what the shape of the world is, right? I'm like, as far as we know, everything is frequency and energy. So like the earth is really like a realm or a plane. It's like a plane of existence.
Yes, a plane. Yes.
I told him, I swear to God, word for word. I'm like, it's just a plane, right? I'm like, even if they do take pictures from above and it looks like a globe, I'm like, we don't live on top of it. I'm like, we live on a plane in the middle of it. Yes. I'm like, based upon scientific evidence, that's what it is, right? He was just like, all right, fine, like you kind of already understand. I'm like, yeah, bro, like don't, you know what I mean? So that's how I got to this point. You know what I mean?
I'm completely with that. And everything is electric. I believe, I don't know what you think about this, but I believe this is a virtual reality, an advanced virtual reality created
For
by
all intents and purposes. Yeah.
by a creator, ultimate programmer, God.
It has to be that way. It has to be that way.
It has to be. I don't know. It was in a debate. Oh yeah, I was in a modern day debate 4 years ago with T-Jump and Godless Girl was her name. Yeah.
The worst person on the planet.
Who? Godless Girl or T-Jump?
No, T-Jump. T-Jump.
Yeah. T-Jump is such a yeah. You froze. Ross froze. Maybe his phone overheated or something.
iPhone overheats? That's interesting.
They don't? I don't know.
I don't think so. They have to keep listening.
He'll be back.
They're gonna overheat. I can't.
I don't know. Maybe the weed made it hot. He's back.
The Rumble app just closed on me. I don't know what happened.
Okay. But you're back.
It happens.
What's up, Sugar Nose? Real talk. Absolutely real talk. But so you're back. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, T-Jump and yeah. Anyways, in that debate, T-Jump said something about like, do you see this cup? This cup doesn't get created by itself. Okay, so he said something to that extent.
Right.
But at the same time, he believes this reality got created by nothing.
Way more complicated than the cup. Way more complicated than the cup.
Right? I was like, you stupid motherfucker.
Right.
You believe a cup needs a creator, but not this extremely complicated virtual reality. You see how stupid that is. But anyways, I don't know why I said this. Oh yeah, I believe this is a virtual reality made by the ultimate creator who lives outside of time. What I mean is, the creator is in a realm where there is no beginning and end to time. The creator created beginning and an end for us in this virtual reality, just like we do it for a video game. Like we have rules for a video game, and we try to apply that to the creator. We're like, who created the creator? As if the same things applies to the creator. No, it doesn't. The creator is above all of these rules that we are aware of in this reality.
Yeah. So, Vince.
Yeah.
There's. I just gotta say, there's someone in the comments, Praline Queen, who apparently wants to join. If that's.
I don't know if Ross wants.
Of course I don't mind. I do want to comment on what you said though about. There's a lot there, and we really could get drawn down. But the thing I want to focus on is something that I personally believe, right?
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, this comes straight from what I learned from Kevin Trudeau, right? Kevin Trudeau told me this. Right. I'm gonna keep bringing him up because he's a hero. All right. So he said this right, word for word, and then he said, "Look, go look at these other people and see if they say the same thing." Right. Another person that says is Abraham Hicks. This is another. I don't know if anybody out there is familiar with Abraham Hicks, Esther and Jerry Hicks.
I only know about Bill Hicks, the comedian.
Okay. I would highly encourage people to go listen to Abraham and Jerry Hicks too. But yes.
What do you think about John McAfee?
John McAfee.
You ever heard about that name?
Yeah, the name seems familiar, but off the top of my head, it's not ringing a bell.
Well, he's the guy who originally made the software McAfee virus protection thing, and he sold it for like $6 billion. And then is he frozen? Is Ross frozen again? Yeah, Ross is frozen.
Rumble doesn't want us to talk about this stuff. This is interesting.
No, it's not Rumble, man. Is it back?
What is it then?
Well, maybe it's, sometimes connections. Maybe you have to. Ross, do you have a lot of apps? Maybe you have a lot of apps open on your phone that is probably clogging your RAM.
I closed the apps just now. Maybe, hopefully that'll work. I have another phone too, so if it doesn't work this time, I'll try my other phone.
Yeah,
Rumble's no, but I am as critical as you are of people's music, that's how critical I am of Rumble.
What do you mean, Ross? You don't like Rumble
Don't even
Studios?
give me. I don't want to. Don't get me started right now, because
hold on.
Controlled opposition.
Let me defend Rumble Studios. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. We got crisp image, way crisper than StreamYard. I'm talking as if I'm working for Rumble. We got
right. Looking for that sponsorship.
No, I mean, you do though.
Nice,
you do. I respect it.
Yeah,
hey,
we got
Vince taking care of that money, man. He looking for that sponsorship.
Yeah,
ahead,
we got crisp
Get that money,
image.
man. Get that money.
Yeah, crisp image. I love Rumble. I wake up thinking about Rumble. But anyways, yeah, that's.
I eat Rumble. I sleep Rumble. I dream Rumble.
When I make love, I think about Rumble.
My wife's name is Rumble.
Yeah. And honestly, not only do I respect that, but hopefully one day I will get to say that too, because I do love the concept of Rumble, right? But I'm very much a stickler on customer experience. User interface is the main thing when it comes to these websites, right? So Rumble apparently has a lot of money, but they have one of the worst user interfaces when it comes to the actual customer. Like, and I travel around a lot. Like, I'm listening to lectures all day, and I got 2 phones for this very reason. One of my phones is just dedicated to watching stuff. My other phone I'm working on. So it's like I can watch a video on YouTube. Doesn't matter if I'm in the mountains. Doesn't matter if I'm on a hill. Doesn't matter if I'm below in the center of the earth. I can load a YouTube video. Yeah. I can have great service. That Rumble video is going to buffer. It is going to buffer. I don't care. Give it a minute. It'll buffer. You know what I mean?
It has never done that for me. I'll let that slip. I'll let that pass. But anyway,
my hope and dream though is that eventually they are going to surpass YouTube and user interface, and it'll be the best website on the planet if that were to happen.
I hope so too.
It'll be the best website on the planet.
I hope so too. But let me just say this. Outside of having way crisper image than StreamYard and Restream, it also has way better sound. When you share, for example, when you share a video on YouTube on the stream, it actually gives you the exact same sound that you're getting from YouTube. While I don't know if you've realized this on StreamYard, Ross.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
it's like almost sounds like it comes from an earbud or something. But one more thing that is good about it. This is just the positive stuff, that you can actually multi-stream to everywhere for free.
Straight from Rumble.
Yeah, how many platforms you like. You know what I mean? But of course, there are limitations. The limitations right now is, it fucks up sometimes. And when you share the screen, this is a little bit bad. Let me show you.
The screen share is not active.
Also,
screen share.
The girl.
Yeah.
In the comments, I don't know what's going on. The link is not working or something.
Oh yeah, the comments. Yeah, the comment section is also somewhere else that I'm looking forward to them improving on. Even when I want a live chat, sometimes it doesn't work all the way right.
Yeah, I agree. But look at this.
And I just want to say this. I'm saying this completely from a customer standpoint. I'm not saying this as a person because I do have a Rumble account, but I've only posted 1 video on my Rumble account. So I only have like the brain power to focus on streaming on YouTube right now. So when I watch Rumble, it's strictly as a customer. So I'm just giving you that. You know what I mean? It's like I want to. You know what I mean? Anyways, if the CEO of Rumble listens to me,
what happened? Is it because I shared the screen?
This is crazy.
I think Ross talked too much shit about Rumble. That's what happened.
It kicked his ass.
Or his phone. He's back now. Hey, Praline Queen, try it again. I don't know. Are you on a phone or are you on a...
Also, please do not be trolling or acting like you're brave and want to join. I'm sorry, Vince. I know I'm trying to be soft here. Praline, if you're a he or a she, I don't know what
don't be a troll.
What gender are you? Yeah, don't be a troll. And if you really want to join, just say I want to join. We're not gonna. This is not a very hostile environment, as you can see. So you can just chat. If you're too scared or something, you can just say it. Honesty is good here, and that's all.
Ross, where are
We don't.
you?
We look harmless, don't we? So yeah.
Ah, there he is.
Yeah. See, look,
You
and I
talk
hate
too
that.
much crap. You talk too much crap about Rumble. That's why.
I'm pretty sure that's what
Stop
happened.
talking shit,
I'm
man.
like, I'm not. Yeah.
But anyway, I don't know why we're talking about Rumble. But yeah, it was because you got disconnected. Where were we? What was
Right.
we talking about before this? We were talking about how this is there is a creator that lives outside of this yeah.
The simulation thing, right? Oh, and I was just saying, go watch Abraham Hicks because she talks about how her perspective, and I don't want to get into the weird esoteric shit that's involved in that, but her perspective is that the creator is living within us and is within us. And the leading edge of thought, think about it. If there was a creator, right? If there was a creator, where would he want to be? What would he want to experience? Why would he create this, right? He would create this for his own personal enjoyment, for his own experience, right? His own, right? So that when we go through emotions and we're happy and sad and all that, like without getting too deep into it, it's like this is the creator living and breathing within you. That other voices that's within you, that other side of you is the creator. We are all small parts of him, and so he's living through us. You know what I mean? And for all intents and purposes, he is us. We are creators. Like the word creature is even just the word creator. You know what I mean? Like we imagine, so we don't understand who we are. Like we are we create stuff on this planet all the time. We have that power endowed in us, that godly creative power. So like
I've had the same thought like that we are all the creator, but in different perspectives, like simultaneously experiencing lives.
Yes. Right.
Like you are the creator, I'm the creator, he's the creator. Yeah.
Right. I don't know if you guys listen to Witsit like that, but I'm a big fan of Witsit, and he knows everything that and he'll break everything that he's saying down to the closest scientific evidence that we have, and I swear to God, every time he does that, he'll be like, based upon this, what it looks like the creator would be living like inside of us, right? Like go look up Witsit's videos about the ether. I encourage everybody to do that. Witsit gets it on YouTube. He has tons of videos where he gives the most extensive breakdown of what the ether is scientifically. And I promise you, it's going to translate right into what you're saying about simulation and there's a creator and God. And like I said, he'll even say himself, Witsit, like, I believe the creator is living within us and experiencing life through us. Anyway, that's a much deeper topic, but you know what I mean? Like I literally heard that from somebody like years ago. They just like, look, this is what's going on. And then I study and it's like, nah, that's what I'm finding,
there's this guy called Alan Watts. He's like
Alan Watts.
Yeah, Alan Watts from
yes.
Do you know who he is?
I'm familiar with, yes.
Yeah, he's like a guru guy, like he's very spiritual from the past. He has this same thought. He's like, basically what he's saying is, if you were God and you could have whatever experience you would ever imagine having, the greatest experiences, whatever, and you had all of them a gazillion times, he's like, eventually maybe you would get bored of these fantastic experiences, and eventually you would want to try maybe you want to try an experience where you forgot that you are God. And do you know what I mean? Like
it makes the most perfect sense, right?
And he's like, that is where you are right now.
That's who you are. That's
right now.
Yes.
That you forgot that you're God.
Because this is the example that I use for people, right? When you're playing video games, the thing that makes the game fun is that you don't know if you're gonna win or not. All right, like if you know you're gonna win for sure, and let's like, but the thing about it is there is no losing in this life, right? Everybody has to pass away at some point. So if that happens, that doesn't mean you lost. That's ridiculous, right? Yeah. So there is no losing, but that little bit of fear, and that's what makes it exciting. That's why we like watching movies, right?
It's fucking crucial, because just like you said with the video game, if there was no consequences in the video game, like if you could jump from a mountain and nothing happens, or the enemies couldn't hurt you or nothing, it would be boring. The same thing is with real life, but it's way more crucial. Like for example, here what we know is that we only got one life in this game right here. So that makes us be way more careful. You know what I mean? Like we're cautious. And if if we could jump from a mountain and nothing happened to us in this life, then we would have just rammed through this whole
Yeah, yeah,
reality like it's
yeah,
nothing. You know what I mean?
yeah. No, I'll give you the perfect example that I use all the time,
Yeah.
right? Like, you know, a lot of people say they want to make $1 million or $1 billion, right? If you made $1 million, right, or however much money you wanted to make, and then you got sick.
Damn. And then you got sick. I think what is that at the end, right? And then you got sick. We'll be back. Hold on. It's not to
Trailing in the
go.
comments doesn't make any sense, actually. I don't know what the fuck is talking about.
Child getting
Guys,
up.
I was.
Yeah,
just,
I know where you cut off. You said $1 million something, and then when you get sick, that is when you got cut off.
Right. So if you get sick, then $1 million is pointless, right? So that's proof. That is literal proof that you didn't want the money. You wanted the emotion. Right? You wanted the emotion because you want to feel happy, right? You want to feel loved. You want to feel free, confident, right? You want to feel successful. You want to feel like your life is worth it. Whatever emotion you wanted, that's what you wanted, not the money, right? Because think about it, because if you got sick, then it wouldn't matter, right? So the point that I'm making is that the reason why, like I said, like you're God and you forgot, right, is because you don't do the task for the completion of the task. You do it for the emotion. And if there's no fear there, then there's no, like the yin and yang. So I have a yin and yang tattoo on my hand to help me. Yeah.
Do you see the symbol here?
Oh, right. Yeah, I see right there. So it's like, to me, that's the symbol of there is no happiness without sadness, right? So and a lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to experience sadness. I don't want to experience heartbreak.
You
I don't
have
want to
to
experience this. Well, see, but you want to experience that because that gives you, right, the context for experiencing happiness or well-being or freedom, right? Like, how do you even know what freedom is if you never felt some kind of bondage or whatever, right? So bondage is not a negative thing, right? It gives you, right, the ability to experience the emotion of freedom. I learned this when I started hanging out with rich people, because I know tons of rich people who were born rich and borderline, they borderline want to off themselves because there is no emotion there for them when it comes to having money, right? For me, having money is a huge deal, right? When I make, you know what I mean, like $10,000, like still $10,000 is still
absolutely
right? I'm like,
absolutely,
it feels great, even though it's like, it's not making a huge difference in my life, but at least somebody that it was born a millionaire, there's no emotion in that, right?
They don't care, yeah.
And that's what life is about. So that's why you often see them doing a lot of crazy stuff, right? Like, doing extreme sports or whatever it may be, is because life is emotion. It's not the actual things, you know what I mean? Like you said, it's just the thing is the virtual reality. So you're just doing the mission so you can feel the rise and the fall of the emotions.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I want to talk about emotions.
Yes, go.
Go ahead, Van. Go ahead.
No. Go you before. I will hold on this thought. Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk about emotions, but I don't want to derail the conversation into another thing. But it's about emotions and the word happiness. And I want to ask you guys, what does that word mean to you? Is it happiness? Do you use it in your everyday to day life? Is it a prominent thing? So yeah.
For me, happiness is like it's not gonna last. You know what I mean? It's a thing that will come and go. It's not a state that you can always be in. The problem is people think that it's a state that you can always be in. It's just not manageable that way. Ross, what do you say?
Yeah. Well, there's this video that I watched that tries to that I listen to keep me centered on quote unquote no emotion, right? But just like really being in the middle, right? Not saying anything is good or bad or happy or sad, right? I just look at my emotions in juxtaposition to one another, right? I'm either feeling better or worse. And I was feeling right, a little bit better, a little bit worse. As I go down, that's a sign that I need to try to bring myself back up. And as I'm going back up, that's a sign that I'm doing the right thing. You know what I mean? And so we give labels to it so I get it as like markers, right? The label is just the marker, right? Like you have happiness on the high side or joy on the high side, then you have depression on the bottom side, right? So
that's a good thing to say. It's like labels. Yeah, great. Yeah.
It helps us basically, manage and recognize within ourselves or communicate to ourselves where we are along that scale, so that way we can try to move ourselves up. So I don't think that there's like the purpose. Your goal is to be happy, or it's not really about being happy. It's about constantly moving yourself up. right? Constantly trying to get better, improve. And I think that's what that emotion that we call happiness comes from.
And let me just add this: Do you do you think like I have this thing that if you're in the how can I say this? If you don't work yourself up, you will go down by default.
Yes,
Like
yes, yes.
it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
arcade game. You need to press your life bar up again. Like you have
Right,
to
right.
fight back up because
Yeah,
otherwise you would just go down.
yeah. Well, honestly, like this to me, this is like this gets now into like my own fantasy land sometimes about what life would really be like for humans if we didn't have so much negative propaganda in our minds, which ultimately leads to us doing negative things with our bodies, right? You
Yes.
know, I honestly believe that the state of passing away or even like being in dis-ease, I think that is just the opposite of action or motion forward. I think that and you see this so many times when people pass away, or men especially, they pass away like 1 or 2 years after they stop working, right? The minute that they go home and they're just like, all right, let me just rest and not do anything, it's like there's no purpose in that. You know what I mean? So I think that our mind is either in a, like you said, it's either in a constant state of growth and moving forward, or it's out of there. You know what I mean? Like you use it or
Yes.
lose it. So I think
Yes.
that if we were in a position, right, or in a state where we could legitimately, right, have our mind, continuing to progress, I think that it would reflect, in our bodies. Like I think that people that live the longest are usually the people who are working the longest. You know what I mean?
Yes. You got to have some meaning, in your life. But
Up
exactly.
here, you know what I mean? Up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Growth. Yeah. Go, Ashman.
Yeah. Also, I found it that if you are too happy when something happy happens to you, like I do this in my life now, and it may sound miserable to some people, but this works for me. When something good happens, I am happy, but I'm not extremely like childish or like on drugs
Right.
type of happy.
Right.
I'm just
In the
because
middle.
the thing is, if something miserable happens to me, I don't want to be on the other side of that feeling. I don't want to be extremely sad, because the people who are extremely sad usually are the ones who are extremely, sorry, the people who are extremely happy and giddy about anything that good happens to them are usually the ones who are extremely sad as well.
Oh, he fell
So
out. Oh, he's back, but he fell out. Yeah. So hold on. You
And
fell out, Ross. Yeah.
by the way,
Take that back. Yeah.
I just want to let you guys know when I drop out, I still have it up right here, so I'm still following the conversation. So,
Oh,
yeah,
okay. Okay. Good.
yeah,
Good.
yeah,
Yeah. That's
you can just keep it going, and then what I'm doing right now is I'm
okay.
about to join with my other phone too, so that
Okay.
way I'm on.
All
So
right.
when this
All
one
right.
drops out, I'll just have the other one already there. You know,
All
just
right. All right. Cool.
all
Cool.
right. Just so you guys know. So good, continue.
Okay.
I was listening to you.
That's
Go ahead.
good. That's good to know. So otherwise, I was gonna repeat it. Yeah. So Ashman, what were you saying? You don't want to be you don't want to be too happy because those people that are too happy. What was you saying? What was you
when
saying?
something happens that bad happens to those people, it's usually, oh, I'm too sad now. If I
Right.
am extremely happy at happy moments, what do you think will happen if I'm sad or angry? Emotions will take control of me like they do when I'm happy. I'll be extremely
Ah.
angry. Also, I'll be extremely sad. And there's no other way from that.
So basically,
Yes.
you're saying
Yes.
you're afraid to go all in on an emotion, being happy, be it happy, be it sad, be it angry. Is that what you're saying? Or am I
Yeah,
on
I'm not afraid.
yeah.
I'm just,
Right.
Yeah, yeah,
I
but you
can
don't
say,
want to fall into that trap or
trap.
whatever you want to call it.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah, so
definitely.
so you
Because the
don't want to
mind
be
is,
yeah, you don't want to be extremely happy because you don't want to be extremely sad. You don't want to be extremely
Yeah,
angry or whatever.
yeah,
yeah,
Okay.
and I just want to comment on that afraid point too. Even though I know you didn't necessarily mean afraid, but it is
Yeah.
important for everybody to understand that when you're cautious, right, that's not necessarily fear. Or I mean, you can call it fear if you want, but if there's a negative connotation there, then take the word fear out of it, right? If I'm
Yeah.
don't jump over a cliff, that doesn't mean that I'm afraid to jump over the cliff. I'm being intelligent in my actions. So what he's saying is 100% true. It's one of the best pieces of advice that I got directly from my dad. Most of the stuff that I got from my dad, I got by default, watching him make mistakes. But he used to always tell me when I was playing basketball, stay in the middle, stay in the middle. When you score 20 points, stay in the middle. If you're down 20 points, stay in the middle. So I think that's one of the most important pieces of advice that you can get from somebody. What he just said. And then my dad's best friend who's also my godfather, right? The only person that I knew that was a millionaire as a kid, right? So growing up, everybody was poor. He was the only one that's a millionaire, right? He pretty much has that exact mentality, right? Except for he doesn't necessarily say like stay in the middle. He literally says his favorite saying is count it all joy, right? And this literally gets right into basically what I learned from Kevin Trudeau and Abraham Hicks, right? So I learned this from them. And then when I started having conversations with the one man that was a millionaire in my life, he did the exact same thing they did. He's like, everything that happens in my life, everything is, I count it joy, no matter what it is. So for him, that's his baseline. So
even if bad things happen, he counted as joy.
Joy. He counted all joy. He's a preacher. And he's not even that great of a speaker, but he's a serious millionaire, like 100 million up. So everybody listens to him, right? But so he doesn't talk that well. You know what he always says every time? Look, count it all joy. That's what he comes back to. And it's basically what he's saying, right? Is he stays in that middle. He doesn't go all the way to ecstasy. He doesn't go to ecstasy and you know what I mean? And he doesn't never go to sadness. It's joy the whole time, right there in the middle. Whatever happens, same emotion. You know what I mean?
That is interesting.
That's great advice. That's great advice.
Count it all as joy. Okay, let me give a counter to this. I agree with both of you, by the way, but I want to still give a counter to this. You know, there's a saying like you need to be in the now. Hold on, somebody's.
That's me. That's me.
Real.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Just in case. Yeah. Just in case. You don't have to add me, but just like just in case, just pull the other one up.
I think I did, but anyways.
Oh,
I think there's two Rosses here now, but there is this type of saying that you need to live life to the fullest, and if let's say we're in a situation where life is fantastic and we're getting what we want and what we dreamt of, and we're there now,
right?
If I don't really live that out,
right,
then am I living? Am I really living life to the fullest? Then do you know what I mean? I agree with you guys. I just want to put this other angle. I just want to throw in this other angle about live life to the fullest. Yeah. Like how can we make that work into the picture? Live life to the fullest.
Did you want to go first,
Ashman?
No, go ahead, man. I need to think about it.
Okay, yeah. So I think that's a great point, right? And this is why I say that we have to recognize what it is that we really want to get from the thing. You know what I mean? So like a lot of people think that living life to the fullest might be going to have sex with a bunch of women or a bunch of hookers or whatever it may be, and then at the end of it, they're gonna either figure out that was or wasn't what they wanted. You know what I mean? And either way, it is what it is. You know what I mean? So I think that whatever that baseline emotion you have, it should be the baseline emotion that you want. Like I said, being like super, ecstatic, like, jumping out of your skin the whole time. I mean, look, maybe that's the baseline emotion that some people have, but like for me, like I'm more of a chill guy. You feel me? So it's like my baseline emotion is peace. You know what I mean? Just like calm. I can literally sit by the ocean. You know what I mean? And smoke weed and calmly let my thoughts flow. You know what I mean? And so for me, like that's my baseline emotion. Like nice. Like I said, for my godfather, his is joy. He wants to feel joy in his life constantly. You know what I mean? Yeah. My life has been chaotic, so I want to feel peace in my life constantly. And so whatever that emotion that you want to, whatever your luxury is, I think that you should make a point to always stay on that. You know what I mean? Like no matter what's going on in my life, I'm gonna always be peaceful.
Yeah.
But even if I'm excited and yelling, I'm excited, I'm yelling, but in my mind, like
never stop that. Never stop with the yelling. Okay.
I'm not.
Okay, maybe you should stop with the yelling because it gets cut out. Maybe he's like fucking up the phone and shit. Like the gain of the phone is going off.
Yeah.
Okay, now we got him from the other side.
We
got another angle.
We have the mugshot on the other angle and oh, it's gone now.
Yeah. You heard what I said, right? I was like, maybe
you don't stop it. You're like, oh, maybe he should.
Yeah. He yelled himself out of the stream.
I'm like, hopefully this one,
it's fun. As long as you can come back in, I don't care. I think it's
Yeah,
fun.
maybe it was just this phone. Although this phone is way newer than this phone. I don't like.
Or it's just Rumble Studios on, you know.
Yeah, I mean, look. Like, I don't want to look. I already said my piece. I don't want to get in trouble twice. You know what I mean?
Listen, I mean, it could very well be the Rumble Studios. But let me add another similar thing to this. There is also a saying like, if you find true love, we're talking true motherfucking love, like real love, your soulmate type of love.
Yeah.
When you, if you do, oh, you don't like that?
Huh?
You don't like that? You don't like that?
Oh man, I don't know if it's supposed to exist for a man. I don't know.
But I think it does for me,
It
at
does
least, because
exist. The only problem is you live in America, Ross, and in America,
Well,
you think it's hard to
okay. So
find.
let me ask you this.
the choices, yeah, are trash.
Well, hold
Respectfully.
on. I want to make the point. Okay. Quickly. The point is this: if you do find something like that, if you, let's say you believe in it, let's say, if you find that, when you do find that, though, in that you are also agreeing to lose it. What I mean by that is one of you gonna die, probably, you know. So you find the best thing in life, and at the same time you're kind of agreeing
Right.
to losing it as well. Like, why am I saying this? This has nothing to do with what you guys said.
I do want to comment on what you're saying though, right? Because
Yeah,
with a guy, I just had this conversation with one of the women that I love, right? And it was
yeah.
a brief conversation, but she brought this to my attention. And one of what I was going to ask you though is, when you say true love from a man standpoint, do you mean true love in a monogamous way? Is that literally what you mean? Or do you mean like true love, like I actually love you and I provide for you, but I'm still gonna like I love other people too though.
Well, yeah. I listen. Let me just quickly tell you. Yeah.
I don't want to start a fight in your house right now. So
No. I talk with my wife about these things, regularly. Listen, I've had streams with her where we talk about all kinds of shit. I couldn't be with a woman that can't be on my, level with whatever thoughts I have.
She does understand that as a man, it's not your natural inclination to not want to have sex.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
But in that case, then I do believe in true love.
Dude, I should bring her on for a stream with you guys at some point,
That would be awesome.
So you can see how she is. Because
I'm not gonna put too much of my private life out there, right? But
no.
Yeah, I have. There's a woman in my life, or there are women in my life, right, that I love very, very much, right?
Yeah,
and some of them that I'm pretty close to what you would call like in love with. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna get out of my character or anything like that, but they know I would do anything for them, and it's because, you know what I mean? They, for lack of a better term, like I went through a stage in my life where I was like only dating lesbians, and so
really, lesbians.
What kind of a kink is that, man?
How does that work? Are they good looking? Like,
Absolutely.
Because to me, when you say lesbian, I see a woman looking like a dude.
Yeah, no. I mean, well, there are some lesbians that are obviously very manly and stuff.
And then there are. Yeah.
I think a lot of that is a reaction to our conversation about power, right? Who is their victim? Who's the only person they feel has power over them? The person that they're right. What does prey do? They take on the image of their predator. So what do they do? They're taking on the image of the person they think can overpower them, so that way they can stage off predators. That's why a lot of those women who want to be men, there's something traumatic that happened to them, usually from a man. Something happened, so now they fear men, so they want to take on the appearance of a man so they can defend themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Going back to what you asked, you said something about monogamy and
Right. Oh, so I believe in love in that way, and there are women in my life that I'm pretty close, and at a certain point, as our relationships grow, I'll probably be as close as we can to being married, but it's because we have that type of lifestyle.
Yeah. Let me just say this to you. Before I found my wife, I never thought I could be in any relationship, and I was like, I can never be faithful because we as men, we want to fuck anything that the dick really attracts to. I don't know how to say it, but
No,
the
no.
dick,
Yes.
the dick has its own life in a way.
It's not good. It's downfall by far. Yes.
Yeah, and that's still true today. Like when I'm with my wife, I'm not pretending as if I wouldn't fuck that woman if I could, or that woman if I could, And she knows that. She knows that men works like this. This is not a secret or a surprise that men can literally fuck anything. But that doesn't mean that it's love. Love and sex is not the same thing. You can have sex with somebody you love, but that's love. I could love you and not be gay. I could love you as a being.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Good human being. So for me, that is what love is. It has really nothing to do with sex. So, but if I did go out and have sex with other women, why I won't do that is when you find somebody that you really match with, we're talking mentally and everything, you don't want to break trust because you kind of do break trust when you go with other women. Or at the very least, you can start to bringing problems into me and her, like our what do you say, our relationship or whatever. Like if I go fuck some whore or fuck somebody, and she starts to, let's say she gets pregnant, now that is now into my wife's world, or like it's just, I do believe that if you find somebody that you match with, you should try to keep that bond strong. You don't want to start to destroy this bond with trust issues and stuff. It will eventually, it will crack eventually.
Right. Well,
but,
I mean, I gotta push
back, man.
I got. Man, look. Now, while I do agree with what you're saying when it comes to being able to it being necessary, right, to have 100% trust, 100% honesty and security, right? I don't agree with any semblance of attaching that to male sexuality at all. As I don't know, maybe it's just like my need to not ever let anybody tell me what to do, or it's just like what it is that I've experienced in life, right? I can't really imagine a world where I would allow any woman who's with me to think that our relationship is going to hinge on.
That's some Andrew Tate shit, right? Again, man. Yeah.
Well, but this thing, I hate to do this, but look, it's the number one important, like at least past what we talked about as far as us experiencing life, right?
Yeah.
Our purpose here is to reproduce and keep life going, right? And make life better. If there is a purpose at all, if there is a purpose of us being here, it's to make being here as best as we can and to keep the shit going, right? And we know what threatens that. What threatens that is the deterioration of family.
Yes. He's back on another angle. I love this. Yes. Continue. Yeah.
So what threatens that is the deterioration of family, right?
Yeah.
Listen. There's only one thing that a man will ever do, right, that will make a woman even have any, in this society, there's only one thing that men are doing where they're like, all right, now I get to complain, and that's them thinking that they get to control who we have sex with. You take that one thing out of the issue, that one thing, no divorce, no fights, no nothing, right? This is why families were so set, I can't comment on what families are doing today in other countries, but I mean, at least because I know women, right, who grew up in families like this, right? In families where it's polygynous and there are multiple moms in the household, like what there is no jealousy, there is no fighting, there is no arguing, there is no idea that our family is going to break up for any reason under any circumstances. There is no lording anything over anybody's head. You know what I mean? So me just looking at it from a straight effectiveness standpoint, I'm like, look, in order for me to have the security that I know for a fact that if I start a family, I'm not gonna have to worry about them trying to, find a way to justify, breaking my family apart, which is now going to send me into a set of actions that I don't want to go in. Then it's like that has to be off the table completely. Like, look, no matter what, right? You're not ever going to get mad or even like that. That has to be gone. That's what I'm saying. Just at least from my standpoint, and that's because I'm looking at it from like, how do we make sure that our family is effective? I got to nip that all the way in the bud, right? I'm not ever going to, get overly emotional about her, getting overly emotional or, acting like, what it is that comes naturally with her being a woman. What comes naturally with us being men is we like, it's difficult for me to even walk by a woman and her looking at me and not think that, look, let me wrap it up.
Of course.
I'm gonna wrap it up with this. Like, like every man that I tell this, they always agree when they hear me say this, right? Women have periods every month, right?
Yeah.
As men, we have periods too, right? And we don't get our periods every month. We get them a lot more frequently. And this is when a man gets a period. And if you have a girl, right, you'll know this to be true, right? If you have a girl and another chick is throwing, you have an opportunity to get vagina from somebody else, right? And you turn it down because of your girl, instant period, right? Instant. You're instantly like, so now you go home, and you go home, and you're more irritated. And I ask girls this all the time. Like, have you ever felt like your man was on a period? Like, you know why he was just upset for no reason? You know why? Because he just turned down some vagina he was supposed to get. And listen, that's a chemical imbalance in us now, right? Like, I hate to say it like this, but that is right. There's a chemical reaction that happens, right, when we walk by a woman. So your natural state is, I gotta go conquer that, right? So when you prevent yourself from doing that, you're changing yourself chemically. You're doing what the woman does, which is she says, even though I want to do that, I'm not going to do it. So we chemically become more like women when we do that. And so a lot of men, right, because they're not out, having, doing whatever they want to do, they're at home acting like their wife. You know what I mean?
I get it.
And arguing a bunch of stuff. I never argue. Listen. And guess what? And they would never argue or complain with me. You know why? Because they know that when I say I will leave here and you'll never see me again, they know I'm not playing around. It's very possible. It's very much a possibility that I could never. They might never see me again, and they can't handle that. I can. You understand what I'm saying? So while I don't agree with forcing people into stuff, I'm like, I do always push back on that a little bit because I'm like, see, like I said, people who don't have power naturally, you can't give them power. Even a little bit of power you give them, it's like, all right, now I got to exercise this power. I get to control who he has sex with and when and where. I'm overboard with it. You feel me? And that might lead to, and I promise you, like, at least, not counting marriages, a lot of problems in relationships for sure lead to that. If you ask men and women who are in happy relationships,
Ross, we gotta have to do this with my wife. Like, I want her to hear this. And
all right, man. I'm trying to tell you, I am. Listen. I am not the wife whisperer. I'll tell you right now. I might be the lesbian whisperer, but I'm not the wife whisperer. All right?
Listen, she is so cool. Like, she's like me in a way. You can talk to her like almost like a dude.
Yeah. Hey, but look. I would love to, man. You know what I mean? Honestly, like you said, like we obviously have some a lot of natural chemistry. You know what I mean? Like, I've learned a lot already. You know what I mean? Just from listening to you guys. Writing.
Yeah, this is super interesting.
Both of you guys have a lot of good advice, man.
Yeah, that's why I contacted you. I was, I didn't know how exactly you were. I just felt this guy, I think it would be cool to have on. You know what I mean? And you are. So, Ashman, what do you say to what Ross just said?
Any specific thing? Because he did a pretty big rant
about us being chemically imbalanced when we turn down vagina that we're supposed to get. And now we go into a feminine. We start becoming like them. You know what I mean? Because that's how they act. Anyways.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. I am a Muslim, so there's a reason why we can marry 4 wives here. Now, exactly. I have to state this: my country, that is illegal to do that. Although we are Muslims, so it's very much illegal.
That's weird.
Because I'll tell you the reason. That's only permitted in the book if you were a powerful man, if you're a man who controls his emotion, if you're a guy who's an Andrew Tate, Donald Trump, that type of guy, you can't just be a normal, like a regular Joe in the street and just, you know, hook up with four
It says
women and
that in
just
there.
baby mothers all over the place, and that doesn't work, man. That's horrible.
Well,
So
I agree with that 100%. I do agree with that 100%.
so
But
yeah, there's a lot of strict rules for that. But yeah, I agree with you, man. But m- my thing with why I choose monogamy is, and I didn't used to do that, just for state that, but I do that now because I don't like hurting the woman I love. I mean, I agree. I can just I can tell her, hey, this is biology, and she can look at
right.
me in my face and say, yeah, I agree with you. You should do that, but it will break her heart. Now, for me as a human being, I do not want someone to go through that stuff. So that's all.
Did, did,
That may be a soft approach, but yeah, that's my
did you
approach.
You
Also,
bitch, Ash, man, you're such a bitch, man.
I'm
did
the
you mind if I push
longest
back on you a
little
little bit?
bitch, man. Yeah,
Oh,
go
hold
ahead.
on, Ash, man, your sound is fucking up. Ross, what do you say?
I was asking him, does he mind if I push back on that a little bit?
Please do. Yeah,
You
call me
love
names all over. Yeah,
pushbacks.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Call me bitch, all those stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
no, never that, man.
Oh, I'm very thick-skinned, man.
Amen. So
Yes, yes, yes.
I mean, but my first thing is, it. Yeah, let me just get right to the point. Like, I don't think we have a choice
Straight
on
to the
whether or
point.
not. I don't think we have a choice on whether or not we can break a woman's heart. I don't think that's even possible. I think her heart is broken when she wakes up in the morning, and she doesn't look like she wants to look. Her makeup is not straight. You know what I mean? Like no offense. I'm not saying that like you know what I mean. My point is that like a woman, right, is literally chemically imbalanced once a month biologically. So like during those few days, she's not going to be happy anyway. You know what I mean? And so I think sometimes we get into dangerous patterns, and this is, I guess, back to the power thing, because this is how they manipulate and control us. You know what I mean? Like I literally just posted this the other day. Before I posted it, I sent it to every chick that I pretty much am in a relationship somewhat with, right? And they all just laugh because they know it's like a woman will literally be sitting there drooling, crying legitimately, and still be lying. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they are masters at body language and controlling emotions. I'm like, I don't mean, because I love women. All right, I love them. I could not live. I could
All of
not
us
live with
do,
another
man.
man. There's no
Yeah.
way. Like I do. You know what I mean? But I also know them. I know them so well. It's like
Yeah.
they like
Yeah.
I said, and maybe sometimes it's genuine, but I legitimately believe that a lot of that is their adaptation to their ways of controlling the man, right? Because they know that if I act this much of hurt, then he's not gonna want to make me even push past that. That's how I get what I want. All right, all I gotta do is act this hurt, and then that's how I control them. Boom, that's their button. They can't forcibly control you, but they can control you by saying like, "Oh, he doesn't want me to get too sad," or whatever it is. Listen. I will drink a woman's tears for breakfast. I don't give a shit. I don't. Yep, cry it out. Cry it out.
Hey,
Yep, cry it
hey,
out.
listen,
Get it out.
listen. I love,
I know.
I
Get it
love
out.
all,
Get it
I
out.
love all of your thoughts. I love all of your thoughts, and I welcome shit like this. Other people, they're like, no, don't say this. I want everybody to be able to say everything. I want everybody to be able to express their different thoughts and ideas, because that's how we can assess what is potentially right or wrong. Never limit shit. What is this? Is that you?
That was me. By that.
Hold on. I'm gonna get a coffee and a quick smoke. You guys take it over.
Yeah.
Take it over. You
good.
guys.
Yeah, you good. But
Okay.
like I said, and I don't believe that a man should look at what other people are doing and say, oh, because everybody's saying this is better, I should do that. You feel me? So I always believe
Yeah.
that every man is supposed to make his own decision for his own life and do what he's supposed to do. But I just believe that it shouldn't be for the reason like I don't want to hurt her. I think it should be because I think this is the right thing to do. You feel me? Because this is the right way to allocate my time. I shouldn't be allocating my time to other women. You feel me? I need to focus on my business and on my family, and that's completely fine. You know what I mean? But as far as her getting hurt, look, dog, I'm like, and of course I'm exaggerating a little bit because like I would never like physically hurt a woman, and I would never intentionally hurt her. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt anybody, right? Not even just a woman, man, woman, child, anybody. I would never intentionally do that at all, right? But I can't help it if I do something that is best for me and other people have an emotion about it. And I'm telling you that is manipulation. That's like black belt. That's a black belt woman manipulation. They're like, they know how to genuinely be sadder than they really are. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if you cheated on your girl, right? If she really does love you and you really are the guy, right? And if your guys' relationship, like, you guys really are in love with each other, there's no way she would leave you for having sex with another woman. No way. No way in hell. I'm gonna tell you, I've never, ever in life had a woman ever in life leave me because she found out I was having sex with somebody else. Never. You know what I mean? And as a matter of fact, one time, like out of all the girls that I've ever actually dated seriously, there's one of them that is like just the most intolerant of my lifestyle, right? And consequently, she was the one that was the most in love with me, right? But she literally is like, I would never marry a man that would cheat on me. I would never marry a man that would have sex with other women. She always says that, and of course, she's not married, right? She's 30 years old. But the funny part about it is that when we were together, right? She not caught me cheating on her, but like she had a inkling that I was like doing something. She asked me about it. I told her right away. I was like, yep. I went and I did that, right? I was like, so what? We're gonna break up? And she was like, no. She's like, there's like, in a woman's mind, in their DNA, they're not designed in a DNA fashion to be unattracted to a man that's having sex with other women. Like when women know that you're having sex with other women, they like now they start at least. And like I said, especially when you're really the guy that they want, you know what I mean? So if you're in a relationship with a woman and you guys are really locked in like that, I'm not saying go out of your character or nothing like that. I'm just saying that if that is what you wanted to do and you set the law down in your life, there's no way that in her mind, she doesn't even want to have a say. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, listen.
I digress.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that concept, man. Also, I do believe that that there is a big difference between the women over here and the women in the US or Canada. There's a huge
Absolutely.
difference because I'll tell you this, Ross. If you meet a girl here, a woman here that's 30, she's 30 years old, you can find a 30 years old version over here like that,
Damn.
which is insane, with morals, who believes in flat Earth, all of that stuff.
Damn.
So yeah, it's the principles and the morals here are extremely big that she will save herself her entire life for that one guy. And let me tell you this: if she's a woman of faith, she wouldn't mind the guy marrying four. Let me just say that. She will welcome it. Here's the problem: the rules, man. There's a lot of, and I'll tell you this: this is from God. The rules for that to work are extremely detailed. Like you have to be wealthy, you have to be strong, you have to be reasonable, you have to be the pitch perfect of a Genghis Khan type of situation. Like you have to be that guy. You just can't. And the reason why I'll add this point. The reason why
Every
it's
wife has
illegal
to have
here,
her own house. Right.
basically, man, like the Gulf country, the UAE, and those. But yeah, rich folks, and they have experience in a lot of areas, and they know how to deal with it. Also, and they have big faith, like huge faith. Like the woman would actually convince the guy to marry two or three more women to help her in the house and make him even more happy and all that stuff. Also, but here's the thing: the reason why it's illegal here, and it's a fair point in my opinion, because this is the third world country, and if you have a bunch of dudes who will marry one and two and three and four, you have a lot of children that are homeless, and because the way of life here is a little difficult, it's very different from the US. So you know what I mean? The pay is not that much, and a dude here would actually agree to marry four women, even if he gets paid like $300 a month. He wouldn't give a shit. We both know this. Dudes don't care. They just we'll get married. Everything will work out. No, it won't. That's why God made rules. That's why God made rules.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
So I agree with you, but it's the reason why I made the comparison between women in the West and women here. Like you can have a chick that says, "I stayed a virgin for you. You are having me right now, fresh. You're having me the way God put me on this earth for you. If you want to marry another woman, I'm not gonna marry a bum who just fucks everything he sees and not makes anything legitimate." And so if Ross, we're talking four wives here, we're not talking four girlfriends. State that, make that very clear.
Yeah,
So we treat every one of them equally, and it's great.
absolutely.
So
No, honestly, I agree with what you're saying 100%. Like when you clarify it like that, because to be real, in America, I would literally say the only way I condone somebody being monogamous in America is if they found a virgin. You understand how crazy and messed up that is? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if you did find one of those out here, I would be like, hey, fine, don't cheat, don't mess it up. I'm like,
thank you for
or you know what I
saying
mean, or
that.
go get a hooker,
That's
or
a
do it
smart
behind
thing to
closed
say.
doors or something. Don't let her find out. You know what I mean? So I would definitely agree with that. And that's wrong, right? That's wrong, and it's because you're right. The women over here are effed up, and all the effed up women around the planet, they come here. For real. I'm like, trust me, I see them.
Miami, brother. Miami.
Oh, yeah. The Miami and California, dude. I'm like, dude, Californication, like, this is like a concept that appears in songs all the time because they're talking about how everybody wants to be Hollywood. Everybody wants to, you know what I mean? All the girls want to be famous now. Like all this OnlyFans stuff, it's from Hollywood. It's from California. So this is the hub of it where I'm at. I see, like I said, my mom is that person. My mom is like the independent woman that's a 50-year-old, not married, 4 kids, you know what I mean? Multiple different fathers, you know what I mean? And she is the top, like, she still is like praised out here. That's what I'm saying, right? So I look at that. That's why I said that thing about my mom. I'm like, look, man, I tell my mom all the time, like, you're lost. You know what I mean? You're truly lost. It's because you're here and you're in America and they condone this behavior. And so I do agree with you with that. I do agree with you on that sense 100%. And I will say that I've always been like that in my practice, right? I've been legitimately like messing with. I say this as a joke all the time, but it's kind of true. Like I'm still in every relationship I've ever been in. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's like, but it's like I've really been messing with those same women the whole time. Like the first girlfriend that I had, you know what I mean? It's like I just talked to her the other day. You feel me? It's like the second one I had is my child's mom. You know what I mean? And there's like and then like I said, I've messed with, you know, I mean, some women here and there. It's like, and every time that I do decide to, I'm every now and then, of course, we got to do what we got to do. But for the most part, I do not have sex with new women. You feel me? It's like I'm in relationships with women long term, and it really is that situation. You know what I mean? Where it's like, so although it's like, I'm in America, so we can't necessarily get married and stuff like that. But especially with certain women that we've had an agreement that we're going to be there for each other. We understand what our relationship is. It's not a boyfriend.
Which is weird for America. Because you think, it's weird in America because you think the government would allow you to marry 4 chicks for the amount of like degeneracy that's going on there. It should be freedom of that's a good choice. Well, that's weird, man.
Let me just say this though: there is a difference between a man being a man cheating and a woman cheating, because when a woman cheats, she's already left you, because women can have sex whenever they like, even an ugly woman, so once they've decided to have sex with another dude, it means they have already packed their bags. But
there are 2 options there, right? And this is the other side of the game that a lot of people, you know what I mean? And this is not for the people who are like, super, monogamous really like that, or I mean, I actually technically think it is, but most people don't like this, right? Like there are really 2 different types of women. Like if you're with a woman that's a good woman and she's sleeping around, then she's left you, right? But listen, every woman that you meet is not a good woman, and especially if you're a young guy and you're not married and most of the women you meet are going to be hoes. That is the reality, okay?
Yes.
And so you're either going to be in a constant state of always trying to find a new hoe, right? And always trying to, figure out what's going to happen. Or when you're going to meet some good women that are just plain out hoes. That's just what it is, right? And you have to not be so emotional, right? That you get, dragged down in what's going on in their lives. You know what I mean? And I'm trying like this. I know a lot of women like this, right? Who have men in their lives that they love, that they will not leave, but they're hoes. You feel me? So they can't help but go out and do what they want to do. And I would pray to God that man knows what type of woman that he's dealing with, and that's not his. You know what I mean? Yeah. But the reality is that like we need side action in our life. We need hoes have a special place in the world. All right.
Could you why can't you just jerk off to the side? You know what I mean?
Ooh. Well, oh,
Because
you saying why
hold
can't you
on,
just jerk off?
yeah. Because why I'm saying this is because this, as I said earlier,
You're saying, instead of going to get side pussy, why can't you just
jerk
jerk off?
off, get rid of the high. You know, because it is a drug, Ross. It's the most powerful
Yeah.
drug ever. It beats probably heroin. Like,
Yeah, for sure. No, dude. I tell people all the time, people get on drugs because of women. If you examine every person that is on drugs right now, I guarantee you they were doing just fine in their life. And you know what? They fell in love with a hoe. And then now they're on drugs. That's how that happens.
sure. But what I mean is,
That needs to be a sound bite,
I
man.
agree
That
with you,
needs to be like a short in and of itself.
yeah,
What
clip
he
this
just
up,
said, man.
make a short
Someone
out
got
of
to
that.
clip that.
Yeah, listen. Why I'm saying jerk off instead of go fuck around. In my case, when you find somebody, in my case, I found somebody that really I can't find another woman like this. I know it sounds like bullshit, but
I believe it. I believe
uh,
it.
yeah.
I believe
So
it. I have women in my life that are like that, where there's like, I'm not gonna find another one like this. No.
yeah, so while I could go and try to fuck around, but the problem is there is baggage that comes with fucking around. It's not just you fucking a doll and then coming back home.
Well,
You will now get that person into your life, including your partner, which is your wife. So now that can cause problems. And to me, a little high of is not worth it, especially if I can rub one out and get it over with.
Yeah. Well, it can cause problems, right? But it can also make things a lot easier, right? And I'll use an example. And of course, this example is going to go into what Ashman was saying, right? But there's a man named Brother Polite, right? He is he's a well-known Black polygynist man in America from Brooklyn, and his wife encouraged him to take on another wife because she comes from that type of background. And then they had opened up a bookstore and they needed somebody to work the bookstore, right? So there was a young lady that they knew and were friends with that was in the bookstore, and so they courted her and they married her. And so he has 4 wives now. And I want to say his first wife had been together like 16 years, the second wife 8 years, third wife, you know what I mean? And so you're right, it can be a burden if you're just out here slanging random to random women. You can't do that. You cannot mess with random people. I tell my boys this all the time. I'm like, listen, take it from me as a man who has slept with almost every woman that I really wanted to. And if I didn't sleep with that woman, I slept with a woman that looked like her. Listen, it's like you're not ready for it. Or you can't handle it. These like super beautiful women, they will run circles around you. All right, they will. And so the average guy, you're right, they can't, because like they're opportunists. A lot of these beautiful women, you know what I mean? They get so much attention. They're looking at you as a mark. What can I get out of them? So you mess around and try to, you know what I mean, do something on the side, and she'll destroy your life. You're right. These women are very capable of that.
And that's why it's dangerous. Yeah.
But no, see, I know, but listen, it's only dangerous, right, if you're in danger. See, but I'm the danger. All right. I'm like, I don't know if you've seen the movie A Hitman's Bodyguard, right? But no. I'm like, watch that movie because it's a great movie. But Samuel L. Jackson in that movie, that is me. You know what I mean? Because he's like, hey, we're gonna do this so we keep you out of harm's way.
What was it called again?
Hitman's Bodyguard.
Hitman's Bodyguard.
Yes, Samuel Jackson, Ryan Reynolds.
It does sound like Samuel Jackson a little bit.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna remember.
But the point is, he's like, we gotta do this to keep you out of harm's way. He's like, please, I am harm's way. He's like, listen, no matter who it is or what we're going against, whatever danger they have, I'm the top of the food chain. They're either gonna match me or they're gonna be below me, especially when it comes to a woman. So you're right, a chick can come into a man's life, and if you're so smitten by the whatever, she can ruin you. Or you can keep that hand strong and be like, look, this is what's going on. This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna do this at this time. You're not gonna talk. And you can have it your way, but you have to demand that, and you have to be willing. You know what I mean, to bear that burden. You have to be that guy. You can't be a bum, like you're saying. You have to be like damn near Genghis Khan level. You know what I mean? It's like for real. When I meet not just women but people in general, right? Because of how intense I am all the time. Like, I'm a tall guy, but and I work out, but I'm not like huge or anything like that. But my intensity level is just like everybody's like, I don't know anybody else that is like has this much energy flying out of them all the time. You know what I mean? So it's like, but that's what it takes to perform at a high level. You know what I mean? Like all the women around me know it's like, yeah, I'm very high maintenance and I'm hard to be around. But that's because like I'm you know what I mean? I'm accomplishing 10, 11, 12 things a day, you know what I mean? While studying and reading 10, 12 books a day. You know what I mean?
Yes. He just turned off his camera. Oh, he's back. Okay. Let me just say this quickly also. Before I found my wife, I was fucking around all over the place. But I came to a point where I got tired of it because even though I love fucking, I was what would you say, yearning for some intellectualness from these girls, which I never found. I just found semi dumb ass women that was only really good for fucking, and it got boring eventually. Anyways, we have to go into flat Earth, man. Let's talk about
one last comment on that though. One last comment. One last comment.
I think we should ignore flat Earth.
No.
Because we've been talking about a lot of stuff, and I think that subject in and of itself needs like a
more time.
By this point, to be honest, like a different stream.
Yeah, but okay, yeah. It's just that this whole stream is kind of like misleading. Then you know,
everybody's waiting for that.
Yeah, and we're like, women are whores. And,
my bad.
Can't you change
I'll keep it.
No, it's not your fault, Ross. I think it's my fault. I have this thing that I always, you know, kind of branch off to weird places.
I do the same thing, man. But I just say that, like, you know, you're 100% right, and I think that's where the you know, the idea that Ashman was saying about, you know, if you're gonna, you know, actually have, you know, bring another woman into your life, it has to be something serious. It has to be an additive. It has to be damn near a second marriage situation. You know, so I really am all about that. And if we do ever have a conversation with your wife, the first question I'm going to ask, right, is if I'm going to ask you, right, in front of her and let you guys discuss it. I want to know if you guys met, right, a woman, right, that was extremely intellectual, right, and brought a lot to your guys' lives, right, and she was complimentary, right, to you, right, and your wife, right, and like her and your wife are actually friends. Would your wife let you? You know what I mean? Hey, for another day.
Yeah, let's take that.
I want to see the reaction. I want to see the reaction.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's a very interesting idea. You know.
Shout out Patrice O'Neal and Black Phillip. You know what I mean? Like this is the energy that you know that I'm coming with, bro. I'm like, like no bullshit. I'm the reincarnation of Patrice O'Neal, bro. Like in my regular life, I'm like, I say anything.
That's great. Never lose any of that. Just build upon it. Just build and build and build. Ignore the fucking NPC Agent Smiths out there that try to stop you from building and building and building on that. But very interesting. It's fun. I love conversations like this, you know.
I'm like, and you know, if we need to, like, you know, maybe brush up on the flat Earth stuff real quick, and then maybe do a part 2 to get the second. You know what I mean? I don't mind that either. You know what I mean? I understand that. You know.
Well, let's just touch on some flat Earth stuff. I have, you know, I'm not a flat Earth expert, but I have thoughts. Okay. One of them is this, and I touched on this before you jumped in, Ross. Before we started with Ashman, is. You know, Ashman, he lives in Tunisia, okay? And I live in Sweden. And it's quite a distance between Tunisia and Sweden. Yet, somehow, we tend to have the same time zone, right, Ashman?
Yeah.
You have exactly the same time zone that I have right now, which
9:33.
is, 9:33 p.m.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So, how the fuck does that work?
Right.
And you guys in the US, you got a huge ass continent.
Right.
And if you're in California compared to New York, it's like, what is the time difference?
It's 3 hours.
3 hours? Exactly? Yeah. Or,
That's crazy.
That's
like
exactly 3 hours.
3 hours. Okay.
Right.
3 hours. Now, how is the distance between California and New York compared to Sweden and Tunisia? Because Sweden and Tunisia apparently have the same time zone. And that's a far ass distance between Sweden and Tunisia. Yet
Right.
California and New York, which probably has a similar distance to Sweden, and I don't know exactly how you can compare those two, but maybe we can look into that. And
well, it might actually. I'm looking at it, and it might be because you guys are basically
okay, like
right,
vertical.
Right. Yeah. So,
okay.
but I will say this though, like very interesting on time zones. Shout out Witsit Gets It, right? Witsit Gets It breaks this down very good in the stream. I believe it's called time zones, right? But
yeah,
it goes into, it bleeds into magnetic declination a little bit, which I talked about in my presentation, which is like if you take like the Gleason's map, right, and you basically wrap it into a ball, right, to look exactly like the globe that we have, right, and you chart, like you literally chart the distances that would take place in the warping, right? Because think about it, if it's flat and I bring it down, that means the end of it was wide and now it's small, right?
Yeah.
The middle will still be kind of the same, and then the top is going to be a little bit wider, right?
Yeah.
So, right. So like I say, without getting into all the numbers, right? But you can chart those distances that would take place from the changing of the Gleason's map to the globe, and it's literally our magnetic declination chart. You know what I mean? So basically, like when you use a compass, it works perfect on a Gleason's map. But if you like try to use it on what we call the quote unquote globe, you have to adjust it. And the amount that you have to adjust it is basically the exact amount that it would change from the warping from the Gleasons to the globe, right? You know what I mean?
Okay, hold on, Ross.
Right.
It's vertical. I got it on here. You see, Sweden to Tunisia. It is kind of vertical. But though, doesn't, like, if we're gonna follow the globe bullshit.
Exactly.
The sun
it should still be a different. Yes.
Yeah, because the sun is still coming this way, right? Like,
Right.
Maybe,
so, but no, it's like there's a different angle every time you experience. I mean, let's say a whole
curvature.
Foot.
Yeah.
Every time you experience a whole foot of curvature, there's a noticeable angle difference from the sun. You know what I mean? So either way, whether you're going east or west or north or south, yes, there should still technically be a difference in the quote unquote, position of the sun. And I guess then basically what the time zone is, right? But that's not the case because, go ahead. Go ahead. What you saying?
Well, I was gonna say, Sweden to Iran is not vertical, and there is a 2.5 hour difference between Sweden and Iran, as you can see here.
How many miles is that?
It says, let me see, 5,000 kilometers. I don't know in American miles.
5,000?
5,078 kilometers between Sweden and Iran, and there is only a 2.5 hour time difference.
LA is half that to New York, and it's 3 time zones.
How the fuck does that make any sense?
Well, it's because they made it up. Well, so all right, so oh man, I'm gonna get real conspiratorial. Yeah, I'm gonna get real conspiratorial with this one, right?
Yeah.
Because now we're just speculating on stuff that we can't really confirm, right?
Yeah.
Like all the time zones, right, basically are crafted around, right, the areas of the world that we've been cut off, right? So that there's a time zone way out by a random island, right? And then the time zone just like it doesn't make any sense. It goes like,
oh yeah, I've seen that on the map, right?
If you pull up a picture of the time zones, right?
Yeah.
And it's out. Like I said, if you take where that time zone is, right, and you flatten it out, it basically is right around the areas where we would need to go to explore that part of Antarctica, right? Because basically, allegedly Antarctica surrounds the whole, right? Because like basically what makes the most sense, right? We're a big body of water, right? What makes the most sense is the water's being held in by edges like everything else, right? So, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing on the other side of the edge, right? So so we probably live in the Antarctic basin. You know what I mean? Like then on the other side of that, there's probably more water and more land. You know what I mean? So they don't want us to, obviously for good reason. Like think about like if you're if you put a dog in a cage, right, the dog is going to want to get out of the cage. But if you put a dog in like 100-mile fence, is the dog going to care about the 100-mile fence? No, the dog is not going to care. It'll get to the fence and then, you know what I mean? But us as humans, right?
We want to see, yeah.
You can't put humans in a 100-mile fence. You can't put us in a think about it, you can't put us on a planet. You put us on the planet, we're trying to get off it. You know what I mean? And so, right. So if you want to keep humans enslaved, the only way to do that, right, for real, is to make them think that there is nowhere else besides this. You can't go anywhere else. You're on a planet. The only way to get off is by spaceship. That's crazy. The only way, you know what I mean? It's anyways, like what makes the most sense is that there's more land on the other side of Antarctica. The time zones, right, and the magnetic declination, it's literally set up, you know what I mean, to basically make the weird map that they crafted for us make sense as we're traveling through. So that's why, like, none of the time zones make any sense.
I agree. And Ashman, what are you gonna say? Yeah.
Yeah. Terribly sorry, guys, but I gotta head out.
Oh, okay. But we continue, me and Ross. But
okay.
It was a pleasure, Ashman. I look forward to talking with you more, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Have a great night, guys.
It's great. We'll talk later, Ashman.
Of course.
Peace out.
Bye.
Peace out.
Yeah, be safe out there, man.
Okay, Ross, look at this.
Yes,
Maybe you've seen this video or not. I don't know. But it's a simple little video showing what a local light looks like and what a supposed light from 93 million miles away would look like. Look at this.
Crazy.
If you see this, hold on, is it too small for you? Or
well, you know, it is because I'm looking at it on my phone. I'm gonna pull up on my computer right now.
Okay. Because this is really simple. If you look at it, it's like
Well, first, I have seen this before. But yeah, not the exact one, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, let me just show it.
Yeah,
look at this. That's a local sun, and that's how we see the rays in through the clouds, and that would be how it should be if the sun is that big and that far away. It should be straight rays, which it ain't on this supposed globe. You know, so this is one thing, and I don't know, there might not even be anything to add to that because that is self-explanatory, right? Really, it is.
Like, I mean, dude, there's just like, I mean, they're like look up the inverse square of light law, and you'll see
on
that
Google.
Wait, you don't have to necessarily do it right now. I was just saying, like,
okay.
Because it explains what you're saying right now, right? Because if you look at the inverse square of light law, it explains, like, first of all, how bright would something be the further it gets away? How would the light act? And you can literally use basic math and calculate that the sun and the moon and the stars are not nowhere near as far away as they say. Basic math will tell you this. And then, like you said, then you can look out and see that in order for the light to come in like that, it would have to be a light that it has to be local. There's no other way for the rays to come off like that.
Because that is what it's basically indicating. The rays being in that angle is indicating to a center point of the light, right? That is why
right there.
Yeah. These stupid motherfuckers do not understand this. This globe motherfuckers. But another thing I want to ask you, Ross.
Go ahead.
And I'm going to try to, this is very weird, hard for me to explain, but light, they say, if we're going to believe their bullshit story, is they say light travels, okay? Now, I'm no fucking Einstein, but I have a hard time believing light can separate itself from the source.
Right.
Because to me, it looks like the light is fixed to the source and it has whatever reach it has, but it's fixed to the source. But they say the sun that you're seeing, the sun rays that you're seeing is 8 minutes. It has already traveled for 8 minutes and now reaching you. What the fuck does that mean? As if you can send light, as if it's like a package, like send it. What do you think about that bullshit? That's just
I mean,
sounds
yeah,
wrong.
obviously none of that makes sense. And even
Right?
if they did have a way to make it logically make sense, it's not a scientific theory at all. So whoever like thank God you're not Einstein. You know, Einstein was not a scientist, by the way.
Yeah, I've heard that Tesla is the real guy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Tesla.
And Tesla literally said, like, it's right in line with what I told you that I learned directly from Kevin Trudeau and from listening
Everything
to
is
Abraham Hicks.
energy. Yeah.
It's energy and frequency, right? So basically, when light is happening, right, that's basically you bringing yourself, or you're bringing yourself onto a frequency where you can perceive certain things, right? Or you're bringing things on a frequency where you can perceive it, right? You're matching the frequency. You know, it's like there's a lot of tiny molecules, right, that are floating around that we can't see. It's not on the frequency that we can see it, or it doesn't have light on it, whatever you want to call it. It's like, so when they call something dark, like dark matter, it literally means not visible to our light spectrum. So if something is visible to our light spectrum, when you're adding light to it, you're just making something visible. So
Exactly.
you're not shooting a particle at it, you're just making it visible because it's on your frequency now. So it's like on your floor, right? You're on an elevator, right? So you're moving your elevator to the third floor. So now you're on the third floor, you can see what's on the third floor.
Yeah, because I think I've seen a video from these scientists talking about dark matter, and they were literally saying that the dark matter was acting accordingly to gravity, just like regular matter as well. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Yeah.
Well, what I mean, that's been not thoroughly debunked. The leading scientists in the field don't even believe that anymore. And this is why when I go on those debates, and when I like the debate I'm going to have tomorrow, I'm literally going to start off by saying, like, this debate is between people who are for sure science deniers. They don't believe in science. They don't believe in the scientific method. They don't believe that you should do experimentation. The debate is between people like that and us. I'm like, all I do all day is bring up the scientific experiment. You know what I mean? So even if it did make sense what they're saying, there's not even any scientific evidence for that. They just made that up, and then they're teaching it as science. You know?
Yeah, and I also love that they admit that the gravity is a theory, right? So
that word is still it's still not honest. It's still a misnomer if you call it a scientific theory, because there are no experiments that were behind it. That's why in my debate with MC2, he spiraled out right after I asked him that. I'm like, so it has to have experiments to be a scientific theory, right? He's like, yes. I'm like, okay, which experiment did Einstein do? He did Michelson and Morley. Wrong again. It's like, no. Einstein came up with the theory because of Michelson and Morley. So he can't have done the experiment to prove the theory. That's literally what he said.
Isn't it still a theory though, even if they did that? Like, what's the difference between a theory and fact? Fact is, this is what is, right? This is
we observe the same thing every time.
Yeah.
It's a fact that things go down when you drop them. It's not a fact that gravity causes it.
Exactly.
It's the fact that it does go down though.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but by them saying it's a theory, that means they're not sure, right? They're not sure that gravity is causing things to fall down. So
right.
I don't even understand it. If it's a theory, it's a theory.
But the thing that makes it complicated is there is such thing as a scientific theory.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, scientific theories are closer to being fact than anything else. And that's only because they follow the scientific method. So, and this is what they try to get away from. They're trying to masquerade in the name of, we have a scientific theory, because now that makes people like me think, oh, you've done experiments, so now I can trust you. But they haven't. You say. They haven't, though. So it's just a regular theory. It's not a scientific one. You know what I mean? It's like, I have to make that distinction for them all the time, because they either don't know or they're just intentionally being dishonest. So people think that they're not lying. That we should just believe them because they say it. That's crazy, you know. Hey, real quick.
Go.
This is kind of a weird tangent, right? So you said you live in Sweden. Did you say you're from Sweden or?
I live in Sweden, but I'm originally from Iran. But I came here when I was 3 years old.
So are you mixed with anything else, or are you just straight Iranian?
I'm straight Iranian.
Okay. So I don't know if you know who Giannis Pappas is. He's a comedian. He's a comedian from out here, and he's Greek. You guys have the same voice. I didn't realize.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't realize it until you for some reason there's a few words you said. I'm like, oh my God, like
Hold on.
I
What?
recognize you have the same voice.
Giannis. What?
Giannis Papas. Yes.
Papas. Hold on. I'm gonna pull that up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this the guy with the mustache? No, the other guy.
No, it's the one without the mustache. You feel me?
So this guy.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So
But I will say though, the thing that I just thought about is Giannis Papas does do a lot of voices. You feel me? So sometimes when he's like doing serious stuff, he's doing serious stuff. But then when he's trying to be funny, he gets in that like he's like he starts talking like you. I don't know why, but it's like it's the exact same voice. That's just crazy.
Hold on. Let's have that be played a little bit.
Look up Giannis Papas and Tim Dillon.
Okay.
That's when he started getting
Tim Dillon. Is that the fat guy? Tim Dillon.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And just whichever. This one.
I think any of them should be. Let me see.
Okay.
Go. See if you can find one that's on his show, not on Tim Dillon's show. Because on Tim Dillon's show, then it's mainly Tim.
Okay. Giannis Papas here. And let me. I don't know if I've shared it so you can hear it. Hold on.
My bad. I know this was a weird tangent. I didn't mean to like.
No, it's fun, dude. It's fun. It's fun. Let's see.
Yeah.
And you hear this, by the way.
Couple things you got to pay off: wedding, sweet 16, nose job. Long Island is
that guy. Wedding.
Yeah, he's talking more normal, but it's like when he starts getting to his bitch, he starts like, you know what I mean, like getting to it anyways.
Well, I can see it. He got this.
I'll send you a video where he's doing it. I'll send you a video where he's doing it.
Yeah, he got this sharpness in his tone, like raspy, like I can grit or something. I don't know.
Like I said, I don't know if he's from Greece, but he's definitely very much like his family's from Greece. So there's like there's like that middle Mediterranean, you know what I mean, like essence to him. It's interesting.
But listen, when I sing though, I sound different. Let me tell you. I'm gonna send you some stuff that I sing.
Dude, I can't wait to listen to your album because she's better than Phil Collins.
With that one, the Tarzan one, is just orchestral. There is no lyrics or singing in that one. But you're gonna check that out. But back
to what we were talking about though.
Yeah, back to there was another one here. Oh wait, we can take this one. Have you seen this image? Hold on. Let me zoom. Can I zoom? No. Hold on. So, have you seen this image, like of the globe, and it basically covers 80% of Africa.
Yeah, the picture that they have exactly.
Yeah, and then basically, how the hell you gonna fit the rest of these continents? You know what I mean? How the hell does that work? It doesn't, right? It doesn't. But there was another one. Where is it?
Yeah, I'm like people bringing up pictures at all as evidence. Like I said, it shows that they don't understand the scientific method. They're like, oh, this is proof because look at this picture right here. It's like, pictures are just pictures, right?
Yeah. What about this one? This is like a great example. You've probably seen it. It's like the reflection of the sun.
Right. If it was really going over, it wouldn't be it would be just up. The light would be up. It wouldn't be straight across the water.
Yeah, it would be like a spotlight, right? Like if you bend, like he's doing right there, he's bending the metal thing, and it becomes more like a spotlight, which it ain't. Right. It is acting more like a flat surface, like a table or whatever. The reflection is acting like there is so much proof that these incredibly brainwashed people just don't want to take in. They just don't want to take it in. And I have a theory outside of what you said, Ross. I think you said something that also makes sense because you said like the Leo guy, he has so much invested in this because it's basically his life. It's who he is,
right?
So that is one good reason for why they are so protective of this thing. But another reason could be just that they're plain Agent Smiths, from the Matrix. Have you seen?
Yeah. Well, absolutely. But right? Agent Smith, right? Agent Smith sometimes would take over the innocent people, right? So you're right. They might, right? So they might be. So I literally use this analogy on my dad during the the jab stuff, right? My dad is a person.
Let's go into that if you like.
My dad is a person that taught me that the government was evil and that you should believe in God. And then when that thing happened, he turned into Agent Smith. He, no, you must do it or you're gonna die. I'm like, what is player? What is wrong with you? What is
hold
wrong with you?
on. Let's go back. So during this time, obviously you was trying to get him to not take it, right? Like you were trying to say, dude.
No. I wasn't trying to get nobody to do nothing.
Okay.
I was. See,
dude,
remember
I would have been. Fuck no, you ain't doing it. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Why didn't you say that?
Because I that was like almost my breaking point where when I told my boy who I was doing business with at the time, I told him straight up, as soon as they said, listen, we're gonna lock down everything and
cold words, Ross.
Oh, my bad.
No, lockdown you can say. Yeah.
Okay. As soon as they said that you're gonna close everything up and you guys won't be able to go to work and all that, I told him, I'm like, dog, no way in hell are these people gonna fall for that. I'm like, and I have a low opinion of them. I think most of them are dumb. They're not this dumb. Boy, did they prove me wrong. Boy, I'm like, what? I'm looking at these. I'm like, I can't even. I'm like, look, all right, fine. They're just like, what can I do for a zombie? What can I do for a zombie? Nothing. He's a zombie.
It is shocking, right? It is.
I was like, I'm back now, right? Like I'm a little bit. I have a little bit more faith, but during that time, I was like, I can't even. I don't want to look at you, touch none of you guys. I'm disgusted.
Right. Right.
Whatever happens, happens to you at this point.
You know the things we've heard about shedding. Have you heard about that? That they might be shedding stuff. I've heard that they might be shedding from their skin, but also from their breath. I hope this isn't true. But if this is true, they're literally walking, infections.
I mean, look, man, and they were already that in their mind, and that just translated to their body. You know, your body is not separate from your mind, so you can't do something to your body that your mind is not welcome of, right? Because like even think about it, like if you have sex with somebody that has a dis-ease or an illness in their body, they don't have ease in their body, which means they don't have ease in their mind, so it's translating to their body now. That's all that is, right? There's no such thing as, right? So if you encounter somebody like that, right, who's on the worst level, terminal, just because they actually infect you, does that mean that you're going to come down with the illness? No. It doesn't mean that. Your immune system can work and get rid of it. That's how most people's bodies work, right? Yeah. I think they say only 20% of people that get, blank get the actual AIDS, right? So what happens to the other 80%? The other 80%, their immune system just gets rid of it. Why don't they talk more about that?
But hold on, right? let me tell you something about that AIDS. Yeah. There is talks about that not being real either.
That's what I'm talking about right now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's just this ease in the mind that is translated to the body, right? And so I can't receive anything that my mind doesn't accept. You know what I mean? So there is nothing actually going on in the body. There's nothing going on in the body at all. There's just going on in the mind, and then your body replicates itself based upon what you're thinking. There's studies that prove this. Like this is well studied. You know what I mean?
Listen, Ross. For many years, my favorite artist, Freddie Mercury, died supposedly of that disease.
Right.
Thing is this, though, also, which is funny. The basketball player Magic Johnson?
Yes.
You heard
exactly.
him.
Still alive and kicking.
Yes.
Still alive and kicking.
He got it in the same time that Freddie Mercury got it. But the only difference is Magic Johnson, he only took the drug AZT, which was the thing that actually destroyed your immune system. He only took that for 2 weeks. Freddie Mercury took it for years. And what it did was it destroyed your immune system and then you died. And then they say, oh, you died of, you know what? So
that's crazy. Oh my God, dude. Dude.
You can look this up. I got a video. I'm going to send it to you. It's a short 2-minute video showing this.
Right. They tell you have a disease just so they can justify giving you the medication that gives you the disease.
Yes, because another thing, Freddie Mercury also was he used this ecstasy drug or something a lot, which could give you like marks on your skin. Okay, those same marks. It's called something sarcosis. I don't know what. It's some skin type of a disease kind of a thing that you can get from ecstasy. So he was popping ecstasy a lot during the 80s.
Right.
So apparently he thought that was the AIDS. So he went to the doctors and they're like, yeah, you got AIDS. Here you go, take AZT. You know, it might help you, it might not. But anyways, what do you got to lose? And, you know.
He just kept taking it. You know,
and it was Dr. Phony. Do you know what I mean when I say Dr. Phony? This motherfucker that was in charge of the sniffles.
Well, he was in charge of that too. Exactly.
Yes.
I know what you're saying. I know all about that, right? And you know, but before all this happened, like way before all this happened, like that, I in high school, when I first started, you know what I mean? I'm like, every company out here is making money. All right. I'm like, doctors do not make money if you get healthy, right? No, they don't.
Facts.
So, right. Like, you know, like that's why dentists have candy for you on the way out. You feel me? They want you to get worse so that when you come back and spend more money. You know what I mean? Like, you have to know that. And anytime anybody tries to tell me about something, especially when it came to the medical, you know, stuff way back then, I'm like, I don't believe anything that anybody says ever for any reason. You know what I mean? Like right out of high school, I'm like, anything you say to me, you're gonna have to verify it right away.
You know, when I heard about what you guys in America was doing, like I heard for the first time that if somebody came up with a cure that was not going through the medical whatever industry, then you could actually get arrested or something. Like if I would say, hey, listen, I got this fucking herb here that will cure you, I could get arrested for that. Have you heard about that shit?
Well, you just stumbled across one of the biggest stories in America over the past 5 years, right? And I'm not necessarily just talking about that. I'm talking about Dr. Sebi, right?
Okay.
And even this, like, you know, this is something that I am, you know, don't go into on my channel too much because, you know, I'm an intelligent man. There are certain, like, you know, there are certain things that you have to understand what bear you're poking when you start poking them, right? But I mean, since you brought it up, this is the reality, you know. I posted on Facebook, right, about 8 months before. You know who Nipsey Hussle is?
No.
Okay, so about 8 months before Nipsey Hussle was killed because of gang violence, right?
Was it a rapper? Was it a rapper?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I've heard. Yeah.
So he was the most popular rapper. He's the most popular California rapper in California.
Hold on, it wasn't that rapper that his wife or girlfriend they were in a restaurant and she was tweeting and then somebody got there and killed him.
No. That's PNB Rock. But not him. But so Nipsey is from LA and he owned a lot of stores in LA and he was a real businessman. So he was the most respected artist from California people. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, you know, people from other places, they know California artists, but in California, we all listen to Nipsey.
All of them.
Right? All of us listen to Nipsey, right? So he was one of the most important artists almost of all time from California at this point. He announced that he was going to make a documentary about Dr. Sebi, right? And the minute that he announced that, I posted on Facebook. I can show you the Facebook post where I said we need to pray for the protection of Nipsey because he's about to start talking about the type of stuff that people get killed for. That's just the reality.
And then they did it.
He died about 7 months later. Right, because he was doing a documentary on Dr. Sebi. Dr. Sebi is a physician from Central America. I want to say Guatemala. I don't remember which country, but one of the countries in Central America who, long story short, through meditation and diet change, had cured every major disease: AIDS, cancer, diabetes.
Code words. Yes. This is all.
My bad. Sorry.
We don't. This is all in comic fashion.
Comedy. He did it. He did it on TV.
We don't believe any of that. But continue.
So he did that. Started publishing his works in scientific journals.
Yes.
Got sued multiple times by multiple different agencies and won in court. They tried to sue him to say he was publishing false information. He won in court 6 times. Won in court. They said, you didn't really cure these people of this. He said, oh, yes, I did. Won in court, right? They found a way. And by the way, when they arrested him, he was like a 90-year-old man, had never, ever had any major diseases, right? Was a marathon runner, literally one of the healthiest people on the planet at 91, right? Never had, like I said, no illness, nothing. They found a way to arrest him on false charges, and he died within he died within 8 days of being arrested.
Of course. You know, have you heard about this? That maybe you have. That your body, the pH levels in your body, it can either go alkaline, I think, and or sour or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
You know, and depending on how much
acidic,
sugar,
acidic.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Acidic or alkaline, and depending on how much fast food or sugars or whatever you eat, the more acidic it becomes, and you know, the greater stuff you eat, the more alkaline. To me, that makes sense, because to me, if I compare it to a bathroom, you know, if you don't clean the bathroom, it's gonna get mold and bacteria and shit like that. But if you put some fucking Ajax and shit constantly in the bathroom, the bacteria cannot grow there, right? Because the environment is not suited for them to grow. I think that should make sense to a degree. You know what I mean? In your body.
No, you're 100% right. And think about it. Often, what you're putting in your body is what I mean. Not even often. It's like kinetically, right? Yeah. Kinetically, it's literally a brain neuron that causes your body to move, right? And think about it. That's why they call certain stuff comfort foods. When you're sadder, you eat the stuff that is going to result to a sadder state in your body. When you're happier, right? I mean, I don't even eat. I'm so happy. You know, I'm so happy. I'm not even hungry. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
That's right. So that's and when I'm upset, I get hungry. You know what I mean? It's like, right. That's how that goes. You know. So you're right what you're saying, but it's how you're viewing yourself in your mind, and however you view that, your body can't help, you know, do that. Like there's a seminar by a guy named Jack Canfield, right? Jack Canfield wrote the book series Chicken Soup for, you know, the whole Chicken Soup for the Soul series, right? So he's obviously a pretty intelligent guy, right? Yeah. He teaches this, what we're talking about right now. He teaches this. And he says, like, you know, he does an example where he brings people on stage, right? And like he has one of them imagine being a jackhammer, right? Yeah. He has the other one imagine being a bird, right? Imagine it in your mind, right? Like he helps them really get into it. Meditate on being a jackhammer, meditate on being a bird, right? Now what he does is he takes a person who's a jackhammer. He's like, now I want you to close your eyes, right? And I want you to try, right, to be a bird. And he just goes like this. he can't help but think the jackhammer, because he's like, because he made it, right? Oh, I missed one part. He told him, I want, with your body, do the bird. With your mind, think jackhammer. Think jackhammer and just go like this. He can't physically do it. He physically cannot think jackhammer and make his body do something other than what his mind is doing. And so likewise with the girl, he told her, you're the bird, right? Now I want you to think bird. Now do the jackhammer with your body. And she's like, it doesn't go. It can't. No, you can't do any. Your body just does exactly what your mind is doing. That's all it is. And your body even looks like your mind. I tell people this as a joking thing. Like at a certain point, like I had to start telling myself, you're a beautiful man. Like you're a beautiful person. Like the most beautiful person on the world. I'm gonna tell you right now, I damn near am. You feel me? Like when I walk in the room, there's a clear hierarchy when I walk in the room, but it's not on accident. I mean, I was born gifted, but I guarantee you, anybody who's born in whatever state they're in, if they focus on being, you know what I mean, as attractive as they can be, eventually they're going to be as attractive as me or more. That's what it is. You know what I mean?
Good point.
Tall, you know what I mean? Anybody can improve themselves, and your body is going to reflect your mind, and you can't help it. You know what I mean?
Great points. And I want to also say this regarding the mind. Isn't it funny that, you know, when I say elephant monkey head, if I say an elephant monkey head to you, what happens in your brain?
I'm thinking of how that could even work. Yeah.
Right? Because you hear words, you start to picture, like you start to draw a picture of those words, right? Like if I say bicycle car,
Right. Boom.
you're like, yeah, a bicycle car.
Yeah.
And you can't really stop it either, right? Because
You can't stop it.
once you hear the words, it gets automatically decoded in your head to that image, right?
Like you're getting into the nitty gritty of how to actually command the fabric of life. Think about what you just said, right? You can command every second of life to be exactly what you want to be, because every second you're making that decision, right? Think like you said, elephant monkey, right? It don't matter. It's like, right? Every second of my life matters. Every second. I don't spend not 1 second listening to something I don't want to listen to, hearing what I don't want to hear. And it's like, it's the only way that I've been able to, become a person who is like, obviously very, very angry, right? The person who's like peaceful all the time, because I take every thought serious. Every thought is a serious thought. You know what I mean? Because you're speaking that you know what I mean? That's something that can really help people who are going through any situation you're going in, right? It's a second by second process. Just get out of it 1 second at a time. 1 second at a time. Move yourself in a different direction.
This is fascinating. Let's play with this quickly. In the same way, you can make me paint a picture of whatever the fuck you're saying.
Yes.
Because it automatically decodes. Let's flip it. Haters. Okay? Haters that trash you.
Yes.
They're throwing weaponry words towards you, right? Like they're saying you're dumb. I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm just talking in general.
Oh no, trust me, it happens.
It happens to me too. It happens to me too.
Yeah.
That's why I'm bringing this up, just because.
No, this is a great point right here. It's a great point.
Yeah. So based on what we just talked about, how words will just, we don't have to even hear them. We can just read them too. And that will also be kind of working in the same way, right? If we read something. So
and a lot of times that's more powerful because there's 2 points of contact. It's connecting with your eyes and your ears at the same time.
Interesting. Good point. Yes. Why I'm bringing this up is so that we can learn to deflect these attacks, because people that speak truth or are for people that are for authenticity or truth or shit like that get a lot of flack and attacks. Okay, so going back to what we talked about with the words, so if we read or hear these words too much, how much of this can we consciously deflect? Do you know what I mean? Like, let's say we read and hear our attacks constantly, even though we try our best to not let them affect you. How much of it is still affecting you on a subconscious level? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think number one, and of course this is straight from Abraham Hicks, right? Each person always has to listen to their inner being and their inner guidance, because our emotions are giving us the answer to the question that we're asking, right? It's like it's letting you know when you're moving in the wrong direction, right? Like if you're going on a racetrack, your emotions are like the bumpers, right? Your emotions, right? It's like it lets you know. It's like it's not really about what's going on outside. It's about what you're thinking about. You're giving this too much attention or whatever it might be. You know what I mean? So it's all about where you're personally at, right? There is a certain level where, this is straight from Jay-Z, right? Jay-Z has a line where he says, "The hating is flagrant, get your free throw," right? So like a flagrant foul in basketball is when somebody fouls you really, really hard, trying to hurt you, but they end up just giving you 2 points and the ball now. So somebody's trying to hurt you, and Jay-Z is saying, like, you could spin that with just the fact that they're thinking about you is giving you energy, right? Now, all the people in my comment section hating on me, every time I get back at them, I'm like, but thank you and I appreciate your support, right? Because that's what they are doing. They are supporting. People who hate you are going to pay way more attention to you than people that love you. So
absolutely,
right. So it's not that it's negative or bad, right? I don't believe in necessarily like bad or good like that, right? It's about wanted and unwanted, right? Or which direction you're moving in, right? Now, so for some people like me, right, I can read that, and sometimes I need to read that to get a kick in my ass. Because
yeah,
the idea of somebody calling me dumb is like energy. I'm like, oh really? You know what I mean? So now I'm hyped now. You know what I mean? So that's good for me, right? But other people, they cannot handle that. They can't sit there and listen to people tell them that you suck. You're not really. I'm like, I like when people tell me that I suck because I want to challenge them. Because if I challenge them and they can't prove to me that I was wrong, then I'm more solidified now. I'm even more. My confidence just rose a little bit more. You know?
Yeah.
So it can go either way, but you got to listen to your inner being. It'll let you know, all right, now maybe engage with this. Or it'll let you know, don't engage with this because there's nothing there for you, you know?
So would you say maybe look at some of them, but not constantly look at it? Or are you saying look at all of them, but treat it, like you said, like fuel for your fire, you know? What would you say?
Well, for me personally, I like to read everything, you know, but I'm neurotic though, you know. I will read and respond to every single comment. I mean, unless it's like it starts to get boring, and then I'll just say this is boring. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll literally do that, you know.
Yeah.
But that's I'm high level intensity. I'm you know. So like I said, I would say follow your inner being. You know, whatever your inner being tells you to do, and I thoroughly believe. Like I said, I learned this from Kevin Trudeau, right? Kevin Trudeau told me this, a billionaire.
Now I have to look up Kevin Trudeau. Okay.
Look up Kevin Trudeau. And he has a show called The Kevin Trudeau Show where he mainly just talks about conspiracies and stuff. So he gets into this.
That's perfect.
Right? But the stuff that I'm talking about is in a series called Your Wish is Your Command. So I mean that like literally like the minute that the guy who I told you was mentoring me gave me that, I heard the first CD of it. I didn't sleep for 2 days. You know what I mean? Listening to that. And my life has never been the same since. You know what I mean? Like, but the point is that your emotions is the communication from your inner being, right? Like a lot of people don't understand. You know what I mean? What are emotions? Like they just think that just means I'm sad or like no, it's actual communication from yourself to yourself. You know what I mean? Like you know, I get a clear emotion when somebody starts talking about something that I know I don't want to participate in. Instantly, I know I don't want to participate in this conversation. And if I go against that, and I'm like, all right, let me just stick it out. Eventually, at the end of the conversation, what's going to be waiting for me? That emotion that I felt at the beginning of the conversation. So that's your inner being letting you know, like, this is the direction you're moving. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, people say that they can tell the future, but you're not really telling that, you're creating the future. Yeah. You're creating the future, and that communication is coming from your inner. Like, look, if you go down this road, this is what we're heading toward. And then your other emotion, so it's not necessarily like happy and sad. It's really like it's the communication. You know what I mean? It's like is this the wrong direction or the right direction? Am I moving toward joy and toward what I want, or am I moving toward, you know what I mean, a state of.
You know what I love about you? You know what I love about you? It's that you can just go everywhere. You know, I love that. Just be able to go everywhere. That is interesting, of course. Like
I appreciate that, man.
You know, I just say what I observe. You know what I mean? Like,
right. And you know, this has been one of the best conversations. Yeah, it's been one of the best conversations I've had in a while. I appreciate you being willing to go other places too, because quite frankly,
yeah.
I mean, quite frankly, you know, I mean, although you know the flat earth stuff is good, you feel me? Like, especially when we start getting, you know, dragged down in hard science conversations. Like, to me, it starts getting boring because I know the average person don't care about that, right? And then not only that, when I'm talking to, like, you know, when I'm debating people, that's why I don't like to let them do that to me, because I'm like, dude, like, you guys don't even know the science like that. So we're just gonna end up going around in circles. I'm just gonna end up correcting you on shit. It's just gonna be me. Yeah. You're like, no, this is wrong. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. It's like,
it's like
doing that. Like what do we gain from that? You know?
Well, I would say if I'm gonna take anything positive out of a situation like that, like a debate, is the viewer. You know, the viewer that might potentially watch you and take in potentially what you said and change their mind. I would say that's the only real positive outcome from such a debate. But, you know, there's really no point between the debaters because both have their sides and they're not going to let go. But, you know, in a real honest debate, it should be like this. Like, if I'm truly for the truth and you say something that actually makes sense, I should be like, yeah, you know what? I think you're right. And I'm starting to change my own, you know, mind here. But that never happens, right? That never happens.
Really, no, well, it definitely doesn't. Although I will say even though I say it sarcastically sometimes, I really do mean it when I say my goal in this is to learn, is to solidify the information I know. I want to.
That's what I spotted.
Yeah.
I spotted that in the Leo
I was
debate.
genuine too. I was genuine.
Yeah, I felt that. I was like, that was the first time I saw it. I was like, this guy is not really here to win a competition. He just want to see. He just want to look for the truth.
Yeah, like what's the point of winning the debate? Yeah. I want to know what's going on. What shape is the earth for real? What's really going on? And how do we reconcile this free energy? You know what I mean?
And I felt that was authentic. You know, there was a video, quickly, there was a video of some guy saying authenticity. I don't know if you've seen it. I saw it on Twitter. I have it bookmarked somewhere. He said, authenticity is the most powerful frequency you can ever be in. It's like four times or 4,000 times stronger than love. I don't know which one it was. But anyways, it was at least 4 times stronger than the frequency of love. And he said basically, so when you speak truth with authenticity, it's like super powerful. It breaks through everything. I just wanted to say that.
Well, you know, I believe that this correlates to what I'm saying about when we talked about power, and why I've always felt like in every room I go in, I always have, you know, I'm always at the top of the food chain. I'm always have whatever power I need to execute. And so that way I don't feel like a tyrant in any way, right? And I 100% believe that comes from my complete lack of fear to being authentic. Like I don't care about, if I don't care about what my parents think about me, what makes you think that I care about the next person? Like my own grandmother, like, I love my grandmother. You know, before she passed away, you know, like she didn't want to come say nothing to me. Nobody can say anything to me because they know that I'll take it in and I'm gonna respond. If it's correct, I'll take it in just fine. And if I find you incorrect, I'll say it. I have no problem with that. That confidence level for me to just say and be whoever I want at any moment. That is the thing that when I walk in the room, I don't have to be the tallest, the biggest, the best looking, the richest, nothing. But everybody's gonna look at me and understand that there's something in me that's not in them. You know,
that reminds me.
Or if it is in them, then they'll relate to it, and we'll probably be friends right away. You know.
Yeah, that reminds me of this saying. You probably heard it. You know, there is this guy, this general guy that is like barking a lot and trying to act tough, and then there is this guy that is quiet, but if you fuck with him, he's like a lion. Do you know? Have you heard this before? Like there is some people. They're calm, but if you rile them up, they can fuck you up. And then the other guy that is, you know, acting tough might be a pussy. You know what I mean? Like Absolutely. It reminds me of that when you say that, like you're confident in yourself and in your power. You don't need to be like the barking guy. But let me say this. Also, when you know you're intelligent, then you don't care if somebody calls you a moron. You know what I mean? It's just something in you that can just brush it off.
Hey, I mean, if you call me that, I'm gonna be like, oh, really? Why? Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Well, the same to you. The same to you. Listen, let's quickly talk about confidence. I want to hear what you think about this. I have a theory about this. And I usually give an example. Like, let's say there is 2 exact same scenarios where you have to study for an exam, or no, you have to study for a speech that you're going to have for the whole class. Okay. And in one scenario, you just go party, you don't read up shit, and you go up on the podium or whatever. How will your body language be when you just been partying and not read up on the subject that you're going to speak on in front of the whole class? How is your body language going to be in that scenario?
Right. It's going to be very difficult for you to be confident when you have not prepared. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
One of my favorite sentences from Marquette, The Saint and the Sinner, is you cannot dominate unless you can anticipate. You know, so, you know, it's like you have to be able to anticipate everything that's going to happen. You know what I mean? In order for you to be able to have the top, at least the level of confidence that I have when I'm going. You're not going to be more confident than me, who
Yeah.
is 100% studied on everything. And
Yes.
if I don't remember something right away, I'm like, hold on, I have it right here in my notes. You know what I mean? So I'm ready to go. So you could be the top level confident person, but if you meet another confident person like you who also has studied and prepared, then you might be able to get a B, but you won't get an A. You're not going to be the top dog. You know what I mean? So
yes.
It's like, and my point is that you might be able to still do good, but not as good as you could if you prepared. You know, it's just, there's no way around that, you know?
Yes. Okay. And how would your voice be in that scenario?
Right. Well, I mean, right. So you would sense the unsurety, you know?
Yeah, you would be
I think
kind of shaky, right?
Right.
A little bit. Yeah, right. But then you
Right.
go to the other exact scenario, but in that case, you have studied your ass off. You never went partying or nothing. And now you go up to the podium and you speak with confidence, right? Because you study your ass off on the subject.
Right.
So why I'm saying this is, how much of confidence is just knowledge? Like if you're gonna have true confidence inside of yourself, because listen, the difference between those two scenarios is really knowledge, right? You studied or information, knowledge or information, however you want it. Right. But the difference between those two scenarios is that, right? So does that then mean having confidence inside of yourself is something like getting to know who you are, what you are, stuff like that? Because you know what I mean? Like having confidence in yourself has to have something to do with getting to know who and what you are and what you strive to be or whatever. Do you know what I'm trying to say here? Like
I think that money is a good example of this, right? So like if you have more money, right, then obviously that's going to make you more of a confident person, right? It's not necessarily like the money that you want, but it's that confidence that grows, right? So when it comes to knowledge specifically, I actually think that it goes hand in hand, you know, because I do believe that on a spiritual level, right, or an energetic level, right, this is like, if you really get into Abraham Hicks's story, right, Abraham Hicks has 100% of the information that she has about what's going on in the world. I mean, she can break down deep scientific concepts, right? She got it all from channeling.
Abraham Hicks.
Yes. So, but what I'm saying is that her information is the same as Kevin Trudeau, who was taught it by secret societies. You know what I mean? So now the difference between the two is like they can both get the information, or she can get it without doing the work, right? But when she talks, it's from a place of, you know, it's not so much like Kevin, who is like, look, I made $1 billion doing this. Like, do it like this, you know what I mean? It's like there's a different level of confidence in Kevin when he talks, because he was taught it directly, experienced it, lived it out. He knows it for real, right? But
organically,
but then there's also that other side, like I said, like people like Abraham Hicks, who everything that she's saying is going to be 100% correct. You know what I mean? And of course, you know, her life is good, you know, and all that, but she literally was a housewife her whole life. People always say a housewife that is like now giving complex lectures, right, from things that she just received from the ether. You know what I mean? And so it's like, that's my problem. It can go either way, right? And I think that they are hand in hand. Because like for me personally, my confidence comes from the more that I learn about the world, which is of course learning about myself too. But the more I learn directly about myself, like when I hear Whitsett's lectures on the ether, right? And I you know, refresh myself and like, wow, none of this is really real. I do have control over every single thing that happens in my life. My confidence grows from that knowledge, right? I would not have even reached that knowledge if I didn't have the confidence to know that I was going to be here. You know what I mean? It started off with me knowing, like, I don't know what the hell is going to happen, but I know I'm about to be there. You know what I mean? And then for me charting my course, then the knowledge came. You know what I mean? So like it's hand in hand. It's hand in hand.
Interesting. Very good stuff right there. So also regarding having confidence inside of yourself, I usually say, like, we're like a product our body, like who we are, we come here to this reality with an empty manual. We don't really know. There is nothing in this manual, like, which is the manual for us, our body, or who we are, or whatever. But then we have to figure out this manual of who we are, what we like. Do you know what I mean? Like
Absolutely.
fill in this manual.
It's like people say that you're not here to discover yourself. You're here to create yourself, right? So it's like a lot of people are they're trying to like figure out like what should I do? Or it's not about what should you do. It's what do you want to do? Like what are you trying to do? You know, and my point about free energy always comes back into that. I'm like, why is anybody doing anything they don't want to do right now? Why are you at work or anybody listening to this? Why do you have that job, right? Why do you have that car or that? It's because you have to pay for energy.
Yeah, you want to live. Right? Yeah.
I mean, right, because if we got free energy, right, you can power your car, home, and appliances without, why would you need to go to work? You can work all day on your passion, all day, all year on what it is that you want to do. You'll be a truly free individual.
Think what a world that would be, Ross.
I think about it every day. I'm like,
the fuck?
This is my goal. That's why I'm like, you know, the flat earth shit is almost like a psyop. I mean, I understand that, but I'm like, I throw my hat in the ring because I know that I'm going to bring it back to what I really want to talk about, which is that, look, it's the slavery that's being thrust upon us via paying for energy.
Yes, Ross, I'm with you with the flat earth thing, but I think the flat earth thing is, it's kind of important for the sheeple because it's a lie that it connects everybody. You know what I mean? Like that could trigger free energy after they find out that they've been lied about the globe. Yeah. Also, one other thing though, I believe the whole climate thing is based on this shit. Like we only have this limited resource.
Right. Well, exactly.
We have to take care of it, and it's almost too late. So let's enslave everybody, okay? And the sheeple will be like, all right, yes, for the good of the planet, we have to agree to this limitation to our lives. You know what I mean? This electronic enslavery thing that is coming is based on this little limited resources world, you know? But what if there is more land, more
resources? Exactly, right? It's like it solves all those problems.
Yes, they couldn't do, because I believe this is their ultimate goal. This one, the climate one. You know what I mean? The climate one is where they're trying to enslave us because of the planet.
It's definitely, I think, like the next step in their process, right? To get people to connect, right? Being a good person with whatever their agenda is. And so that's all they think about is binary. You're either a good person or you're a bad person. Good people like this, bad people like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you always have to, at least me personally, it's like, I have to break people out. That's why I always say, when people say stuff, I'm like, that's dumb. I want you to think about it and feel emotional about it right away. I want that emotion to kick in. He called me dumb? Yeah, you're an idiot. You're a dumb idiot now. Let that sink in. That's how I think about you. So
that's like hard love. That's like hard love when you say something to somebody close, like, listen, you're dumb. Like I think we need more of that. We need more people that points out shit like that. More direct stuff, more honesty, all of that shit.
Well, it's the only way we grow. Right? Go ahead. It's the only way we grow.
Yeah. And one more thing. I think it's healthy to get more and more people from the chat, from the keyboard side, onto what we are doing right here. Right. Activate your uniqueness. Stop being an NPC. Like, if you are a real human, get out of the keyboard. Start to speak with your voice, at least. You know, I believe the more people that does that, the more power we will get as a collective. Because
I agree. The
you know what I mean?
Thing, I think it's the 100 monkey. Like when I said, when I first started doing the conspiracy thing in high school, right? Like, nobody was on it. When I first started introducing people to the idea of energy, that was in 2010. Nobody was using that back then, right? Now everybody is on it, and I don't remember the day that, but I just know that, like, from one, like, out of nowhere, everybody was like, I think everything is energy. I think everything is, you know what I mean? It's like once the 100th person got it, it just entered itself in all of our consciousness. We just all accepted it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there is some weirdness with that, right? It's like a
Yes.
percentage. Once it reaches that percentage, it just goes full on.
Well, like the examples that they use for the 100 monkey thing, right? I'm pretty sure this is real world statistics, right? For a certain amount of time, nobody could break, I think it was a 4-minute mile. Nobody could break the 4-minute mile, right? For years, right? So the day that somebody broke it, before they could even record it, it got broken 4 more times. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy.
One human passed it, we can all do it now.
Yeah,
because it's a collective consciousness. You know what I mean? That's a whole. But you know,
don't you think that's similar to like why they want to censor so much, because they know that there is a critical what is it called, critical mass, like where it hits some point where their whole thing is fucked now, because you know enough people are awake and there is no going back unless you have Alzheimer's or something, or dementia or whatever, you know.
Or you get afraid of war. That's how they go back, right? Think about it. Or you think you tell people they're gonna die because of some of the air. Oh, the air is gonna kill you. Or right, you think about it. It's all about or the Super Bowl's on. They don't care. They didn't care yesterday, right? Nobody cared yesterday, right? Everything was all good yesterday. Why? Because the Super Bowl was on. That's all they have to do. One distraction to the next. And this is why I feel like once I got into politics, I was like, oh wow, politics is it's everything they do in politics is literally a diversion. It's all a diversion, you know.
Hey, we got to talk about that shit on another stream as well. Politics and all these shit. But let me say this before we end this one, because we don't want it to go too long. But I fucking love it. But
I'm enjoying this, man.
This is crazy. I love it. Going back to the thing of getting people to start doing what we're doing, think about it this way: if everybody had their YouTube channel, like massive numbers of people did what we did, it would be pretty hard to censor everybody, right? If everybody was spewing out truths, or you know, it's like an army.
Yeah.
But if we are like 10, 15 people doing it, it's easy for them to just destroy us, you know, block us, shadow ban us, whatever, this and that. You know what I mean? Like,
well, you know what this really comes down to, and I hate to bring it right back to the political shit, right? But it comes down to the difference between why laissez-faire capitalism is the only thing that can save our society, is the reason why our society is the way it is today. It has to be complete, think about what I'm saying, complete laissez-faire. There cannot be a publicly owned sector. Everything has to be privately owned, because when things are privately owned, now they have personal responsibility for it. Think about what I'm saying, right?
I agree,
We learned this in my first few years of philosophy class, right? But it's like, think about it, if somebody has their own fishing pond, right?
Yeah.
It's theirs, so they can charge people to come and use it. They have an incentive to make sure that it doesn't get overfished, because they want the fish to continue to be there, right? But if it's a public fishing pond, what incentive do I have not to overfish there? Because if I don't overfish there, then if somebody else overfishes there, then I might be out. So I gotta hurry up and overfish just to protect myself. You see how that like logically it doesn't work. So it has to be privately owned, because the person that owns it, that their incentive to keep it going is their personal benefit from it.
Yeah.
So it has to be like that in government, and that translates to every sector. So they like monopoly. It's impossible for a monopoly to exist in laissez-faire capitalism. I'm gonna say it again. It's impossible. The only way they get it to exist is by implementing laws, right, that make it harder for competition to get in. Then they can enforce the monopolies. Once monopolies happen, then the services go down the drain. So that's all we're dealing with when it comes to these social media companies and them being able to censor us. Because guess what? If anybody could just hop on the internet and make a social media company, right, and do what they have to do, then there's no way they can censor us. Because the minute that they didn't give a product that people liked, we would just move on to the next company. You know what I mean?
Good fucking point. Good fucking point right there. You're right. You're completely right. And they're kind of doing the opposite of what you're talking about here, because they're there's like this big ass company that owns everything, right? Like, and basically it's the opposite. Like the government or whatever is owning everything, and that's the opposite of what you're talking about, right? Right now,
Right.
they own everything, and
Literally,
they're trying
it's
to
fascism, like literal fascism.
Yeah. So you're right. You're right. And that was a great idea. Like there should be a system, like there should be a thing that creates I don't know how this would go about, but create servers. You know how you can make a web page very easily. You can just go to some provider, and they can make it in 1 minute. Like you can go and log in, and you have a web page. What if that could be made in some way for a social media platform? However the fuck that would be possible. But if that was possible, what you just said.
It's the same concept, right? It's the same concept. People should be able to pump out social medias like it's nothing, you know?
Yes, and then the one that is doing it the right way will be the biggest.
It'll reign supreme. Right? Laissez-faire capitalism. That's the only thing that works, you know, like I said, when it comes to actual economic progress. Because think about it, in any other way, right? Like I said, it's all about incentive, right? Like if you incentivize people to do something, then they're gonna do it. That's just how that goes, right? So, like I said, if somebody owns the pond, they're incentivized to keep it going, right?
Yeah.
The government, right? If you put somebody in a position of power where they get paid for not doing anything, right? And the more they mess up, the bigger the government gets, right? They're incentivized to make mistakes. You understand what I'm saying? When a mistake, right? Like, I mean, anyways, like I don't want to get too into the political stuff, but it's like the minute that you add in public ownership or any kind of public office, it's completely immoral to the progress of humankind because you remove the incentive that people need to actually do good things. I'm sorry, like there has to be. I'm not gonna I don't care how good of a person I am. I'm not gonna do good for people my whole life and not get anything from it. Nobody's gonna do that.
Yeah,
there has
of
to
course.
be incentive there. You know what
it's
I mean?
Understandable. You don't have to apologize for that. That's understandable.
Right, but people have to understand on the other side. What if somebody is heavily incentive to do evil, right? Like companies which
there are. You know, one thing that baffles my mind is these sheeple. They have a hard time understanding that there is evil out there and that there are at the top. They have a hard time believing in things like that. That's baffling.
And the last thing I guess I'll say on that, I mean, it is baffling sometimes. I guess sometimes maybe those people are naive or maybe they're good people. I'll tell you like this. The minute that I finished my political science degree and I realized what politics was, I was like, there's no way in hell I could ever do this. Only an evil person would look at this and see what's going on and be like, yes, I should do this. You know what I mean? And so, but think about it. If somebody is evil, what type of profession would they probably want to get in? Somewhere where they can exercise, right? If you like to touch on kids, you're probably gonna go be a teacher. Or we're gonna do, right. I could never work at a school. You know why? Because I don't want to be around annoying kids. It's weird to me. So I'm not saying that every person that works there likes that, but I guarantee somebody like that, they're going to go work there.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Evil people are going to consolidate where the power is, where the evil's at. So I'm not saying 100% of people who are in politics are evil. I'm just saying 99.99999.
Yeah, you give a 0.0.0.0.01% that it might be.
Everybody but Ron Paul.
Ron Paul is good, but
that's the thing. Everybody but Ron Paul.
Yeah, you know, we have to go into Trump in another one.
We got a lot of stuff to talk about on the next one for sure.
Absolutely, man. Listen.
Oh yeah, and then I definitely want to sit in on the music one, man, because I you know what, like. This is what I do. I had this in my notes actually to say this before this show is out. You know, I haven't started streaming on Rumble yet because, like I said, it's so hard to get it to work right on my computer. But when I do, I guess get a new computer, right, and I start streaming on Rumble, I'm gonna do my streams pretty much like DJ Academics, where because I'm a DJ as well, right? And you know, you know everything about me, you know, in the inception is music. So, you know, right now on YouTube. Sometimes I will stream music on YouTube before I get my stream going. You know what I mean?
Well, be careful of that because you can get a copyright strike or a strike.
What I learned is that if you use like, you know, mixtape songs, that's what we call it out here, mixtape songs, like songs that are basically on YouTube, aren't on Spotify and stuff like that, then you get a copyright, but you don't get a copyright strike though. So they like, you know what I mean? Like they'll put it on there so they know somebody else's content, but it's still free reign. Like for example, I have a video with an R. Kelly song in it, right? It's a basketball video. R. Kelly, like you can play R. Kelly songs on YouTube and not get a copyright strike because for obvious reasons. You know?
But are you talking like if you're doing a live stream, or are you talking about uploading it?
Well, when I'm doing a live stream, right, on YouTube, I can play certain mixtape songs, right, and it won't take my stream down, right? But the reason why I brought that up is because when I start streaming on Rumble, I'm gonna be doing like full DJ sets before I do my stream, like just like, you know, getting but because, you know, on Rumble, you know, you can play the real music, you know what I mean? So
I know that's what's weird. Like there is no copyright or nothing. You can just play whatever. Well,
because like I said, that's technically not ethical to copyright, like because the way that like legally, the legal like continuation of what they're doing is now every time somebody plays your music in the club, they have to pay you for it. Are you serious?
Yeah,
they know,
crazy.
Like now you're defeating the purpose of the art. The purpose of the art is for other people to listen to it and use it and play it and spread it. You know?
Yeah.
So the only reason why YouTube does that is because they have a deal with the companies. You know what I mean? They don't legally have to do that, but they do it because the companies are breaking them off. We're gonna give you millions of dollars to make sure that's all. It's just business. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, like 8 years ago or something, when I had a Facebook or whatever, I tried the, you know, Facebook Live. I remember this. I tried the Facebook Live with my phone or something, and then I had like a Michael Jackson song in the background, and then I saw that it was like sound is muted due to copyright. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Can I not just play Michael Jackson? Yeah, but I was like, this was new to me back then. I was like, hold on, can I not just have some chill music in the background while I do this shit? Apparently not. That was insane to me. That was insane.
I would have started podcasting years ago if not for that one thing. Now that one thing, I'm like, dude, because everything that me and my boy who I started this with, like everything that we talk about for the most part is surrounded around music and stuff like that. So
and you like, can't talk about it.
Yeah, and if I talk about it, I can't like play no snippets of it.
Yeah, you can't refer to it. Yeah, and also it sets moods. Music sets moods, right? So
dude,
maybe
like with the Rumble thing, I look forward to because I'm like, I have to get my music right. I have to get my head right, and I'm gonna be on there doing some of the best DJ sets you ever heard. I promise you right now, there are tons of people who DJ better than me. Nobody has better song selection than me. I have the best song selection almost on the planet.
Listen, whatever help you want with that, I will provide you if I can, whatever, because I totally believe in helping each other in any ways we can. You know what I mean? I think people on our side, I think people on our side, we're not, how do I say this? We're not that united in a way. Like we stay too separated. That's a stupid, idiotic. I get it. We all want to be we all want to be independent and do our thing.
It's that idea that would even enable somebody to be on this side in the first place. You
have to be
willing to walk alone. So
I know, and you should still do that, but we should also come together at points as well. Join forces and then go separate. You know, not just be a single, you know, type of a thing. You know what I mean? But I'll help up with everything I know regarding Rumble. And you do know about OBS and shit like that, right? Do you know about OBS?
Yeah. I just haven't gotten into it. I'm working for the most part during the week. When I have a few minutes, I'll jump on stream. And so every time I jump on, I'm just like, stream I already have it set up. So
Okay, yeah. Because when you go advanced, you will probably use OBS, but that will come with the better computer as well, I guess. Because
I'm pretty sure that's the reason why Rumble doesn't work that well on my computer. Because even right now, I've been trying to load the stream that we're on right now, Okay, it just started working because I clicked on it, but it was like it said it was buffering, and then when I clicked on it, it went. I'm like, it might be my computer too, though. You feel me? So it
might
is
be.
old. No, we'll see.
It might be, but yeah. So that sounds great.
We definitely got to stay in contact, man. I know you don't have Instagram or anything. Like, do you use Discord or?
I have a Discord. Yes, I have a Discord, Twitter.
Yeah. So let's connect on Discord and Twitter. Then you feel me? So I'll follow you on Twitter, and I'll join. If you have a server on Discord, I'll join your server, and then we can communicate. You know what I mean? Instead of the next time I definitely want to come on there and hear you call somebody's music trash, bro.
Absolutely. Hey, we should do that.
Yeah, I have to sit there and listen to these trash dudes' music, bro. That shit is hilarious.
We should do that. Music reactions, and maybe that will be positive because you will probably not trash it the way I will trash it.
Oh, I promise you I won't. I promise you I won't. Yeah.
Well, then I mean, if you dislike something, you should trash it. But
if I dislike it, I'll say I don't like it. But I don't think I've ever looked at somebody in the eye and said, "Dog, this is trash." And musically, I do not have that kind of heart, bro. I'm a musician. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know you are too, but I'm just saying, like, I don't have. I just think about. I have the stone balls when it comes to women, but I don't have stone balls when it comes to people's creativity. So maybe we're opposite in that way. You know what I mean? We're not opposite.
Maybe
a little bit.
Maybe I have
different.
Yeah, maybe I have the stone balls when it comes to the composing part, but.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
I honestly don't. Not as much. You know what I mean? Me personally, like if I give somebody advice one time, they don't take it. I'll just make my own shit. I won't be like, dude, that's good. I'll just be like, I'll throw the idea out there. If they don't want it. They don't want it. That's up to them. You know what I mean?
Well, Ross, don't take it wrong though. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Okay, when I say something is trash, and even if I say something is trash, I would never say to whoever who made the song, like, stop doing it. I would never say that. I would even if it's absolute garbage. If you like what you're doing, do it. I just think it's garbage, but you should still do it if you love it. You know, I would never tell anybody stop doing what you love, because you know why? Because I hate it if somebody said that to me. You know what I mean?
Right. Absolute garbage. That's hilarious. I'm gonna use that in the debate tomorrow. I'm like, that opening was absolute garbage.
Hey, hold on. Who you gonna debate tomorrow? What is it?
It's supposed to be Tune and Globy McGlobe face.
Mac asshole. Okay.
Yeah. So I haven't seen the other dude yet. I'm gonna watch some of his debates after this when we get off. But I'm pretty much ready for that. I'm like, dude, I'm about.
So are you alone? Are you?
No. Me and Matt something. He looks like he might be like Middle Eastern. He has a big beard.
I saw somebody. Yeah.
He's a very nice guy.
A couple of days ago. Yes, he got a beard. Yeah.
Got a beard, and I think he's nice because he did the debate with Tune. With T-Jump and Nathan. And T-Jump was just all over him and Nathan. They were just interrupting the dog shit out of him. And I was upset that one of them wouldn't tell T-Jump to shut the fuck up. I'm like, dude, Steven, I'm like, dude, I'm like, no way in hell I'm gonna let somebody like.
Hey, listen, Ross, if you ever talk to T-Jump, just say wizard words, okay? If you say that.
The actual wizard words or words that are wizard words?
No, not actual word. Because he will know what you're referring to. If you just say, wizard words, because I was the one that came up with that thing regarding T-Jump, because he likes to throw a bunch of scientific words with,
wizard word. Yeah, I got you.
I was like, shut up with your wizard words and just speak directly, simple stuff, So if you just say, because it has become famous regarding T-Jump, wizard words.
Really? Wizard? Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm going to go watch that debate that you did with him.
Yeah. It's a crazy, it's a shit show. It is an app. I made it. Yeah.
He's just ad hominems the whole time. Everything he says, well, you're dumb. That's dumb. That's like, dude, you cannot be able to call everything dumb and then magically become dumb. Sorry.
Yeah.
Your wizard words are not working. All right.
Yeah. Wizard words. Just remember that to attack him with.
I got it written down right here. Yep.
Yeah, wizard words. He will know exactly what you're talking about. Wizard words.
Yeah.
But so great. So tomorrow at what time, if anybody's watching this, At what time are you gonna do that?
I believe it's at 5. When I looked on McToon's thing, he has it scheduled at 5:45, but in the email they sent me, it said 5 o'clock. So
okay, so it's gonna be interesting to see you talk to him again after what he, after he muted you. After he muted you.
Well, I almost don't even want to say it just in case he's watching, but just know that I'm about to come. I'm about to, like.
Don't come.
Like Mike Tyson. It's gonna be Mike Tyson first round. Right round.
Kamala Harris. Don't come. Don't come.
It's gonna be like literally like Mike Tyson first round. I'm gonna come out and it's gonna be like after my opening, like I would doubt that Tune does anything besides try to run away. And I literally have that written down in my opening. I literally had it written down. I'm like, now after this, I know you guys are. I'm like, I think I say after this, I would suggest that you guys do what you always do, which is completely avoid everything that I'm saying and try to red herring. I'm like, I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to let you do that, but I'm like, but I feel so bad for you that this is over already. I might just let you distract so you don't look as bad because like this is over already. Like you have no rebuttal. You got that.
To me, it's incredible that he and his audience, they actually think you're a dumb guy. It's incredible.
Right. I love it. I love it.
It's baffling, but it's fun. Let them think that. Yeah,
it is.
Let them think that. Sure. Yeah, let them think that. This discussion with you has been so fruitful. Fruitful. This has been a very fun but fruitful, intelligent discussion. Now I know the Globers will say, "Oh, these are just idiots talking for 4 hours," but they're low intelligence. They can't detect intelligence. It's natural. If you're dumb, 100%. There's a limit. There's a limit to what you can see. You can't see intelligence.
Right. You're never going to learn how to put sentences together.
Yeah, you're dumb. So you have to forgive. You have to forgive these morons. But this has been a fantastic, fruitful, intelligent stream. And I'm glad that we did it. And we're going to do way more. I'm going to send you a bunch of links and Discord and all that shit. And we're going to keep in touch. We're going to do more streams, be it music, politics, women, whatever the fuck it is, woke shit, Transformers, whatever the fuck it is. We're going to do it.
Let's get it, man.
Yeah. And I want to end with this.
Go ahead.
When I say these things, I mean it. Okay? Because no, I'm serious.
Not comedy this time. This time it's not comedy.
Exactly. Now it's serious. Yeah. A lot of people say a bunch of shit. They don't mean it. And why I'm saying this is, if you say a bunch of shit and you don't mean it, guess what? You will lose credibility eventually. So never say shit that you don't mean. Say what you mean. Okay? Say what you mean, and and keep that. Otherwise, you become a bullshitter. You know, right?
No, honestly, that's 100% right. And I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Like, along with me being a person that is never afraid to speak my mind, all the respect that I get from everybody that knows me, right? A lot of people don't like me, of course, right? But there's not one person that does not respect me that knows me in person. Because I have never, ever said I was gonna do something and not come through. And guess what? And if I fell short or whatever it is, I took 100% responsibility for me falling short, for my shortcomings. That's what it is. I never run from a problem. I don't. You know what I mean? Like I even if it hurts me to do so, if I make a commitment to do something as a man, people know I will go above and beyond. I have to go above and beyond to keep my word. Because that's all I have as a man, right? And obviously that's not true, but that's just a saying, right? All you have as a man is your word, right? But as a man,
my words and my balls, like Tony Montana says.
You know what I mean? Like as a man, my son knows if I say something, it's gonna be exactly what I said, all right? Or if I change my mind, I'm gonna tell you, like, you know what? I changed my mind about that. You feel me? I'm not gonna be like, I'm not gonna. I didn't do this. No. As a man, you stand on what it is. You know what I mean? You have to be who you are and accept whatever consequences come from whatever it is that you do. You know what I mean?
Facts. And also another thing before we go. Do not say anything about anybody that you can't say to their face.
Amen.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like, for example, let's say this McToon guy. When I'm trashing this McToon guy, I'm not really talking shit behind his back because I would say it to his face.
Absolutely.
When I get the opportunity. So why I'm saying this, it's important. Because if you do that, you're never talking shit, really, because you're saying something that you would be able to say to that person's face. It's another thing if you're saying something but you can't say it to their face. Yes, then it's 100%. Talking shit. You know what I mean?
Well, 100%. And for real, these are the last things I'm gonna say. All right, in closing, you feel me?
Yeah,
that's 100% true. That's 100% true, right? The last person that I, had to, like, I guess, cut out of my life, it was because of that exact thing. Like, this person didn't know me that well. We had a conversation that was a little rough on the phone, and he had the nerve to tell me that I wouldn't be talking like that to his face. I have pictures on my Instagram of me and him having a conversation and me, like, in his face like this. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
buddy, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? So as a man, what he said is 100% right. You can say whatever you want about people, but if you're not willing to say that to their face, then now I don't want to say you're a woman necessarily, but you're not a man. All right? I will tell President Obama to his face that he's the scum of the earth, 100%.
Yeah.
And if he says, my name is Mr. President, sir, I'll say, Mr. President, you're the scum of the earth. Now, I don't care. I don't have any reverence over anybody like that, right?
But Ross, I am black. How can you say that to me? I am black. That's all I need to be. Just black. That's all I need to be.
Don't even get me started, bro. President Obama might be the most evil person on the planet besides Hillary Clinton, and that we know of.
And anyway, George Bush, yeah.
I don't even think George Bush is as evil as him. Right.
I think he pretended to be dumb. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. The last thing, dude, about the T-jump thing, dude. Yeah. Like, I am going to take that wizard words thing because I had already planned to do a breakdown of the T-jump Witsit debate, right? Because I watched it yesterday when I was driving. It's like I have so many notes on it. There are so many good gems in there that, like, I have to do it. I'm gonna call it wizard words, just so you know.
Do it. That's a tagline. That's a tagline that's right. Attached to T-jump. He knows exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Believe
debate
me.
Reaction, wizard words. Or gonna be wizard word, T-jump debate reaction.
Yeah, he will know. He's like, motherfucker, how the fuck does Ross know about wizard words? But also remember, in that stream that I told you I was with T-jump and Godless Girl, remember also that he said in that stream that a cop needs a creator, but at the same time, this complex reality does not need a creator. It's a interesting thought.
Dude, for real, that's why I have to do that debate. That's why I have to do that reaction, because it took Witsit a while to understand how he needed to deal with T-jump. In the beginning, he was just trying to have a good conversation, and halfway through it, Witsit was like, "Okay, T-jump, so what does this mean? What does this mean?" And then T-jump just put his foot in his mouth over and over and over again. Like,
really?
I think at one point, like he was explaining how, there's a kinematic equivalence between the geocentric and the heliocentric models. T-jump literally was like, "That's not a real thing. You just made that up." He's like, "Really? I just made that up." Oh, he's like, "T-jump, what does this word mean?" And he gave it definition. He's like, Witsit just started laughing. I'm like, finally, Witsit gets it. That's funny.
Witsit gets it.
When was this? Like, you cannot play fair with these people. You can't play fair. You have to get in there and embarrass guys like that,
Exactly. And, exactly. Don't let them try to take you down. They try to take you down and they can be sneaky, attack them directly, call them out on their bullshit directly if you can,
You have to.
But let me ask you quickly before we go. When was this stream with Witsit Gets It and T-Jump? Was it recently or?
Was it?
I
think it was pretty recent. No. I think it was because Witsit took a big break, for like 2 months, and I think when he came back, that was one of his first debates.
Okay.
So I don't think it was more than like 4 or 5 months ago.
Okay. So. Okay. Months. Okay.
Pretty recent, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
Absolutely. But it's definitely, like I said, in the beginning, you feel the pain on Witsit, because Witsit is literally like sitting there like, it's a this, that. I'm like, Witsit, it's not gonna work, dog. You have to do him the way I did Mark. Like anybody who watched my debate with Mark, they know it's like minute one, I'm like, I'm in your ass. Pause.
Which Mark is this, by the way? What is
Mark
his,
Reed. Yeah, Mark Reed, the bald Australian.
I don't think I know who that is, but I have to check it out. Is it on Modern Day Debate or on your channel? Or
it's on Modern Day Debate and my channel, but it took place on Modern Day Debates. I have not seen him in a while since then. Like I said, he did a few debates after that, but I haven't seen him since those few that he had right after that. I'm like, bro, I'm like, look, in the chat, right? Like, if you watch it back, of course, most of the people are like, oh, Ross is this, Ross is that. There's some people in the chat like, dude, you can look at the look on Mark's face and tell that Ross has broken Mark. He's broken. Like, dude, I'm random people in the chat were saying that. And I told my friend that was my goal. So that's like somebody, like, they saw it. They're like, oh yeah, he realized that he's up against a bigger presence. He's up against somebody that he cannot win against. He cannot win. You want to get loud? Let's get loud. You want to talk about facts? Let's talk about facts. You want to joke? You don't want to joke. At one point in the debate, I just called him an egghead because he's trying to say that he was smart. I'm like, Mark, you're an egg. You look like it. Look at you, bald. Yeah. Everybody started spamming eggs in the chat. You know what I mean? So I'm like, either way you slice it, I'm going to embarrass you today. Today, you're gonna feel the presence of me dominating you in every way. Like, I'm gonna make it very clear that I am intellectually, physically, and spiritually, any way you want to take it, I'm gonna dominate you today to where you never, you know what I mean? And I've called him out a few times again after that. I'm like, come on, let's do a round two, Mark. Come on now, you know, never.
I love it, man. I love the energy, love the intelligence, love the confidence, love it all, and I endorse that shit up to 150,000%. You know, let's win this war against these fucking NPC agent Smiths, and let them have it. You know what I mean? Let's let them have it.
Amen, dude. Honestly, I can sense the genuineness in you. So I appreciate you, inviting me on and letting me talk. I know I'm a lot. Sometimes I go on for a long time and offer me so much good insight. You know what I mean? I didn't know that you were a music composer yourself. So obviously that's extremely that's extremely exciting for me to find out that not only do we connect on these other levels, but also we're right there on that. Because go ahead.
No, I find it very interesting that you're also, in the music. It's a unexpected area that I, didn't really expect. Just like you said, and we have to talk about music as well, because I wanna share stuff with you, and you have probably things you want to share with me regarding music, and just like we're talking about intellectual stuff here, I want to go into music.
No, I would love that. Honestly, I would love that, especially from somebody you said like you've composed, whole albums that I'm not singing, but instrumental albums for a virtual. I'm like, dude, that's a feat that I find in extremely high esteem, extremely high regard. I mean, like, I'm like, whether it's better than Phil Collins or not, which is still up for debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not guaranteeing that you will think. I'm not guaranteeing that you will necessarily think so, but
for you, you felt like that though. You felt like, dude, this is really good. This is really good.
Yeah. And I made like 49. I think it was 49 tracks for the soundtrack.
Dang, for this. That's a lot.
And you know what bummed me out? They only used like 6-7 of these 49 tracks for in the game. I'm like, dude, I made 50 tracks. Use it, because it's like, do you know that quickly? I want to just say this.
No, it's all good, but I could go on forever. So it's like, it's good.
Me too. But you know how you can switch. You can switch moods by like, let's say you have a level in a game, right? Just by switching the music track to a different mood, it gives a completely different vibe to the same type of area. Just by switching, like I always say this, the movie Titanic, My Heart Will Go On.
Yes.
Do you know how much that song plays into the whole movie? Like, it's a sad song, blah, blah, blah. But if you just switch that to
completely different effect.
It's not even sad anymore.
Listen, we're making fun of the people on the Titanic.
right?
It looks like we're
Just-
making fun of them.
Just by the switch of music.
100%.
You know, that it's so
Yeah.
fucking powerful. And I'm baffled how movies, or at least in video games these days, I don't know how much you're into video games, but they've been dropping the importance of music in video games. It's more ambient, like there's not that much music anymore. Back in the days, it used to be music. If it was great music, it elevates the movie or the video game. You know what I mean? Catchy tunes. Like you probably played Super Mario. You know how important are those?
It's almost bigger than the game. The music.
You know, these things are almost as big as the whole game itself, you know, but somehow they've lost this knowledge, or they don't think it's important, or I don't know what the reason is but I'm still in that in the past regarding that. I want to create, I want to bring back melodies that are unique and catchy, that you remember and that gives you a certain feeling. And I also want to have more than one melody in a composition. I wanted to go. Yes, I wanted to fucking go somewhere and then maybe come back, you know, or maybe never come back. It might just be a one ticket ride, you know, just going to the end somewhere.
No. We have to definitely, when we have the music conversation, we're going to start off right here because this is my favorite part of it. You know what I mean? Like for real, I could really go off on that. I'm gonna try hard not to, you know.
Me too.
You know, but we're gonna, like what you said about, like, you know, making a bunch and then like them only using a little bit. Dude, I like Patrice O'Neal used to say that's the reason why he didn't really like get too into like doing comedy movies and that. Because if people remember, Patrice O'Neal was on The Office a few times.
Okay.
Right. He only had a few scenes though, but he said that he was literally like, he was there almost from the beginning, and he would be there for hours and hours at a time, giving some of his best material that would record it, and then he wouldn't even make the show. You know what I mean? He said that happened so many times that he was just like, I'm good. You know what I mean? It was just honestly too much for him. He's like, I'd rather just go on the road and do my material. So I mean, that's like, there's an interesting
frustrating
conversation
as hell. Yeah,
I can understand that. And then, you know, when it, like, just to close this out, and like I said, I want to begin on this next time we talk.
Yeah.
Like, my barber, when he was asking me about my show, asked me, you know, what my ultimate goal was with it. And he's a musician himself. He knows I do music. I told him really, like, you know, my goal is to get to the point where I can, you know, curate different music shows, right? You know, not even just concerts, but, you know, concerts too. You know, I want to curate shows that make it easier, you know, for people to digest the music properly. You know, we get to a whole conversation about how it matters what mood you're in when you're hearing certain songs. It matters what order, right? Like I can play a song and I play 3 songs in this order, and it won't make as much sense. Where if I played in this order, it sounds like perfect. You know what I mean? And so I'm like me, like that's what I want to create, you know, shows where I can just focus on that, bringing the artists that I love, right, and helping them, you know, curate their music properly, and then you know, spin that into like, you know, Lollapalooza type concerts, where we could go around and take artists and help curate their concerts, help them make their shows, take it back to what it used to be in the Michael days, right? You know, Michael's show. If you look at certain concerts with Michael, right, you can look at the same concert in a different city and go to the same timestamp. He'll be at the same move, doing the same. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how intricate and perfect his show was. He knew that this song comes after this song, and you know what I mean? And that's why his concerts were the best ever. Literally the greatest performance, the greatest artist of all time, period, because he took that much care into every detail. So eventually I want to get to the point where I can do that, not even just for myself, my own music, but for other artists as well, where it's like, you know, you come to me and we do shows and we make the best show you could ever have, because I tell you what songs to do, what order to do it in, how to curate it, etc. You know, so that's really what I really love to do, you know, and love to talk about. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing like, there's nothing like watching a Michael Jackson concert and then you've listened to a whole hour and you're like, how can this get better? And then right at an hour, he plays Thriller. He knows at an hour in the concert, right when you're starting to die down, Thriller, bring me right back up. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So stuff like that is like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Anyways, I digress from that. You know what I mean? But like, I want to pick that up when we.
Oh, you're so right. you're so right about that. There is a art in that, even like there's an art form. There's a formula there, knowing which song or what type of mood comes when. It's very interesting. Definitely, we have to talk about that, and also we should also do a stream. I'll have to figure out how we do it, but where we can. I don't know if you can play, but I can play shit on my keyboard and live, and we can discuss notes or shit like that. I don't even know right now. This is just coming off my head.
I would love to do that. No, I would love to do that.
Right? Yeah. And that we can do on YouTube, because that's not dangerous. That's
especially if you're displaying your stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. So stuff like that would be very interesting, not only for me and you, but also I believe for anybody watching, whoever will watch that. But and
I honestly think that'll work nicely with rating music too. We can rate the songs, and then the conversation takes place in between, and then
mix it up.
That will work nicely.
Yeah, we can mix it up. Absolutely. Let's do that. Let's keep in touch about this, and let's plan this. I know you're like, we have some time difference, but we're gonna figure that out. Yeah.
Honestly, any day, Sunday through Tuesday. So right now, like that, like Wednesdays through Saturdays. If I'm free, it'll either have to be like really early or really late. But Sunday through Tuesday, I can pretty much clear my schedule all day, any of those days.
Yeah. I'm gonna look at that, and we're gonna keep in touch on Discord. We can
Discord and Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter and you're not that active on the Twitter, right?
I'm not active. I'm not that active on either one. I'm more active on Twitter than Discord, but I'm really not active on either one. I just created my Discord like 2 days ago.
Oh, really?
Dude, not as many people use Discord out here. Well, a lot of people use it, but it's not. The volume isn't as big. I mean, most people don't even like especially the older generation out here. They don't use Instagram still. You know what I mean?
I'm part of that. I haven't gotten into Instagram yet. I don't know because I thought it was just about images when I heard about Instagram, like images. But now it's video too or shit like that, right?
Instagram is a full dating app now.
Oh, it's almost like a porn app. Yeah, everything turns to porn. It looks
exactly,
like. Even music.
Yeah,
I mean, porn. Cardi B.
I'm gonna tell you right now, though, like the one type of music that I do not listen to, and I don't want to say I will not listen to, because of course I listen to it sometimes, but it's music about sex. I don't listen to music about sex like that.
So no wet ass pussy. No wet ass pussy.
Never.
Oh man, I'm disappointed, Ross. Come on.
Hey, I don't listen to male music about sex either. I listen to Trey Songz. Like I said, obviously if you're in the mood, right, then that's one thing. But I don't listen to Trey Songz on a regular basis. I don't listen to Sex Room when I'm driving in my damn car. Got niggas in the car and I got neighbors with my name on. That's ridiculous. I never listen to any sex music. That's the one thing I will say.
Regarding the N-word, there is. Listen, I don't want this to get wrong, but I have a problem with. Okay, let me say this in the right way. I have a problem with us not being able to make a sound. Okay, because what are words? There are sounds, right?
Yeah.
So if I say, "Hey, what's up, Trigger?" Hey, that's cool, right? If I say, "Hey, you, Trigger," but if I say, "You," if I switch the sound to Trigger.
Go ahead, bro. You can say it, bro. You can say it if you want, bro. I'll give you permission.
No. I'm not gonna say it. Fuck no. But what I'm saying is this. I'm not saying that I want to say it. I'm just saying they have managed to.
The concept of it is weird. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they have managed to censor some of us from the inside in our heads. Do you know what I mean? Like I can say, hey, what's up, the N-word? And when I say the N-word, like I just said it, the real word that I am referring to, but I'm not saying the real word. And I think that's ridiculous, because if I say, hey, N-word, you already know the word that I'm not supposed to say. Yeah. So I might as well just say the real word if you already know the word that I'm referring to without saying the real word. Do you know what
Yeah, well, first of all, I agree, right? And I'll say shout out again, my godfather, Patrice O'Neal, you know what I mean? Like he talks about this all the time, right? But really in terms of women, and for the record, I don't believe in racism, right? I do believe that certain people can be racist, of course, but I don't believe in racism or white supremacy or any of that exists, period. So when people start using
ignorance, is it ignorance or stupidity? Would you say rather
victimization
or fear?
You mean somebody being racist? Somebody being racist.
Are they like ignorant, stupid, or fearful?
Fear
Every
time.
Point.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to the N-word, when it comes to and other words in general, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, it's the self-censorship that's the problem. Because I hang around white dudes that say the N-word, and out here in California, Mexican guys say the N-word more.
And there's a difference if I say, "What's up, my trigger?" or if I say, "You fucking trigger."
Yeah,
right?
See, but the difference is how you personally feel about it, right? And that's the only thing that makes any difference, right? Like Patrice has a joke, right, where he's like, isn't it funny how like we have a filter where we don't say what we want to people, you know what I mean? It's like if somebody walk by with a big fat head, as kids, be like, oh my God, look at that weird looking head, look at that fat head right there. But then as an adult, you're like, well, I don't want to look at that fat head. It's like you're almost trying to trick God into thinking that you're a good person or something like that. It's like, God knows you had the thought. You feel me? It don't matter whether you think it or you say it.
God knows everything.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, that's how I feel about it, right? But just to wrap that up, though, but you know what the real issue, right? Because it's not really between men like that, right? Because you know how much you can get away with or what type of respect you have to give to another man.
Yeah.
The real issue with that comes with our speech to, who am I going to say? Women. That's right. The real problem is that we do that with women. We will not tell them they're ugly, they're fat, they're dumb. We talk about that in the beginning. We won't tell them they're dumb. They say something dumb, we're like, hopefully I get sex later. So they go on thinking that they're smart, and they're not.
I do, Ross.
Amen.
If my wife,
that's why I mess with you, though. That's why I mess with you.
If my wife is dumb, but she rarely is. But if she does something dumb, I said, that was dumb. Why did you do that?
Right.
You were dumb there. And she's like, oh, yeah, I know. Or if I was dumb, she will say the same thing to me.
100%.
Because Ross, because we have agreed with each other and we've come to the conclusion that we both hate stupidity. And we hate stupidity to the point that we have to call it out if we are stupid as well. Because
that improves us.
Yes, we don't want to be stupid either. We don't like stupidity and we don't want to be stupid. So therefore, if one of us was stupid, we have to mark that, like, you were stupid here, and acknowledge that and try not to do it again. Yeah.
Right. Well, you guys actually have a goal. Your goal is to improve each other, be happy, stay together, right? Yes. I guarantee you, under the sound of my voice, everybody, out of all the people listening out there right now, 90% of them who have women in their life, they have women in their life that they refuse to tell the truth because they do not want to lose, whatever's going on in their head.
That's a big fucking mistake. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Every single day, I guarantee you, they're in a situation where their girl says something, and in their mind, they're like, "This bitch is retarded. I ain't never heard nothing this dumb in my life." She's like, "Do you get what I'm saying?" He's like, "Yes, babe, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, no, I understand.
Yes.
Yeah. She's like, "Yo, give me this motherfucker."
Yes. You got such a great point there. And the problem with having a relationship like that is eventually the bubble will burst at some point. You can't be honest enough with your woman. Eventually that shit will crack and it will be some huge argument at some point that will probably fuck up your whole relationship. So you have to be able. Yeah. So you have to address this thing in the beginning. You have to be like upfront in the beginning. Both of you have to agree on this thing, or else it won't work. And that's not every day. You don't find that every day. People like that. But if you do, you hit jackpot, I believe. But very fucking. Listen, we can go on forever. We just go on branches, and it's fun. You and me are similar in that way, because to me it shows that you have this brain that constantly wants to just grow.
Right. Well, and I can definitely say that, my brain is always connecting the dots no matter what. Every time I hear a piece of information, I'm constantly thinking about how that relates to my relationships, right? How does it relate to what I'm reading? How does it relate to the music? I want to fit everything together so it all makes sense, for the average person. Where does the rubber hit the road,
Yeah.
In my debates, I always try to do that. And sometimes I purposely sound dumb. I will purposely use the wrong words, right? Because the right word might be too confusing. So I'll say the wrong word so you get the essence of what I'm saying. Like,
yes, that's really the most important thing.
Right.
That somebody gets what the fuck you're saying.
I'm going to always do that. I will
Right?
always dumb myself down so that way you can just understand the basics of it. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I like that. And also, another thing I want to say before we go, for the 15th time, I believe creativity or growing, like we talked about before, growing combined with creativity, you could say that it's basically the same thing. That is what makes us happy when we grow. When we are stagnant, we will start to become depressed. Or when we do repetitive stuff, when we do same shit all over again, that is depressing. When we come up with new shit, challenge ourselves, do different things that we haven't done before, that is the most exciting thing, and that is what makes us grow. Shit like that. That is what keeps us from being depressed, or whatever you want to call that, depressed. And also in a relationship. Yeah. In a relationship.
I agree.
If you don't grow.
I agree 100%. That's it. Yep.
Yeah. It's just like that. Yeah. Like in a relationship or with a friendship, you need to be able to grow with each other, or, grow to the same, going the same path or whatever. Like, what do they say when a relationship breaks up? They say, we have grown apart. Right. Yeah, we have grown apart because
instead of going in the same way.
Yeah, you've grown this way, I've grown that way, and bye-bye. You know what I mean? So,
right.
So to keep a relationship going, you have to be growing together and growing the same way. Like growing on at least the same path. Yeah.
No, I don't think I could have said that better myself. I'm like, you got me thinking. It's just like you got a visual in my mind about two vines growing and just braiding together, intertwined. I'm like, as you're saying it, I'm like,
in the head, right?
Yeah.
With the words. I love that you write shit down. I love that. That's funny.
I have to write stuff down, man. Like I said, my mind is always connecting 10 dots at a time. You say one thing, and that might trigger something that I read. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's what I love with conversations like this.
Right.
Because you don't know where the fuck you will end up. It's like you're going on some treasure hunt, and you keep finding nuggets of gold everywhere. Like, I didn't expect gold to be there. Oh shit, I found some more gold over there. That's what's interesting with intellectual conversation, with openness, and not being a snowflake. Because if one of us was a snowflake here, there would be a what would you say? There would be a limit to how we could branch off. Do you know what I mean?
And I just want to say, like, just like a little anecdote from what you said earlier about how learning is what excites us, right? I learned at a very early age that there's nothing I like more than being wrong, right, and learning new information, right? So that's why everybody's like, oh, he thinks he's right about everything. I'm like, no, I would love to be wrong, because now I grow and I get better. That's where my confidence comes from. Like, remember you asked me, remember I said that, like, my confidence comes straight from learning. So, exactly. I just experienced this the other day, because when I did the first debate with Leo, right, that whole week, I was brushing up on all my notes, because it was stuff I had read, and so I just had to consolidate all my information. You feel me? So I had a lot of work to do to get ready for that debate with Leo, right?
Yeah.
And then I had a few debates after that, so I was busy, and then I had the debate with Toon. So I had to get some other stuff ready for that debate that I didn't have ready, right? So then this next debate that I have coming up, right? I already have everything ready. You know what I mean? And for a minute, when I every time I would think like, all right, let me start studying for the debate, I would get like not depressed, but I would feel that drop in my energy where I would just, you know, it wouldn't excite me at all. I would be like, I don't want to do that right now. Because in my mind, I'm like, well, I have a debate coming up. You know, even though my notes are ready, let me re-go over them. Let me like, you know what I mean? Let me get extra ready, right? Yeah. And when I try to re-go over them, it just wasn't there. I'm just like, I don't know why, but now this seems boring to me. This whole subject just seems boring to me because I'm trying to re-go over my notes. So then I let it go for a little bit, and then across my timeline comes a video that I hadn't seen yet. And so I looked at it, and then it gave me an idea about something that I hadn't thought about yet that I want to now bring to the debate. So now it led me to something new, right, that I hadn't thought about. So now I'm studying that to see if I can connect to the debate, and I'm back feeling good again. You know what I mean? Literally, it was like I said, I didn't realize that's what it was until you said it just now. It was because I had stopped learning for a few seconds, and I was going to re-go over stuff I had already learned, and that wasn't exciting.
Yeah, that's boring. So you need to add new shit.
Right. So I just experienced that the other day, where it's like, because I have this debate coming up, and I want, my inclination is I got to keep studying because I want to be over ready, but I have to find a way to make studying exciting for me, so I'm not just going over the same. So it is a weird balance there, you know what I mean? You know, where it's like you always have to be constantly feeding your mind new stuff. You really do.
You know what would be fantastic if you could come up with something that these Globers has not even thought about. Exactly. If you find one little thing that they haven't thought about and they can't answer, that would do a big crack in their fucking thing. You know what I mean? I'm not saying. Yeah.
I'm not gonna say too much, but just trust me, I'm more on that. That's why I'm like, I'm gonna come with a 1 round Mike Tyson knockout.
That was why I was trying to talk about earlier with this whole, you know, remember when I said Sweden, Tunisia, California, New York, Iran, why is Iran only 2.5 hours, whatever, before or behind, whatever. Like, how does that work on the ball? Like, how do they say the continents? How much what would you say? How much room? What the fuck am I saying? How much space do these continents take, and how is the sun facing those continents? Is it like?
Well, and the reality is, right? If the Earth is a sphere, the time zone should be even the whole time around the Earth, perfect every single.
Which it ain't. Which it ain't.
Like I said, there's this area where it literally goes like this. Like, what the hell is going on there? You know what's going on there? Listen. Take those lines, put them where they're supposed to be. All the land, all the space that's missing is what they're hiding. That's simple.
Yeah.
Right. Take it out and stretch it back out. Stretch it back out to the, you mean, all the areas where it doesn't make sense, make it make sense now. So you're saying, so if they were all evenly distributed, it would look like this. That's what it
looks like. And let me throw this one as well for you. I said this, I don't know, in another stream. I don't remember who it was to, but maybe it was Mark Sargent. But anyways, you know, the North Pole and the South Pole, according to the globe, the South Pole has a bigger area of ice than the North Pole has.
Allegedly, right.
Allegedly, yes. But how does that make sense if it eventually tilts? Shouldn't the South Pole have less ice because now the sun rays are hitting, right? How come the North Pole has less ice when it's tilting and it's getting less sun rays, than the South Pole is? Yet the South Pole has more ice than the North Pole. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna answer like T-Jump. Well, honestly, that's a dumb question. I can't believe you would even ask that dumb question. We've known this for years. Everybody's known this for years. Scientists know this for years.
There's cold wind coming to the South Pole, even in the summers or winters or whatever. Right. So that's why it's more ice and blah 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 blah. The penguins brought ice from the North Pole. They brought it, collected it to the south.
And he might not even get that deep either. Anybody who can read on it knows this. Anybody has a brain already knows this. I can't believe you're
Such
asking.
a dumb question.
You asking that question. This is what he'll say something exactly like this. You asking that question shows a direct is a direct example of your complete and utter disregard for any factual knowledge in this debate or in anything relating to this subject or any subject relating to this matter that it has to do at all. You're just showing your
wizard words. Fucking wizard words.
Hey. That's how he talks. That's how he talks.
Yeah, I know.
You're just showing that you don't know anything about this particular, like, dog. Stop it.
Ross, one more thing regarding this whole ball. How come it's only the bottom and the top that is icy? Why isn't the sides icy? Because a ball
is dark, right?
A ball is a ball, right? Why is it only? Why isn't
this? Right, everything should be evenly distributed around the ball. It should be the same around.
There should be a ice pole here in the west, east, whatever.
Right.
Because it's getting the same even suns, right? Sun rays, right?
Yeah. So, I'm not sure if you've ever listened to Flat Earth Dave, right? But Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah, I've had a stream with him, and
really?
Yeah, a year ago, and we're gonna do one. You want to be on that one in March?
Yes, dude.
Okay, let's go.
There's nothing I want more in life.
Yeah,
talk to Flat Earth Dave, dude.
Yeah, we're gonna in March. We're gonna set it up. He's over in Acapulco, talking in. There is the Acapulco, yeah, Anarchapulco is called. There's a thing. A bunch of conspiracy people talk there. So he's over there now in Mexico.
I'm in for sure. I will clear my, even if it's not on between Sunday and Tuesday, I will clear my schedule. And maybe we should do the stream with your wife after, because I don't want her to get mad at me during the stream and then I not be able to come. I'm just playing.
No. She would never get mad.
Make my joke,
mad.
I gotta try to, you know what I mean? I gotta try to lighten the mood a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I know.
No, but yeah. I would love to do that. But Flat Earth Dave, like, he does a really good example, right? Where he basically is like, okay, so you guys are saying that when it's right here, right, it's winter, and when here it's summer, right? You're like, yeah, okay, so you're saying that when we're closer to the sun, it's winter. You're like, yeah. They're like, no. What? No, that's not what you're saying. That when it's like here, it's winter. So that means we'll be closer to the sun, and it's winter. How does that make you guys' whole model is broken? Like
yeah.
Flat Earth Dave is the best with the visuals. Like he
I know.
He knows how to break that. Yeah, he knows how to break that shit down very, very well. So yeah, you know what I mean? Like the answer to that, I didn't even know that until I saw Flat Earth Dave break that down. Like, no, you guys are saying that when we're closer. He's like, it makes no sense what you're saying. It makes no sense.
Yeah, and also regarding that whole thing, why isn't there ice on the sides of the ball? I think maybe Flat Earth Dave said, I don't know, maybe it was him, I don't remember. I think he said something to the extent that that's why they say the globe is an ellipsoid, like a fat ball, you know, like why?
Every day they're changing it. Oh no, it's this now. Oh no,
it's an ever-changing shape.
So were you wrong the first time or not? Let's deal with that. I don't want to talk about what's going on now before we deal with, were you wrong that first time? So you was bullshitting back then though, right? You didn't know what you were talking about. Let's deal with that, and then we can move on to your second example. All right, show me the second one now. Oh, you're saying this is the fifth one? This is the fifth one. You were wrong number 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm supposed to believe this one.
Yeah, it was a pear-shaped, and now it's an ellipsoid, ever-changing ball, whatever. Or like it's like a NFL ball or something. But
the moon, look, the moon is quantum locked, right? The moon is going around us, but it never turns. It's literally the same face every time.
And
so
that's
their dumbest thing. That's their dumbest thing. They literally say the moon is quantum locked. What? Did you guys?
Quantum locked.
It broke off from a piece of Mars, landed in our orbit, and now it's quantum locked. Can you guys demonstrate that in a lab? Can you demonstrate this in a lab?
The perfect clock system was created of an accident of balls or rocks hitting each other, and a perfect clock system to the second, like in a minute. Yeah, in a minute there is 60 seconds. In an hour there is 60 minutes.
Right. We can track the sun's movement by minute. In 1 minute, there's a noticeable movement in the sun.
And that just happened out of a random accident of rocks. Just you know.
Anybody who's seen my first debate, they know it's impossible. It has
right.
There's only one option. Everything was created by whatever you call the creator.
Ross. This is how stupid these motherfuckers are. Like, let's say you had to bet on one of these two options. Like,
right.
Let's say you have to bet everything you have, okay? Everything you have, your house, your family, your children, your mom, everything, your wife.
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, you have to bet. Okay, you know, like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You know, that show. This clock system that we got that is so precise to the T. You know, hours, months, years. Is it from this accidental Big Bang rocks that just crashed into each other? Blah, 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 blah. All of that shit. I cut it short. Or is it like a programmer, a creator that programmed in this precise clock system to the T? You have to bet everything you got. Which one is it? Is it the accidental coincidence or the programmer, creator of this reality that dialed that shit in?
The crazy part is we already know what most of the people on that channel are going to pick. You know what they're going to pick? They're going to pick accident, and then they're going to pass away. You feel me? They're going to lose everything. They're going to lose everything, including their life. Right.
But that's how crazy they are. They're betting. Yeah, exactly. A normal person would never bet on that shit because the odds of that happening from an accident is almost non-existent. You know,
like you said, T-Jump used the cup. In my debate with Mark, I kept using a bicycle. Oh my God! And I have video of Mark saying the dumbest thing ever. Like this is when you could tell that I caught him, and he was just searching for words and a literal word salad. I said, Mark, if you ran across a bicycle in the desert, your example, would you bet that the bicycle happened by accident, or would you bet that somebody probably built that? A bicycle is way less complicated. He literally says, well, that's not the same because a bicycle is more efficient than any form of traveling of life. My stream from last night, I rewound it like 6 times. 6 times in a row. 6 times. I said, what? Well, that doesn't make sense because a bicycle is more efficient of travel than any of our forms of life. I said, a bicycle is more, what the hell is this? What is he talking about? He's just literally like, he got me in the corner. I don't know what to say. I'm just going to start pulling random words from places. I was watching it last night. I'm like, I can't believe I missed this the first time. I can't believe I missed this. But I hit him with that example you hit him with right there. That is the nail in the coffin for the creation debate. Are you serious? A bicycle, a cup? What about a supercomputer? What about a million supercomputers? What about a billion supercomputers operating within another million without one of your cells is more complicated than a million supercomputers. You had a million cells. You have no weight to hold here philosophically, and we already know it's not science. So you guys are dumb. You're actually dumb.
And the funny thing is, they think they are logical in what they're saying. Like, you know, they come up with all of their scientific evidences, right? But yet, when it comes to the whole reality thing, it's so bizarre what they believe, you know? It's like it doesn't make any sense, lacks logic or any, like, it's...
Well, it's more crazy than believing in God, right? Because you believe that we're in space randomly just flying through the, you know what I mean? And we could collide at any moment. If you look up the two-body problem on a supercomputer, I think Flat Earth Dave brings this up too. The two-body problem on a supercomputer, where it's like, if you take the actual, what we know about gravity, right? And you take 2 planets in orbit, right? The world's strongest supercomputer, right? They can map out an algorithm where that might be able to work. They
it goes.
never get it, and they never get it to work with 3. Never. It never worked. If 3 bodies had a gravitational pull on each other, right, and they were
just
going
go
around,
all of them.
they would crash. It would only, you know what I mean? They would crash. We're talking about millions of bodies, right? Like, dude, that if that is true, if that's true, it would only be by an act of God that is happening. It would only be by a straight miracle defying the laws of physics. That defies all logic.
Yeah. Let me ask you this quickly before we end for the 20th time. Do you think this might have something to do with some kind of an ego? Hear me out here.
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe they don't want. Maybe they don't want. Maybe they don't want to believe that there is a God, because some of these people, they love the idea of. Hold on, how can I say this? They love the idea of no God, because if there is a God, they have to be held accountable to some stuff. If there is no God, they can just live out their fucking atheistic ego life the way they want it. But if they know there is a God, they know there's a limit to stuff that they can do. Do you know what I mean? Like,
well, I believe that's 100% part of it, but it's a false dichotomy. That's also not logical, right? But I think that it's either that or it's the ego of them needing to admit that they were wrong the whole time, right? Like a scientific turf war, if you will, right? You know, like 2 parties disagree. When the evidence went the other way, the ones who were more powerful suppressed the evidence. You know what I mean? So now we're in the middle of that. We're in the middle of all these years of people, you know, propagating this lie because they don't want to admit that, you know what I mean, that ego is there. It's like,
so either way, it's related to ego in some way.
Yeah. But also the way that you're saying it, I think it's a false dichotomy, because I believe that there's a creator, and I don't believe that I'm accountable to him over what I do like that. You know what I mean? I believe I'm accountable. Like, think about me saying that the creator is living through us, right? I don't think there's anything we can do that's wrong. What's the worst that's going to happen? You die. Okay. Right.
Yeah, but
and that's it. It's not that big a deal. You know what I mean?
What I mean, like, you know, if you off somebody, you know, you say that even that isn't wrong in God's realm. In God's realm, like,
I don't believe there's right and wrong in God's realm. No, I believe that there just is and there isn't. You either right, I am that I am. It either is or it's not. You know what I mean?
But I would say this though. When we got free will from God, you know, or whatever, the creator.
If we're not actually God ourselves, if we're not small, tiny parts of God, what if God is split? He's living in, you know what I mean?
I do believe that. I do believe that.
He wants to experience what you're experiencing. We're on the leading edge. So, but I don't know that to be true, but if that's not, because that's an option, right? There could be a God and everything else that we're saying is true.
Okay, let me put it like this then. Maybe in the ultimate realm of God, then yes, nothing really matters. There is no good, bad, whatever. Because in that realm, it's so above everything else. It's just
yin and yang.
nonsense.
It's just yin and yang. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But what if there is this though? What if in this reality that we have entered, what if there are some kind of a rule set? Meaning, if I go and off somebody, you know, that leads me into another reality that is based off of that action that I did, or many of those bad actions that I did. And the same goes for good actions. What if I do good actions, then my next reality will be based off that? Do you know what I mean? Like, there is some interconnectedness to it. What if that's real? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I do believe that it's real, but I just think that the slippery slope that we think it leads us down is not accurate. And I think that that's more harmful than the actual act itself, right? Oh man, this is so powerful because man, what was I listening to the other day? I was listening to something about the Bible, which was random because I usually never listen to stuff about the Bible, right?
Hey, we should discuss religion too in another one.
Yeah. Oh, well, dude, in this last conversation, bro, you've given me 3 ideas that I wrote down that I have to explore deeply.
Fantastic.
One of them is this yin and yang symbol and how that relates directly to the ether and electricity. Like, I just like looking at it right now. It's like, anyways. So in the Bible, right, when they talk about Adam and Eve, right?
Yeah.
They always incorrectly and I heard this specified in a random video I was watching.
Yeah.
They incorrectly say that the sin that Adam and Eve made was eating the fruit. That's not the sin. It's not. And every time I hear somebody read it, this passage, it stands right out to me, right? It says Eve ate the apple, right? Nothing happened when she ate the apple. Then she gave it to Adam, right?
Yeah.
Nothing happened. And then it says they felt ashamed. It says that. It says they felt ashamed, and then God came and cast them out. How did they get cast out? Their shame. Not that they can't make mistakes. That's ridiculous, right? It's not that we can't make mistakes. No. It says you make a mistake, and then now you, in your mind, I made the mistake. Now I'm evil, or now I'm this, and you declare that over your life, and now that's what you are. You know. So I'm like, you know, I mean, like that. I don't believe in the Bible the way everybody else believes it. I'm very hard on linguistics, so I like to look at the words, what they mean. I'm gonna come up. You know what I mean? But
yeah, it can be interpreted in different ways, for sure.
Right. So it's not concrete whether or not their mistake was because right when they ate the apple, then that would have been it, right? But it specifically says that in there. Specifically, it says they felt ashamed. Yeah. And then God came and started asking them and pressing them. God is asking them questions when He knows everything. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot more going on in that story, right? It's not just. You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot more going on where you can take different parts from it and understand what it means, you know what I mean, anecdotally or metaphorically, or maybe even literally. But if we're gonna do that, then let's take it literally. Don't do half literally, then the other half not literally.
Yeah, you can't pick and choose. You can't pick and choose, right?
No, so if it's literal, then we have to understand that the God who was in the garden didn't even know that they ate the fruit when they ate it. Had to come, you understand? Or he was triggered by their shame. That's what, there's a lot of ways that we can go with that one sentence, right? That's the anyways. When you said that,
and also,
triggered that in you, bro. Yeah.
Also, another point to the Adam and Eve thing. Why am I getting why am I inheriting their sin in that case? Like, what do I have to do with them? Like they say.
Have you ever heard Jesse Lee Peterson talk about this?
Yeah, I know that guy. He's funny.
So his interpretation. So this is his interpretation of this story. He thinks that this is the only thing the story means. The story is about man falling from God because he starts listening to women. He said it's just metaphorical.
I can buy that. I literally can buy that. Yes,
he said what happens is, and woo, if this ain't accurate, right? He said every problem in the world, the original sin of man, the only sin is first of all, what's going to happen is a woman is going to be distracted by a snake. By a snake, by a fruit, by her, right? She's hungry, whatever funny joke you want to put on it, right? A woman is distracted and she does something wrong. That's a given. That's every woman on the planet. She's gonna get distracted and do some dumb shit. That's them, right? And then the man, then she, right, tries to get the man to do it with her. And instead of giving her direction and saying, no, we're doing this.
Which is the man's job, right? The man's job is to say no to shit.
It's to say no, and he's supposed to lead her, not her. So in the story, what's literally happening is she's leading him to eating something. He does it, and then he feels ashamed about it. And Jesse Lee Peterson is like, what God is trying to tell us is stop listening to women. He said, he literally will say, anytime we listen to women, then bad stuff happens.
And why is that man feeling shame? Because he did not he was not following what he should have been following, saying no to that.
And to me, he was not doing it, and he's either not equipped, right, or he's not mentally accepted that he needs to improve or do better. Yeah, that's what it's about, right? Yeah, like because if I make a mistake, I don't feel any shame about making. Like if I make an appointment and I have to cancel it, right? You know, before obviously, I call my, hey, look, I'm sorry, I got busy, overbooked, my son, whatever, something happened. It's a mistake that I made. I don't feel shame about it. It's a mistake. Yeah. It is what it is. Maybe I lose a tiny bit of credibility, but I have the ability to gain it back with my next, you know what I mean? With my next promise. So it's about like, all right, like I said, every second matters. Every second matters. What are you doing? Like, yeah, I made a mistake last second. Am I gonna mess up the next second by focusing on the last second? That's what shame is. I'm still focusing on the last second. So that means that what am I creating in the next second? I'm creating what I'm continuing to focus on. So it's literal, right?
Very good point.
Right? It's like, it's not like metaphor. It's literal. Like you literally cannot be in the kingdom of God while you're thinking about your mistakes. Because when you think about them, then you repeat them. So you have to let it go. Not that you can't learn from them, but you have to move on, and you have to not feel shame about it. You know what I mean? You have to, anyways. I get all that from that one passage.
No. Very good points. Because if you think of the past, or let's say you're thinking about a memory or something, you're getting the feelings and stuff from that. Like you're entering the past in a way.
You're entering in the past. Woo.
Yes, you're entering the past. Even Even though you're still here, but you're still mentally entering the past. And also, one other thing, the funny thing with the now is there is really no now, even though there is, because whenever you try to grasp the now, it has already disappeared.
It's already passed.
Isn't that fucking weird, right? So you're talking about seconds. You're talking about seconds. And maybe you could say those seconds is the now. Each second is the now. Do you know what I mean? Like,
or like. So this is from Abraham, right? This is how she teaches it.
Yeah.
What you're living right now, this second is the past.
Already. Yeah.
Right now, right? What you're thinking about right now is what's going to happen next. No. Because what you're living right now is what you were thinking about 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, you created now. So right now, are you going to focus on the last 5? Or are you going to create the next 5 minutes? Which one is it going to be? You can't do both. You know what I mean? That's really how she tries to explain it for the people in her audience that are like, but they're like, because they're like, but what about this? She's like, all right, I know that happened already. But that happened because you were thinking about it 5 minutes ago. So it will happen again in 5 minutes if you don't let it go right now.
But that's weird. So 5 minutes ago, could you say that 5 minutes ago I was thinking about saying what I'm just saying? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the emotion, like you said, when you think about the past, right? When you think about the past, you enter the emotion. So then what happens next might not be the exact same situation. It'll be whatever the emotion that you felt while you were dealing with that, right? Like some people like this is from Kevin Trudeau, right? If something bad happens to you and you're like, I wasn't thinking about that directly. So why did it happen? He's like, all right, well, what were you thinking about? They're like, I was worried about what happened with my son. I was worried about. So now what's going to happen? Something that matches that feeling. It matches that, you know what I mean? So this gets into what people call the law of attraction and all that, but really it's just the transfer of energy, right? Energy, you know what I mean? Like, so, you know what I mean? You're going to focus on, like I said,
it's like a radio dial.
Right.
Like frequency.
Yeah, you're moving it this way or you're moving it that way. And when you move this way, you're in line with the things that are on that frequency. When you move it this way, you're in line with the things that are on that. So you're not really attracting it. You're just moving toward it. And so when you know what I mean?
And we do know that, vibes are real. When we say, I don't get good vibes from this person,
Oh, of course.
That is some real shit right there.
Yeah.
You can't explain it, but it's there.
Well, and the good thing about me, bro, is like I'm the one guy that is well researched enough to at least explain on a basic level how they have been able to somewhat explain it through scientific evidence and research. Scientific evidence, not the bullshit they be talking about. Yeah. I mean, like experiments in the large colliders, right? And even like when they're like the double slit experiment and stuff like that. It's like if you take both of these conclusions, they're leading toward explaining exactly what we're talking about now. Like, oh yeah, you would feel what's coming out of somebody's mind because it's actually an electromagnetic frequency. So you feel what somebody's thinking and feeling because they're connected. So when I walk up to you, if you're feeling sad, I'm literally getting an electromagnetic wave from you into me. It's entering my brain. We can trace that, right? Like if I put anyways.
Do you think? Before we quit for the 30th time.
I'm not because that you already know this is my thing. We talk about energy. I'm like, this is my main thing. Yeah.
Do you think that also transfers from like what we're doing here? We're not in person, right? But
right.
Do you think it can transfer even through?
Well, what they call it is like a neural net. So this gets into the 100 monkey thing. They're trying to explain why does that happen, right? Is there a way that when enough of us get a thought in our head, right? If that thought is takes enough space in the overall collective consciousness, right? It's a big enough part of the overall collective consciousness that now the overall collective consciousness accepts it. So now everybody has that thought. But in order for that to happen, there has to be a neural net that connects us. Because we're not just saying fairy tales here. We're talking about stuff that sounds like it, but we're trying to figure out how where the rubber meets the road. So if there's an interconnected electrical magnetic frequency field that we're all basically in or a part of, when I have a thought, it'll ripple throughout the whole field. I have a thought, the whole field feels it across the planet, right? Like, and this is, like I say, it's fucked up, but they proved this through experimentation. You can take a mother rat, right, who just had babies, take her pretty much to like a different side of the you can damn near take her to a different city. If you start killing her babies, you'll notice a spike in her brain activity. You understand? There's
it's connected still, even though
they're not.
You know, there is space between. What? Hold on. What is space? Listen, I've said this several times. I don't know if you've heard it. Probably not. But you know, if you go back, if we compare it to a video game, like when you play GTA, right? It's all pixels, right? But the pixels is fooling you that there is a character and there is cars, buildings, space, whatever. But it's all just pixels with different programming rule set or whatever that separates the character from the building. Like when he goes into the building, there is a what do you say? My mind is all over the place. You bump into the buildling. There is a programming code.
That stops you from going, right?
Yeah, but it's all just pixels, you know?
Right. Well, and to take it a step further, more than pixels, it's coding, right, behind the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't want to get too deep into it, but I have a lot of videos where the scientists who work in the colliders, right, specifically at Princeton University, are saying they're discovering things that we perceive as space and even locality, right? Like, how do I know that I'm here, right? And not, you know what I mean? It can be basically addressed down to essentially coding mechanisms, right?
Yes, it's all code. So you and me, we are apparently in two different spaces. You're over there in America, I'm in Sweden.
Right.
But if everything is code, we are all literally in the same space, but in different, there is some different numbers that separates where we're at.
Yeah.
Like,
right. The numbers create space, the numbers create, you know, the buildings, the numbers create, you know what I mean? So to say it simply, that is what it is. I have the technical term for it too here, but that is what's going on.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's super interesting. Are you looking for the term?
I just want to say it real quick so that people don't think that, you know what I mean? It's
yeah. Go for it.
Okay.
Whenever you find it.
Amplitahedron. So that's basically it's an amplitahedron is basically like their base form now. They're like, if we break everything, like, you know, if we take quarks and we imagine that quarks are just different forms of amplitahedrons, our math works better. If we take all these different, like protons, there are no protons. They're like, everything is just amplitahedrons now. All right, call it whatever you want. Everything's frequency, energy, whatever. It's one substance that acts in a different ways. And really, they're like, it's really like a net. And the amplitahedron is a shape of it. They say when it makes this shape, that is the one, that's the ones and zeros to code it. The amplitahedron, that shape of the frequency, right?
Hold on. Have you heard about the Fibonacci code or the golden ratio thing?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
It's like 1 + 1 = 2. Then the 2 takes the previous 1, adds it, becomes 3. The 3 adds the previous 2, becomes 5. It's like a set step. Yeah. Like it goes in a certain order, you know.
Right.
And it creates it eventually creates a rectangle, a spiral and a rectangle. And I've been saying this for a while, and I might sound crazy when I say this, but it seems that everything is based off this rectangle. Like, let me see. Maybe we should take this in another one, but I would say
it's an important conversation. It is.
Yeah, I would say there is no curve, though. I will go into this quickly. There is no curve. There is only straight lines. Let me see.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying exactly. You know, we have
because
to
even a circle
diagrams in high school where it's like you can draw a bunch of straight lines that eventually equal a circle.
Yeah, because what is a circle? It's like a point, and then you draw one line here, one line there, one line there, one line there, like making a circle, right?
Yeah. So your yin and yang symbol.
Yes.
Like it's right around that a little bit, right?
Yes.
Because like if you study Whitsitt and how he breaks down what Tesla knew about the ether, they're basically saying that like if the black part is ether and the orange part is energy or our light, right? What we can see, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how our thing is set up. It's like you have the ether, then when you have a gap in the ether, you get the orange, right? A gap in the ether is where you get light. A gap in the light is where you get ether. So it's like those holes are like the insert and the output points to each other. You understand what I'm saying? So the ether flows through that hole to the orange flows through that hole back to the ether. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My bad. I like I said, but
no, it's very
yeah. I'm like you know, it's a very technical subject, but it is important. You know what I mean? But I like I said, you give me a lot to think about when you say certain things because like it takes my mind.
I just wanted to say this because a pixel is like, what is it? Like a small little square or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like do you know if you take a circle and if you split it in half and then if you split those halves like in smaller pieces and then you stretch them out and face each other, it becomes a rectangle. Do you know that? Like I don't know if you. Let me quickly show you here. There's a video on YouTube. Circle, rectangle. So not even a circle is a circle. Look at this.
Pi r squared gives you the area of a circle. But where does pi r squared come from? First, we'll draw a circle
like this
and fill in its area. Next, we will divide it into large equal parts and arrange them in a rectangular formation. As you can see, it barely resembles a rectangle.
Do you hear that, Ross?
So next,
do you hear the sound?
Yeah, I hear it.
Okay.
We will divide the circle into small equal pieces, and we will arrange them in the same manner. You can see that it appears more like a rectangle. So if we divide the circle into even more smaller pieces, you can see that every time the shape becomes more like a rectangle.
It's crazy.
So how small must we divide a circle before we can get a perfect rectangle?
And do you see, by the way, hold on, let me pause it right there. Do you see what I mean by in the center point, you draw a line to a certain point, and you just do that in different directions, and that is what a circle is. It's basically made out of fucking straight lines, which means there is nothing like everything is based.
You know, I mean, like I forgot the guy's name, but Winston says this all the time. The guy that was credited with discovering the electron said the electron was nothing more than a gap in the electric field. It was the end of a unit line of dielectricity.
Okay.
And that's basically what you're showing, right? It's like he's saying that we're in a field of a bunch of unit lines of electricity, and then there's a gap in it that creates a circle that ends up being an electron. You know what I mean? So it's like in a way, like that's basically what he's saying in his own way. It's like all these different lines, right, are in a field, right, or a grid-like field to where it's like they take certain shapes and become all the shapes that we have today.
Yeah, and everything seems to be based off of the dualistic thing. Even our 3D world, our 3D world is it looks 3D, sure,
right?
But I still think it's Like, look at the axes, right? Up, down, that's 2, right? Left, right, that's 2. In, out, that's 2, right? So there are 3 axes, but they're all based on the 2. Always.
See, not like so now, like, you get me, you're making my mind work, right? So that makes me think of, like, no, for real, like, so now that makes me think of, now, why would God, right, or the Creator even create this place?
Yeah.
Right. Think about it, because, like, everything is just that, because that's what real life or the real behind the curtain is. It's just lines, right?
Yes.
And although, like, it's a different experience, and it is, right, but this is something different, right? This is something, because it's the condensed nature of the line. But they say that, matter is just condensed light, right? So people say God is light. So the condensed nature, right? We can literally just be the condensed nature of what God is. We're condensed God, or, you know what I mean? Because that's a deeper concept, right? It's like every strand in you is a strand of God. He's layered himself on top of himself so much to where now he's experiencing this. And like you said, like maybe he wants to forget and have the experience of new,
Most
right?
likely. What else would God do this for? Like, what if God's state is just in the number of 1? What I mean is
that's essentially what I'm trying to say. Like, you said it better than me, but that's basically what I'm getting at. It's like, it's just 1, right? But then when it wants to create a reality, it just mirrors, or it multiplies itself.
Yeah. Because what? In that 1 that God is, it has infinity in it, right? Infinity is in that 1, right? And then that 1 mirrors itself.
Right.
It becomes like double infinity, or I don't know what,
Yeah.
And that is what it uses to create these realities. Because I believe, even if we were into the 4th dimension or the 5th dimension, I still think it's still based off of the 2 thing. Like what do you call it? Like the common, I don't know, the 2, like
dualism.
Yeah, it's still based off the 2. Like the 4th dimension will have, I don't know what the axis is or whatever that will be. It will still be something that has to do with 2. It seems like we can never get rid of the 2 thing.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure if you follow anybody that does numerology, right? But the people that do numerology for real, even though they don't explain it well, this is what they're trying to get at. They're trying to say that like what we call numbers is just basically unit lines of measurement. And like I said, the electron is the end of 1 unit line of dielectricity. So a unit line of measurement is 1. Like you said, 2 is just 1 doubled itself, right? 3 is just 2 plus 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's still 2.
And I know it seems rudimentary, but when you understand how numbers are just a combination of themselves, then you get to what you were saying about the Fibonacci sequence. So it's like, once you add the first one by itself and then keep doing that, eventually you get to a pattern that gives you that gives you some semblance of what we call matter. Okay? And obviously that being condensed, like if we're talking about the level of condensed, we talking about trillions and trillions and trillions of condensities, right? Of unit lines of measurements that could, like that thing you have up right there. It was like, he's like, how thin do you have to divide it to where it becomes a perfect square? You can keep going thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner, and you have a lot more flexibility in the shapes you can make.
So isn't it funny though? The globers, they're like, we live on a globe. And you can just say, motherfucker, a circle is a square. It's a plane. You know what I mean? Like, if you break it down, look, if you break this shit down, it becomes a rectangle. I mean, even right now, it's still made of straight lines. It's so you could essentially say there is no such thing as a real curve. Like,
there's only straight lines. Well, and this is the thinking by which people started coming up with string theory. You know what I mean? And they're not totally wrong, but they just don't. They haven't connected it to energy like they're supposed to. You know what I mean? Because they're basically saying the same thing, that everything is strings, but it's like a grid of strings, and when you hit one string, it ripples. It's like, nigga, just say energy. Why are you doing this? Just say energy or frequency or electricity, right? And then as you ripple, it has anyways.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, with electricity, isn't it based off of plus and minus, some shit like that, right? Like on-off
right?
switches.
Or charge, discharge.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do plus and minus. But think about it. It's like, yeah, plus is up, minus is down.
Yeah.
It's
So
like,
two.
Fill up, release. Fill up, release.
Yeah. On, off, you know?
Well, and that's the yin and yang, right? Because the yin and yang is like, it's charging up through the hole, it charges up, then it releases back. Charge
and
up,
it's like,
that's us.
it's like two genders, you know? There's only two, motherfuckers. There's only two genders, motherfuckers. Who you gonna try to fool? There's only two genders in this
or maybe there's really only one, right? Because they're just the weaker, not strong, not quite as you know what I mean, as emotionally sound version of us that can reproduce more of us.
Maybe. But
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, at least there are two. That we're sure.
Right.
But
it is funny though. One time I heard somebody say that they like, dude, if you look at women, they really do just look like a weaker, not fully developed version of us. They look like an actual mutant version of us.
But
like,
that's
no muscles.
true though.
Yeah, that's hilarious when you think about it. You're like, yeah, they look like they're not finished all the way. Somehow I find that extremely attractive. Somehow I cannot get enough of that. And if I
yeah.
So
it's
somehow
you know what it is
on the planet.
Ross, you know what it is? It's those imaginary curves. That's
it's the real curves. It's the real curves.
But it's still the curves that is because I don't know about your taste, but if I see a woman with no curves, it reminds me too much of a dude. You know what I mean?
I say that all the time, right? And I like super thick women, like
yeah, I'm not on that train. Yeah, I just want curves. Yeah,
I'm all the way on the other side, and so I do like some skinny women, right? But like I said, one of my young chicks, right? You know, she was because she's like 21. She hangs out with dudes who are falling over her all day. What do you want? What do you right? And she comes hang out with me, and she's like, "Why are you like this? Like, why are you so?" I'm like, "Listen, like I don't like look." I don't want to get, you know what I mean, like hurt your feelings, but you don't have nearly enough ass to be talking to me like that, all right?
Yeah.
Maybe if you had a little bit more ass, I'll take a little bit more, but you gotta calm down with that boy body, you know what I mean?
But you know what's funny? It's true what you said, that women are like a weaker version of a man or a weaker looking version of a man. Yet we seem to be coming out of them. That's the weird part.
I know
right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so crazy. And not only that, men, and rightfully so, right? Men will lay their life down for women they don't even know. It's just in our DNA. You know, there are like, shootings that happen, and without even, men will lay on top of women that they don't know and take bullets.
Is it because we come out of women? Could it be that?
I mean, I think that has to be part of it, right? That has to be part of it. But I think also there's just a chemical reaction where it's like, for me personally, even though I'm very hard on women, right? I could never, ever, physically, like I can't do it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like and even even when I'm being like super rough on them, and that's like in my mind I'm doing it because it's better for them. Yeah. I'm not like trying to hurt them ever. I'm never. I'm doing it because if I don't do this, then it'll end up bad for us.
I would say real men don't do that. It's only the defect, weird men that hits or can hit women. You know what I mean? Like there is some.
And not in self-defense. All right, let's clarify.
Yeah.
Not in self-defense. Anything that happens in self-defense, that's between y'all.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, if a bitch tries to smash my face in and fuck my nose even worse than it is, eventually I will have to fuck her up.
We got the same problem. Don't even worry.
Oh, we got it, right? Similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like, to me, let's say a bitch is trying to hit me and fuck me up. Eventually, I have to defend myself because I don't give a fuck if you're weaker. You're trying to destroy me, and now I have to destroy you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'll take it a step further and say I think you must defend yourself for her benefit, right? For her benefit, because if she goes around thinking that she gets to just put hands on men, then she might mess around and find the wrong one or find the right one. She's gonna find the right one. That's gonna be it.
Have you seen those examples where people say when women hit men, it's like poking the lion or shit? Why the fuck are you doing that? And then
it's like, the lion shouldn't hit her. The lion shouldn't do that. The lion should be more tame, huh? It's the lion's fault, isn't it? Yeah, I know.
Don't fuck around with a lion, idiot. And now you got what you deserved. You know what I mean? Like that was dumb.
and that's why I said I have no problem with that. You know what I mean? Like, you said that on the thing we should clip up. Like, look, me personally, I will drink a woman's tears for breakfast. I don't care. I'm like, yep, you're in the cup.
Yeah.
Good.
Hey,
Yep.
especially when they fake them. Have you seen like did you see the trial with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
Oh my God, dude. Just
did you see that?
You know what? Me and I know we keep dragging this on, right? But me and my boy Tyson were just talking about this, dude. Think about how much greatness has been ruined from women, right? Women have ruined. So I'm a big fan of Fantastic Beasts. I don't know if you've seen that movie, The Fantastic Beasts.
Is it like a superhero movie?
It's a Harry Potter spinoff.
Okay, I know I haven't seen it.
Well, it's good because it's more adult-like, right? Either way, Johnny Depp played the villain in the second movie. Just like amazing, right?
Oh, was that the movie he? Okay.
Well, then they had a third one coming out, and he was supposed to play the villain. They had to replace him in the third movie. So I had to miss a third Johnny Depp movie because of this lying
bitch.
Yes, I had to think about it. And not only that, it was the Pirates movie too. He lost the Pirates movie.
Yes.
And I think there was another movie that he lost. So that's 3 movies that are worse. 3 worst movies forever. These movies, think about it. She ruined the course of history.
But Ross, I think she did one positive thing. She essentially destroyed the Me Too movement in a sense. It's still there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, well, you're right. And I was gonna bring up like the Jonathan Majors situation. Are you familiar with Jonathan Majors?
Jonathan Majors.
He's a black actor out here, right? And he is a really, really good actor. He was in the Marvel Loki series. He played He Who Remains, and he was about to play Kane the Conqueror in the next major Marvel film.
Okay.
So we talking about a guy who's like, you're on there, right? He just got convicted. He got convicted of battery against his girl because she lied and said he hit her. When there is video of her chasing him around New York, there's literally video of him getting out of the cab, running away from her. Right? She's trying to chase him. He picks her up and puts her back in, and then it's sprinting. Oh, there's 10 different camera views of him running by and her running after him. And he got convicted and he lost all those movies now. So now I don't get to see Loki season 3 with him in it, which he's really good. And I don't get he was the main character in
Hold on. Like, there is video evidence that backs him up, but yet he gets convicted.
Yes.
In that case, why even have courts anymore? It's like useless, right?
Thank you. Look, you see why I say government is the problem in every situation? Every situation, there's one problem, is government intervention. If government intervention wasn't there, the problem would fix itself. I thoroughly believe that. That's my main statement, honestly. So that's it right there.
That is insane. But let me just say, her acting, Amber Heard, was horrible. It was so bad. And I think everybody saw it. And I think Johnny Depp has to thank the Lords that... are you there? Did you freeze? I think Ross froze. But I think... Anyways, if you hear this... Yeah, you're back. And you're muted. Yeah, now you're back. Yeah.
Sorry about
that. I think Johnny Depp thanks the gods that it was televised. You know what I mean?
Dude. I mean, because imagine if the judge was able to make a decision behind closed doors.
Yeah.
We all heard it and saw it. We saw her laughing in the court, fake crying. Like, get out of here. I can't.
Great point. Because if that shit wasn't televised and the judge wasn't, doing the right thing, that would have been, backing Amber Heard because she's just a woman. That's all you need to be. If the judge didn't do that, the judge would have gotten a bunch of flack from people. Like, why did you
convict her?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's basically the Tory Lanez situation, right? That's the reason why Tory Lanez is even though it wasn't televised. That's the difference. There were court reporters and actual lawyers in the courtroom during the Tory Lanez taking notes.
You cut out again, huh? We're destroying this platform. Maybe his phone died completely this time.
This one didn't die.
Oh, no, you're back. You're back. I was like, maybe this was the time his phone died.
Yeah, long story short,
yeah.
The with Tory Lanez, it was obviously fake. She was obviously lying. They had no evidence. She had to admit in the court that she did not see him shoot. She said her back was turned. Nobody saw it. All the evidence pointed that the girl who was with her, the muzzle flashes went off by the girl. Multiple witnesses. Tory still got convicted because there's no video evidence. Think about it. There's not, you know what I mean? It's like there's still room for people to be like, well, we don't really know. Maybe they were lying. But we saw the Amber Heard one on video. We know she was lying. So you're right. That's why they had to go down.
They should have them all televised. I mean, that should be an option at least. Like, I want this to be televised, you know, like especially if you're a dude.
I mean, dude, like you said, like there is no morality in the court system. There is no justice. It's all a business. When they see a big name, they want to take the big name down because then they get publicity. When they get publicity, it's more tax money, which means they get to rob you more effectively. They can steal from you.
And you know, another threat is the AI thing that is coming up. Not to go into it in this one, but you know, eventually we won't even know what is real video footage and what is not real. You know what I mean? So it's all fucking Mad Max world soon. You know what I mean?
Method more than ever now. We need the scientific method. That's why we have that, because we can see anything, but let's run some experiments and let's repeat it. That's how we get through the lies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, Ross, let's end it here. I think we're going almost 6 hours.
Really?
That's crazy. No, 5 hours and 19 minutes.
Wow, that's crazy. Hey, honestly, it felt like it flew by.
Right? It's crazy. It's insane. But I'll send you the stuff, the Discord and shit like that.
And of course, you know, everybody tune into my debate tomorrow if you can. And then, you know, I'm at Real Offended on YouTube. I do have a Real Offended channel on Rumble, but like I said, Rumble doesn't work good on my computer. So I don't post that much. I will eventually, like, honestly, like once I get a new computer, and especially once I get the 500 subs on YouTube, I'm going to be going like full time on Rumble, and I'll be doing like music. It's going to be mainly music on Rumble. And then of course, what I do on my channel too, you know what I mean? Oh, and then last thing, look out for that T-Jump reaction to Witsit. I promise I'm doing that because that is oof. So I'm doing.
Are you gonna do a reaction to T-Jump and Witsit gets it?
Right. I'm gonna point out every single dumb thing that he says. You know what I mean? It's like, anyways. I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun doing that. So that's where you guys can find me. You know what I mean? Of course on Instagram at The Real Offended on Instagram.
Yeah, I think I'm put your YouTube channel in the description. I think so. It should be there. I'm pretty sure.
Closing and opening so much that I don't know what the hell is going on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Also, Ross, you if you want this stream on your channel,
is there a copy of it on YouTube?
Yeah, there will be a copy on YouTube, on Rumble.
I can get it from YouTube.
Yeah, and also on Odyssey. Do you know what Odyssey is? It's another platform.
I know. I haven't used it, but I know.
If it goes up on Odyssey, I think that will be the best quality one, and you just go to the 3 dots on the video.
You can download.
And it says,
Oh, okay. I'll probably do that then.
Yeah, but you will have to wait until it's uploaded, because Odyssey, it's like you have to upload.
Right.
It will take like a half an hour or some shit.
Oh no, it's definitely no rush. Yeah, definitely no rush. Like, you know, I'm gonna go get me something to eat, and then, you know, I still got some more studying to do for my debate tomorrow. Yeah. So, you know, it's no rush.
Tomorrow, yeah. But I'll send you all the links, and we're gonna talk more about other weird streams we're gonna do, both music and intellectual, and God knows what else we're gonna do. But I absolutely love the back and forth, because we get stuff we didn't expect by doing this.
Yeah, no, I do, and I appreciate you. Next time you talk to Professor Dave, Not Professor Dave. Next time you take dude, there's nothing I want. Honestly, the only person I want to destroy more than teach up is Professor.
That's
Dave.
him. That motherfucker. Yeah. That smug asshole. Yeah.
I tell you, I'm his worst nightmare. I'm the guy that is more. I'm the only.
I would love to see that. I would love to see that, but I think he's a coward. He's a coward.
Internet on fire, bro, because I will massacre them, dude. It's not even. Anyway,
I believe so, but he's a coward. I don't think he will do it. But
he's a coward.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we can get him to do it.
Oh, yeah.
But
better, Dave. If you talk to him, tell him I said. You know what I mean? It would be.
No, I'm planning to have you on there.
That would be cool, and I would be forever grateful for that, man.
Oh yeah, it's no problem. We're gonna set the schedule whenever he comes back from the thing is in right now. But yeah, great stuff, and hopefully the viewers thought it was great.
Right. I'm like, hopefully we didn't burn out. I'm like,
yeah, I don't know, but we didn't get burnt out, so
yeah, maybe. Right here, like we still got like 10 other things that we didn't really get to like we wanted to.
Dude, I could go another 5 hours, but it's getting late. But this was crazy. Great stuff, Ross, and absolutely glad that we did this, and we're gonna do way more, and we're gonna keep in touch, and yeah, that's that. And good luck tomorrow. Good luck tomorrow. I'm gonna watch that shit.
Thank you, and blessings to you and the family, man. You know what I mean?
You too, man.
Absolutely. I'm like, I'm always loved when I meet young guys that that are married. I'm not all the way on the side that if you're married, that automatically means you're getting taken advantage of. In America, it largely does, but for the people who,
I absolutely know what you're talking about. But in my case, I have a very weird marriage, so you will learn eventually when you see my wife and shit.
Hey, well, you give me hope, man. I just want to let you know that. So
that's great.
I mean,
I'm not guaranteeing that you will find the same, but it's good that you're getting hope. You know what I mean?
Right. At least there's hope, though.
Yeah. So, but all right, Ross.
All right, man.
Good luck tomorrow. Yeah.
I'll see you.
I'll email you. Okay. Peace out. Peace out, everybody in the chat. Take care.